Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗂𝗵𝐵 on Wattpad. Now let's start. No single person is born perfect on their own. That is why we are drawn to others to compensate for what we lack. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗂𝗵𝐵. This story begins with a woman in a hospital experiencing the pain of childbirth. As she breathes heavily, the doctor brings her newborn son to her. She smiles warmly at her husband, 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, as the baby boy gazes up at her, silent and calm. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 lovingly names him 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, welcoming him into their family. Unbeknownst to them, someone watches from a distance, his 𝗔𝗂𝗁𝐼 focused intently on the scene. Standing on a hill, 𝐻𝐻 adjusts his headband over his eye. His twin sister, 𝗬𝗂𝐼𝐻, approaches him, accompanied by 𝗬𝗎𝗎 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 𝐎𝐭𝐚𝐲 expresses concern, asking why 𝐻𝐳 isn't visiting his son. 𝐻𝐳 turns to her, revealing his thoughts. He explains that even if he visited, it wouldn't matter, as 𝐭 is determined to keep izuku away from him. Yusuke challenges 𝐻𝐳, questioning why he would let her stand in the way of being a father. Kurama adds that he understands the impact a father's absence can have on a child. 𝐻𝐳 reveals a deeper truth, stating that he cannot be in Izuku's life because it would put the boy in danger. 𝐎𝐭𝐚𝐲 asks for clarification, prompting 𝐻𝐳 to share a significant revelation. He tells them about the 4 Satan kings of the underworld, admitting that he is now one of them. The group listens in shock as 𝐻𝐳 explains the stigma surrounding half-breeds in the underworld and the dangers he faces as a devil king. Kuwabara, unable to contain his frustration, confronts 𝐻𝐳 directly. He grabs 𝐻𝐳 by the collar, but 𝐻𝐳 remains unfazed, his expression unchanged. Kuwabara expresses his respect for 𝐻𝐳 as a warrior and a man but condemns him for abandoning his own son. He urges 𝐻𝐳 to confront his responsibilities rather than run away. "What kind of man are you? You're nothing but a coward," Yusuke thought as he watched 𝐻𝐳 punch Kuwabara in the jaw, sending him crashing into a tree. 𝐻𝐳 glared at him, his fury evident. He felt compelled to explain his actions. If Izuku came with him, he would be targeted, attacked, beaten, kidnapped, or worse. If he didn't take action, Izuku would be in constant danger, and 𝐻𝐳 couldn't bear the thought of his demise. He was determined to protect him, even if it meant making difficult choices. 𝐎𝐭𝐚𝐲, concerned for her brother, reminded him that this path might lead to Izuku hating him. Was he prepared to carry that burden? 𝐻𝐳, acknowledging their sibling bond, insisted that if he didn't act, Izuku would never be safe. He could sense the incredible power within Izuku, even before his 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗔. He had taken precautions to ensure that power remained hidden from the supernatural world. Reaching into his pocket, 𝐻𝐳 pulled out a tear-shaped necklace. He had infused it with his own power to keep Izuku's abilities contained, preventing anyone from tracking him down. He handed the necklace to 𝐎𝐭𝐚𝐲, instructing her to give it to Izuku when he was older and to tell him never to remove it. Boten questioned if this was truly the only way, and 𝐻𝐳 confirmed it was necessary until Izuku was old enough to understand. Kurama asked if they should keep 𝐻𝐳 a secret from Izuku as well. 𝐻𝐳 believed it was best for Izuku to remain unaware of his true heritage, but he wanted them to protect him. Yusuke assured 𝐻𝐳 that they would look after Izuku, but when the time came, he should tell him the truth. 𝐻𝐳, serious and resolute, warned that if anything happened to Izuku, no one would be safe from his wrath. He released a portion of his power to emphasize his point before a red magic circle appeared on the ground, summoning 𝗧𝗪𝗏 Lucifer. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 informed 𝐻𝐳 that it was time for the council meeting and his crowning as Devil King. 𝐻𝐳 acknowledged this and reminded everyone to look out for his son before they both vanished. 12 years later, Izuku Yagi stood atop a school building, gazing at the tear necklace around his neck, a gift from 𝐎𝐭𝐚𝐲 on his 5th birthday. He had learned that she was his aunt. Diagnosed as quirkless at 4, Izuku had never let it bother him much. He had a keen understanding of the world around him, much like 𝐻𝐳 had in his childhood. Unfortunately, his relationship with his mother and supposed father, Toshinori, had suffered as they favored his half-sister, 𝗬𝗼, who possessed a telekinetic quirk. 𝗬𝗼 was All Might's daughter from a previous marriage, and her mother had tragically passed away during childbirth. All Might met 𝐒𝐭𝐴 after leaving High, and while she was 𝗵𝗃𝗏 with izuku, they had shared dreams of how great heroes their children would become. However, Izuku felt he had shattered that dream. Now a first-year student at Aldra Junior High, Izuku often found himself targeted by bullies, but he had learned to defend himself. After enduring beatings from Katsuki and Katsumi Bakugo, as well as Shoto and Shoka Todoroki, he was rescued by Yusuke, who taught him how to fight. To Yusuke's surprise, Izuku quickly mastered the techniques he was taught. Yusuke had mentioned knowing Izuku's father but had kept the details to himself. As Izuku lay on the roof, staring at the sky with his arms behind his head, he felt ready for the day to end. The bell rang for his last PRD class, and he sat up with a smirk, feeling fortunate. Just then, the door to the roof opened, and someone called out to him, asking where he had been. Izuku had just missed his last class, and Ochako, the daughter of Yusuke and Keiko, expressed her frustration. She reminded him that he could at least show up for class. Izuku stood up, picked up his backpack, and walked toward the door, brushing off her concern. He remarked that everyone else probably didn't care about his absence since he was quirkless and felt invisible to the teachers. As he walked down the stairs, Ochako followed him, insisting that he should show some care for his education. Izuku defended himself, claiming he was the smartest first-year student, but every time he demonstrated his knowledge, the teachers seemed to mess with his grades. They turned a corner and were greeted by the enthusiastic voices of Kirishima and Kyokujiro, who were running up to them. Kirishima, the son of Kuwabara and Yukaina, playfully chided Izuku for skipping class again, noting that the teacher was not pleased. Izuku shrugged off the comment, showing indifference. Jiro reminded him that there were only 2 weeks left of school, urging him to relax. The four friends continued their walk until they encountered Katsuki, Katsumi, Shoto, and Shoka Todoroki, who were smirking at them. Katsuki taunted Izuku and his friends, prompting Izuku to sigh and express his lack of interest in dealing with them. Katsumi threatened him, but Izuku warned them to move aside, or he would take action. Katsuki, dismissing Izuku's warning, attempted to intimidate him further. Izuku retorted that he didn't need a quirk to defend himself. In a sudden move, Katsuki unleashed an explosion aimed at Izuku, who ducked and countered with a punch to Katsuki's gut, sending him crashing into the lockers. Izuku stood firm, reminding Katsuki that he had been warned. Just as Katsumi and the others prepared to retaliate, a teacher's voice rang out, commanding them to stop. The teacher approached, demanding to know what was happening. Kirishima explained that they were simply walking when Katsuki and his friends had blocked their path, while Katsumi accused him of lying. They just wanted to talk, but Izuku attacked first. The teacher looked at Izuku and remarked on his actions, questioning why he would attack such promising students. Jiro defended Izuku, pointing out that he was only reacting to Katsuki's initial aggression. Izuku, frustrated, suggested that the teacher should just send him to the principal's office, noting that the teacher had been watching the entire incident unfold without intervening until after he had retaliated. The teacher warned Izuku to watch his tone, reminding him that he was already in enough trouble. Izuku retorted with sarcasm, expressing his impatience and longing to leave. The teacher insisted that his next stop was indeed the principal's office. As Izuku walked away, he left his friends behind and made his way to the principal's office. Upon arrival, the principal commented on Izuku's tendency to cause trouble, particularly for attacking a star student like Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku, unfazed, questioned whether the principal intended to lecture him all day, as he had other plans. The principal chastised Izuku for his lack of respect for authority, to which Izuku responded that he had a zero tolerance for unfair treatment toward those without quirks. He expressed his belief that if the truth about the school was revealed, it would be shut down immediately. The principal dismissed Izuku's concerns, stating that without a quirk or a proper education, he had no future. He allowed Izuku to leave but warned that his parents would be contacted. Izuku sarcastically expressed his fear about the call and exited the office. Outside, he found Kirishima, Jiro, and Ochako waiting for him. Kirishima asked how bad the situation was, and Izuku shared that the principal threatened to call his parents, which he shrugged off. As they left the middle school, Ochako inquired if he was going home, but Izuku revealed he was visiting his aunt Yukaina and uncle Kuwabara. Kirishima wondered why they were heading to his house, and Izuku explained that he wanted to avoid dealing with his mother and her husband, whom he found disappointing. He clarified that he wasn't obsessed with heroes and had his own goals in life. Kirishima pressed him about his aspirations, prompting Izuku to stop and gaze at the setting sun, revealing that his goal was to find his father. Kirishima expressed his hope that Izuku would achieve this goal. As they continued walking, they were unaware of two figures following them. 𝗏𝐿 noted that the boy was Lord High's son, and Echidna confirmed it, reminding him of their mission to test the boy. As Izuku and Kirishima passed an alley, Izuku instinctively pushed Kirishima out of the way just in time to block an incoming kick. The force of the kick sent Izuku crashing into the alley wall, where 𝗏𝐿 landed in front of him. Kirishima called out to Izuku, but before he could help, he was knocked unconscious. Echidna explained that they needed to see how far Izuku had come. Izuku, recovering from the impact, glared at 𝗏𝐿 and warned him that he was in a bad mood. 𝗏𝐿 welcomed the challenge, eager to see if Izuku could channel his anger into battle. Without hesitation, Izuku charged at 𝗏𝐿, using the walls to propel himself forward for a kick. 𝗏𝐿 caught his leg and threw him back, but Izuku quickly regained his footing. 𝗏𝐿 unleashed a flurry of punches, and although Izuku blocked most of them, one punch landed in his gut, followed by a palm strike that sent him stumbling back. 𝗏𝐿 taunted him, questioning if that was all he could do. Izuku, determined, focused his energy, causing his fist to glow blue. He thanked his uncle Yusuke for teaching him the technique and unleashed a barrage of energy bullets at 𝗏𝐿. The former Shaolin SR ignited his fist in flames, striking down the energy bullets, but Izuku seized the moment to land a solid kick to 𝗏𝐿's jaw. Impressed, 𝗏𝐿 acknowledged the hit but warned Izuku he would need to do better. Suddenly, 𝗏𝐿 vanished, and Izuku found himself dodging punches as they exchanged blows, each trying to outmaneuver the other. Despite Izuku's efforts, 𝗏𝐿 gained the upper hand, landing a kick to Izuku's gut that caused him to cough. With one final kick, 𝗏𝐿 sent Izuku crashing into the wall. As he fell, Izuku's necklace came off, prompting 𝗏𝐿 to leap over and grab it. Sensing something ominous, he glanced back at Izuku, who demanded the return of his necklace. However, before 𝗏𝐿 could respond, Echidna appeared and struck Izuku in the back of the neck, knocking him out. Echidna turned to 𝗏𝐿, suggesting he could have ended the encounter sooner. 𝗏𝐿 admitted he had been enjoying himself but acknowledged that the boy had real talent. He placed the necklace back on Izuku as he picked him up. 𝗏𝐿 placed the unconscious boy over his shoulder, while Echidna picked up Kirishima and both of them vanished. On a rooftop, 𝗏𝐿 and Echidna laid the two boys down gently. Echidna looked at 𝗏𝐿 and asked what he thought. 𝗏𝐿 remarked that the boy showed promise. With more training, he could potentially surpass him. Echidna noted that once the necklace was removed, the boy's power began to leak out. She glanced at Kirishima and mentioned that he must be the boy's friend. 𝗏𝐿 acknowledged that he might have gone a bit too far in their fight, but if that necklace ever came off, the boy's power and fighting skills would be formidable. Suddenly, they jumped back to avoid energy bullets fired at them. Two figures landed in front of Izuku and Kirishima. Yusuke demanded to know who they were and what they had done to his nephews. Kuwabara warned them that since they had his son, they better provide answers or face dire consequences. Yusuke charged his energy, preparing to unleash his spirit gun, while Kuwabara readied himself to rush in. 𝗏𝐿 raised his hand and urged them to wait, explaining that they were there on orders. Kuwabara was furious, questioning whether their orders were to harm his nephew and son. Without waiting for a response, he rushed in with incredible speed, aiming to strike 𝗏𝐿. Echidna stepped in to intercept the attack. 𝗏𝐿 had to block a punch from Yusuke, who had appeared in front of him, and they engaged in hand-to-hand combat, with 𝗏𝐿 skillfully parrying and dodging Yusuke's punches. Yusuke demanded to know why they were there and who sent them. He attempted a spin kick aimed at 𝗏𝐿's head, but 𝗏𝐿 ducked and tried to counter with an uppercut, which 𝗬𝗂𝘁 dodged as he continued his relentless assault. 𝗬𝐭𝐚𝐲 backflipped away, narrowly avoiding energy arrows shot at them as two more figures joined them on the rooftop. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 recognized one of them as 𝗔𝗂𝐁, who had sensed the spiritual energy from her home. She turned her attention to 𝗬𝐭𝐚 and 𝗕𝗏, who had regrouped. 𝗬𝐭𝐚 introduced himself and 𝗕𝗏, explaining that they had been given orders to come to this location. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 pressed for the identity of their superior, questioning whether they had been instructed to attack Izuku and Kirishima. 𝗬𝐭𝐚 revealed that they had received orders from 𝗧𝗓. Everyone froze at the mention of 𝗧𝗓's name. 𝗬𝐭𝐚 continued, stating that they were tasked with testing Izuku's strength, as they were members of 𝗧𝗓's peerage. He was 𝗧𝗓's rook, alongside 𝗕𝗏, and 𝗧𝗓 wanted to see how strong his son had become. Izuku began to stir awake, opening his eyes and trying to get up, but pain shot through his ribs, causing him to grunt and draw everyone's attention. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Izuku expressed his discomfort and pointed at 𝗬𝐭𝐚, recognizing him as the one who had attacked him. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 tried to calm Izuku, assuring him that 𝗬𝐭𝐚 and 𝗕𝗏 were not enemies. Izuku protested, recalling the attack on him and Kirishima. 𝗬𝐭𝐚 clarified that they were only following 𝗧𝗓's orders. Izuku demanded to know who 𝗧𝗓 was and why he was interested in him and Kirishima. 𝗕𝗏 explained that 𝗧𝗓 only wanted them to test Izuku, revealing that 𝗧𝗓 was his father. Izuku's world momentarily froze as he processed this revelation. 𝗕𝗏 confirmed that 𝗧𝗓 was indeed his father. Izuku questioned why 𝗧𝗓 wanted to test him and where he was. 𝗬𝐭𝐚 stated they were instructed not to disclose that information. Frustrated, Izuku demanded to know why. 𝗕𝗏 replied that it was for his own good and that they needed to leave. She bowed apologetically, and 𝗬𝐭𝐚 followed suit as a magic circle appeared beneath them, causing them to vanish. Left behind, Izuku attempted to stand but fell back to his knees. 𝗬𝗂𝘁 helped him up, advising him to take it easy and suggesting they get him to 𝗓𝗓𝗏 for healing. Izuku agreed, while Kuwabara pointed out Shinso, asking 𝗔𝗂𝘁 who he was. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 introduced Shinso as her grandson, and he bowed politely. They all departed, heading to Kuwabara's house. At the Yagi household, Inko, also known as the pro-hero magnetic, walked through the door and looked around. She mused that Izumi must be at Mitsuki's house. As she searched for Izuku, she couldn't find him and decided to call Izumi. On the phone, Izumi answered, and Inko asked if she knew where her brother was, noting that he wasn't home. Izumi replied that she didn't know, mentioning that he had been sent to the principal's office that day. "Did you get the call?" Inko sighed, confirming that she had received the call, which was why she was searching for her son. She expressed her frustration, stating that he was more trouble than she could ever imagine. Izumi mentioned that she didn't know where he was, but he was likely with one of his friends, who might know his whereabouts. Inko decided to call Izuku's phone and confirmed with Izumi that she was at Mitsuki's place. After exchanging affectionate goodbyes, Inko hung up and dialed Izuku's number. Meanwhile, Izuku was sitting down, bandaged, with 𝗓𝗓𝗏, who had her hands glowing blue on his back as he healed. Once she removed her hands, she informed him that he was fully healed. Grateful, Izuku thanked her and put on his shirt and jacket before looking at her with a serious expression. He asked if it was true that the man who attacked him claimed his father, 𝗧𝗓, had sent him to test his strength. 𝗓𝗓𝗏 sighed, knowing this day would come, and confirmed that 𝗧𝗓 was indeed his father. Izuku, feeling a mix of emotions, pressed for more information about his father and what he did for a living. 𝗓𝗓𝗏 hesitated, explaining that she couldn't share that information because 𝗧𝗓 had asked them not to. Izuku pleaded, expressing his frustration that every time he asked his mother, she insisted that Toshinori was his father and dismissed what others said. He felt that 𝗓𝗓𝗏, Uncle 𝗬𝗂𝘁, and Kuwabara had never lied to him about his father and just wanted to know the truth. 𝗓𝗓𝗏 reiterated that she couldn't reveal anything because of 𝗧𝗓's wishes, but Izuku's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. He answered the call, and Inko's voice came through, asking where he was. Izuku replied that he was at a friend's house. Outside, 𝗬𝗂𝘁, 𝗔𝗂𝘁, and Kuwabara discussed Izuku's situation, with 𝗔𝗂𝘁 expressing surprise that 𝗧𝗓 had a child with a human woman. Yusuke explained that 𝐻𝐻 had left Izuku in their care for protection and shared that Izuku knew nothing about 𝐻𝐻 except for his name and that he was a great fighter. Back with Izuku, Inko's voice was stern as she informed him he was grounded and would have no phone or time with friends. Izuku protested, pointing out that he had only defended himself against Katsuki, who had tried to hurt him. Inko accused him of always causing trouble and not attending class, while Izuku felt she never believed him. Frustrated, he declared that he was done talking and ended the call, throwing his phone against the wall in anger. 𝗬𝗏𝐼𝐼 rushed to his side as he dropped to his knees, tears in his eyes, the necklace around his neck glowing brightly. She hugged him tightly as he cried, and he asked if he could stay with her and Uncle Kuwabara. 𝗬𝗏𝐼𝐼 assured him he could, as he was family. The next day, Ochako spotted Kirishima and ran up to him, asking how he was. Kirishima replied that he was fine and inquired about Izuku, revealing that he had broken his phone after an argument with his mother. Ochako expressed concern for Izuku's well-being, and Kirishima confirmed that he wouldn't be coming to school that day due to his anger over his father's identity. Later, Izuku approached someone's house and knocked on the door. When it opened, he was greeted by Kurama, who invited him inside. They sat down, and Izuku asked if Aunt Midnight was around, but Kurama informed him she was at work. Izuku shared his struggle to find information about his father, feeling frustrated that no one would tell him anything. He expressed his belief that Toshinori was not his real father and that 𝗬𝗏𝐼𝐼, Yusuke, and Kuwabara had shared bits of information about 𝐻𝐻. Kurama listened intently and then reflected on 𝐻𝐻's complicated nature, explaining that when he first met 𝐻𝐻, he was ruthless and uncaring but had learned to care for others in his own way. Izuku recognized some of those traits in himself, realizing he had his mother's looks but his father's personality. He pressed Kurama for 𝐻𝐻's whereabouts, but Kurama advised against seeking him out, stating it was for Izuku's protection. Izuku questioned what he needed protection from, leaving the conversation hanging in uncertainty. Everyone kept insisting that Izuku shouldn't search for his father or meet him, claiming it was to protect him. But he wondered why he needed protection. If it was from his mother, then they were failing miserably. He felt trapped in a nightmare. His school wanted him to conform, and his so-called mother seemed to want nothing to do with him. She treated her daughter like a princess while he felt like an outcast. Even Izumi, who shared no BLD with him, received more affection. Izuku longed to find his father, to understand what kind of person he was, and to know if he was the reason for his father's absence. Did he hate him? Did he not want him? These questions haunted him, and the only person who could answer them was unreachable. As he stood up, he expressed his gratitude to Kurama for their conversation, stating that he had to leave. Kurama watched as Izuku approached the door and called out to him. Izuku paused, and Kurama reassured him that his father loved him, even if he wasn't present at the moment. He explained that when Izuku was older, he would understand that everything his father did was to protect him. He emphasized that his father did not hate him, he only wanted to keep him safe. Izuku thanked Kurama for the reassurance but expressed his longing to see his father in person. He felt that if his father truly wanted to protect him, he wouldn't have left him in this difficult situation. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside, heading back to the Kuwabara household. As he walked, someone caught his attention. Liu Kang leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Izuku asked what Liu Kang wanted, and Liu Kang noted that he sought answers but might not receive the ones he desired. Frustrated, Izuku told Liu Kang to leave if he wasn't going to provide any information about his father. Liu Kang acknowledged Izuku's feelings but left him with a parting thought. His father may not be physically present, but he was always watching over him since the day he was born. Liu Kang then tossed Izuku a new phone, which he instinctively caught. Surprised, Izuku examined the gift, realizing it was a replacement for the one he had broken. Time passed, and Izuku decided to confront his problems at home instead of running away. He entered the house and closed the door behind him, only to be abruptly lifted off the ground by Inko, who grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and glared at him. She demanded to know where he had been, as the school had called to report his absence. Izuku explained that he had been visiting his uncle, but Inko accused him of lying. She had called Mitsuki and Masaru, who claimed they hadn't seen him at all, and demanded to know his whereabouts. In his slender form, approached and stated that they had been searching for him all day. He reminded Izuku that they had raised him better than this and insisted he get his act together. Izuku retorted, expressing his disbelief that they even noticed his absence, given how little they seemed to care for him. 𝗏𝗏 insisted she wasn't joking and scolded him for getting into trouble at school. She declared that he was to come straight home after school and not go anywhere without permission. As punishment for skipping school, she announced that he would receive no dinner and ordered him to his room. Izuku glared at her, feeling the weight of her words. He accused her of punishing him unfairly while Izumi and her friends constantly bullied him. He felt unheard and misunderstood, questioning why she seemed to hate him so much. 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback by his accusation, and he continued to vent his frustrations, pointing out that Izumi received better treatment simply because she had a quirk. He challenged her, questioning whether her actions were truly for his benefit or if they were just to favor Izumi. 𝗏𝗏 insisted that her intentions were for his own good, but Izuku scoffed at her reasoning. He expressed his anger, stating that her legacy as a hero meant nothing to him, and he felt that she acted more like a villain than a hero. In a moment of rage, 𝗏𝗏 used her telekinesis to send him crashing against the wall, and then again to the ground, asserting her authority. As she lifted him off the ground, she smirked, telling him that he was nothing without a quirk and that he didn't have to follow in her footsteps if he didn't want to. She then dropped him, and as he struggled to get up, she yanked the tear stone necklace from around his neck, claiming it was the only thing he cared about. Izumi, hearing her name, approached, and 𝗏𝗏 handed her the necklace. Izuku protested, demanding it back, but 𝗏𝗏 dismissed his claims, stating it now belonged to Izumi. Izumi smirked as she put on the necklace, looking down at Izuku with a sense of triumph. Izuku gritted his teeth as he walked upstairs, heading to his room and slamming the door behind him. He sat on his bed, his mind racing with thoughts of how to retrieve the necklace that had been taken from him. It was the only thing he had left to remember his father by, and the anger bubbled inside him. Yet, he knew he had to bide his time. Deep within him, something stirred, awakened by the absence of the necklace. It felt as if a presence was waiting for the right moment to emerge. 2 weeks later, it was the last day of middle school for the first-year students, who would soon advance to the second year. The classroom buzzed with chatter as Izumi proudly displayed the necklace that had been taken from Izuku. He had distanced himself from Ochako, Kirishima, and Jiro, trying to keep his emotions in check while plotting his next move. The teacher entered with a stack of papers, announcing that he had planned to give them a career test, but he knew most of them aspired to be heroes. The classroom erupted in cheers. The teacher calmed them down and mentioned that Bakugo, the Todoroki twins, and Izumi would be attending UA in 2 years. Some students expressed doubt about their chances of acceptance. The teacher reassured them that they would all be great heroes, except for one student. Bakugo, ever the provocateur, dismissed the others as mere extras, claiming they would be lucky to be sidekicks to lesser heroes. Izuku, feeling the tension rise, thought it best to let them talk. He believed that no one in the room could truly become a hero, except for a select few. When the teacher called on him to share his thoughts, Izuku expressed his disdain for the idea of being a hero, stating that it was a foolish pursuit and that most of his classmates lacked what it took to succeed. The teacher challenged him, suggesting he was speaking about himself. Bakugo taunted him, insisting that without a quirk, he had no chance of being a hero. Izuku shot back, suggesting that quirks were merely crutches for the weak. He pointed out that he had managed to stand up to Bakugo despite not having a quirk. Bakugo, furious, attempted to intimidate Izuku with an explosion, but Izuku remained unfazed, staring him down. The confrontation escalated, with Izuku calling Bakugo a coward and a bully. Bakugo's temper flared, and he prepared to retaliate, but Izuku swiftly grabbed his hand, twisting it and causing Bakugo to cry out in pain. With a swift motion, Izuku punched Bakugo, sending him crashing against the board, which cracked upon impact. Katsumi rushed to her brother's side, concern etched on her face. The teacher intervened, demanding that Izuku stop, but Izuku retorted that the teacher should have addressed Bakugo's aggression first. The teacher warned him that this was the last day of school, but Izuku dismissed him, declaring he would never return. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Students cheered and hurried out of the classroom. Izuku began to pack his things when Kirishima approached him, suggesting he leave first. Izuku decided to make a quick phone call before leaving. He dialed his aunt Yukaina, asking if he could move in with her, Kirishima, and Uncle Kuwabara. She agreed to discuss it further when he came over. After hanging up, Izuku prepared to exit the classroom, only to find 5 classmates blocking his way. Katsumi confronted him, furious about her brother's injury. Izuku shrugged off her anger, suggesting that Bakugo should have known better than to pick a fight he couldn't win. Shoka threatened him, recalling past encounters where they had overpowered him. Izuku reminded them that he had learned to fight back, and they were no longer a threat. As he dropped his backpack, Katsumi charged at him, launching an explosion. Izuku expertly countered, flipping her over his shoulder. The confrontation had only just begun, and Izuku was ready to stand his ground. Izuku found himself slammed to the ground, feeling the weight of defeat. Shoto charged up his flames, preparing to strike, but Izuku tilted his head to the side, dodging the punch. He retaliated with a knee to Shoto's gut, spinning around to deliver a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Ochako, Jiro, and Kirishima were nearby, their concern palpable. They heard the commotion and rushed toward the classroom, where they found the teacher blocking the door. Kirishima shouted in frustration, demanding to know why the teacher was preventing them from entering. The teacher insisted they should leave, but Ochako stood her ground, refusing to abandon Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku struggled to rise, but a sudden psychic blast from Izumi knocked him back down. He gripped his head in pain as she unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving him on his knees. Just then, Katsuki joined in, launching explosions that sent Izuku reeling against the wall. Shoto and Shoka seized his arms, holding him in place as Izumi looked down at him with a smirk. Kirishima couldn't believe what he was witnessing and demanded the teacher intervene. The teacher coldly explained that Izuku needed to learn his place in a world where those without quirks were deemed inferior. Izumi taunted Izuku, reminding him that he was always in their way, trying to act superior when he was nothing more than a failure. In a moment of defiance, Izuku spat at her, but she merely laughed and decided to toy with him further. She removed his cherished necklace, holding it up for him to see. She mocked its significance, claiming it was just an ordinary piece of jewelry. Then, with a cruel smile, she dropped it to the floor and stomped on it, shattering it right before his eyes. Izuku's heart sank as he stared at the broken pieces, feeling as if time had stopped. A memory flashed in his mind. At 5 years old, he had been in the backyard, watching Toshinori and Inko play with Izumi and the Bakugo twins. It was his birthday, but there were no celebrations for him. Just then, a girl named Yukaina approached, introducing herself as a friend of his mother. She handed him an appealing necklace, telling him to wear it every day and never take it off. Years later, at 11, he learned from Yukaina that the necklace was a family heirloom, originally given to his father. She had urged him to keep it safe, and he promised he would. Now, as he looked at the shattered remnants on the floor, a tear rolled down his cheek. Izumi's laughter echoed around him, taunting him as the twins joined in. But deep within, something snapped. Izuku unleashed a primal scream, filled with all the pain and frustration he had endured. Black flames erupted from Izuku, sending Izumi and the twins flying. A black gauntlet adorned with a red gem appeared on his right hand, and a third eye opened on his forehead as the flames swirled around him. Izumi watched in shock as Izuku's eyes glowed red, his hair spiking up amidst the raging flames. He looked at her and let out a chilling laugh, revealing that he had awakened. Izuku now stood before the Bakugo twins, the Todoroki twins, and Izumi, his 3 eyes and black gauntlet striking fear into their hearts. Shoto thought to himself, questioning what had happened to Izuku, while Shoka shared the same confusion. Izuku's voice, now dark and menacing, thanked them for the emotional turmoil they had caused him, especially after the destruction of a necklace that had once held him back. Izumi, bewildered, demanded to know what he meant. Izuku chuckled darkly, explaining that when her mother removed the necklace from him, it had set him free. He expressed gratitude for their actions that had led to his return, hinting at the chaos he intended to unleash. Katsuki, filled with anger, shouted at Izuku, demanding to know who he was. Izuku dismissed him, asserting that weak humans like them had no right to challenge him. Just then, a teacher entered the room, only to be silenced as Izuku's gauntlet pierced through his chest. The teacher disintegrated into ashes, shocking everyone, including Kirishima, Ochako, and Jiro, who were horrified by the scene. Izuku turned his attention back to Izumi and her friends, declaring that now he could focus on them. When Izumi unleashed her psychic blast, Izuku merely stood there, unimpressed, as it had no effect on him. His Jugon eye glowed brightly as he raised his gauntlet, lifting Izumi off the ground before slamming her down so hard that she crashed through the floor into the next classroom. Another teacher, bewildered by the chaos, questioned what was happening. Katsumi rushed at Izuku, calling out to him, but he grabbed her face with his gauntlet, silencing her. He lamented how much of a nuisance she was, recalling how he once liked her, before punching her in the gut and sending her crashing through the wall. Shoto attempted to intervene but was met with Izuku's swift kick, causing him to cough up blood as he was propelled through the same wall. Shoka ignited her flames and charged at Izuku, channeling her power into a punch, only for Izuku to block it effortlessly with his gauntlet. Her flames were absorbed, leaving her stunned, and Izuku backhanded her, sending her flying across the classroom, unconscious. Kirishima, witnessing the devastation, was about to rush in but was held back by teachers and the principal, who called out to Izuku, demanding he stop. Izuku regarded the principal with indifference as he continued to scold him for his actions, declaring that he would be expelled. Izuku scoffed at the notion, pointing out the hypocrisy of humans who judged him while having tormented him for so long. As he formed a black fireball in his hands, Kirishima panicked, realizing they needed to stop him. Jiro felt helpless, while Kirishima insisted he had to intervene, as Izuku was family. Izuku declared that it was time for judgment, and the flames engulfed the principal, destroying him completely. The flames continued to grow, consuming the teachers as Kirishima grabbed the girls and fled the scene. Suddenly, the entire school building exploded, obliterating everything in its vicinity. All Might, perched atop a building, witnessed the pillar of black flames and felt the ground tremble beneath him, recognizing it as Izumi's school. He leaped into action, heading toward the chaos. Inko rushed to the scene, alarmed by the destruction, while people called for heroes to intervene. Genkai sensed the ominous power, and Yusuke felt a dark presence, prompting Kuwabara to urge him to act quickly. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Hai finished some paperwork and gazed out the window. Mikuro, sensing his unease, inquired about it. Hai, reluctant to share his feelings, eventually revealed his concerns about Izuku and the potential dangers he faced. Mikuro urged him to visit Izuku, reminding him that he was protecting him from threats that lurked in the shadows. Hai acknowledged the risks but felt the weight of his past decisions. They both sensed a surge of ominous power, indicating that Izuku's abilities had awakened, likely triggered by the loss of the necklace Hai had given him. Back with Izuku, he surveyed the ruins of his former school, the destruction complete. The only survivors were Ochako, Kirishima, Jiro, Katsumi, Katsuki, Shoto, and Shoka, with Izumi in particularly bad shape from his earlier attack. Standing amidst the devastation, Izuku smiled, relishing the chaos he had unleashed. He mused about the thrill of it all, wondering where he had left off in his plans. Izuku gazed at the struggling Katsuki Bakugo, who was attempting to rise. It seemed they had their first target. Katsuki, filled with confusion, wondered what was happening. As Izuku approached him, a trail of black flames flickered behind him, instilling fear in Katsuki. When Izuku was close enough, he raised his right hand, aiming it at the ash-blonde boy while uttering a single word. With a commanding tone, Izuku declared his intent. Just then, a powerful force descended, but Izuku swiftly evaded the attack, landing a safe distance away. He remarked on the continuous emergence of foes, questioning if All Might was aware of his actions. All Might's eyes widened in shock as he took in Izuku's 3 eyes and the ominous black gauntlet on his right arm, a sinister smile gracing Izuku's face. Izuku taunted All Might, suggesting that he might want to join the others in defeat. All Might, determined to stop him, charged forward with a fierce attack. However, Izuku nimbly sidestepped the blow, effortlessly avoiding it. He then countered with a powerful punch to All Might's midsection, causing the number 1 hero to cough and be propelled back against a wall. Izuku laughed, challenging All Might to bring more to the fight. Izuku felt himself being lifted into the air and slammed against a wall. He looked up to see a furious 𝐒𝐭𝐲 glaring at him. She demanded that he stop, but Izuku's Juggin eye glowed, breaking her grip and shocking her. 𝗒𝐭𝐲 was suddenly pulled toward him, and he reared his right arm back, moving it forward and striking her in the jaw. She was sent flying but was caught by All Might as they landed on the ground. All Might sensed something was wrong. Whoever this was, it was not Izuku. 𝗒𝐭𝐲 expressed her frustration, noting that her son was always trouble. Izuku took a deep breath. 𝗒𝐭𝐲 managed to fly into the air to avoid the flames, but All Might was caught in the blast. Using her telekinesis, 𝗒𝐭𝐲 lifted some large rocks, and Izuku smirked, confident in his abilities. He unleashed flames that blasted her out of the air. As she fell, he appeared and kicked her down with a powerful strike. All Might launched himself at Izuku, who was ready for him. All Might attempted to strike, but Izuku dodged effortlessly, engulfing his fist in flames and sending All Might away. He then turned his attention back to 𝗒𝐭𝐲, who was struggling to get up. As she tried to use her quirk, Izuku's Juggin eye glowed again, pulling her toward him with a snap of his fingers. Red lightning ropes appeared, binding 𝗒𝐭𝐲 and rendering her unable to move. She looked at her son, who now had her at his mercy. Izuku expressed his gratitude to her for being a source of pain for him, revealing that he intended to fulfill Izuku's dream of eliminating those who caused him suffering. He raised his scythe, ready to strike, until he heard Ochako calling his name. He turned to see her wounded, blood streaming down her arm, with Jiro unconscious beside her and Kirishima protecting her. Kirishima urged Izuku to come back to his senses, while Ochako pleaded with him, tears streaming down her face. Izuku's scythe vanished, and he clutched his head, chuckling as he realized the original Izuku was regaining control. He acknowledged that it had been fun tormenting the humans but decided to leave for now. As his gauntlet disappeared and his eyes returned to normal, he dropped to his knees, unconscious and face down in the dirt. Ochako, using her remaining strength, rushed to check on him and confirmed he was still alive. The bindings on 𝗒𝐭𝐲 broke, and they heard sirens as police and an ambulance arrived. Yusuke, Kurama, and Kuwabara came to see what was happening. They rushed to check on Izuku and Kirishima, who were on the ground. Kuwabara asked Kirishima if he was okay, to which Kirishima replied that he was fine, just a few bruises. Liu Kang, watching from a distance, vanished in a swirl of flames. Later, 2 hours had passed since the incident. Izuku was brought to the hospital for examination. In his mindscape, he found himself in a strange place, questioning where he was. A massive dragon appeared before him, introducing itself as Anubis, the apex dragon, and revealing that it had been with him since 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. Izuku was taken aback, wondering why the dragon was sealed inside him. Anubis indicated that they would need to talk later. In the real world, a bright light engulfed Izuku, and he awoke to a white ceiling. He sat up and saw Kurama sitting in a chair, reading a book. Kurama smiled, relieved that Izuku was awake. Izuku asked what had happened, but as memories flooded back, he panicked about Ochako, Jiro, and Kirishima. Kurama reassured him that they were fine. Ochako had a broken arm, Kirishima had a sprained ankle, and Jiro was okay. A knock on the door revealed Yusuke and Kuwabara. Izuku apologized for what had happened, but Kuwabara urged him to calm down. Yusuke explained that Ochako had filled them in on the events. Kurama added that Izuku had lost control and attacked those who had bullied him, even destroying the school. Izuku was shocked to learn about the destruction, but Kuwabara noted that the teacher had done nothing to stop the bullying, and Yusuke agreed that the school needed to be destroyed for all the pain it had caused. Their conversation was interrupted when 𝗒𝐭𝐲 entered the room, accompanied by police officers. Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 entroduced himself and informed Izuku that he was under arrest for murder and destruction of public property, urging him to come quietly. Yusuke, Kurama, and Kuwabara were taken aback, questioning the seriousness of the situation. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was adamant that the boy was no child. He had harmed her daughter and her friends, causing destruction at the school and resulting in the loss of many innocent lives. Yusuke, however, dismissed her concerns, accusing her of mistreating Izuku and always protecting those who tormented him. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 warned him to watch his words, reminding him of her status as the number 3 hero, but Yusuke was unfazed. He declared that he would do anything to protect his nephew, regardless of her title. 𝗬𝗪𝐻𝐸 intervened, stating that if Yusuke did not back down, he would face arrest alongside Izuku. Yusuke retorted, questioning why 𝗂𝐭𝐲 was not held accountable for her poor parenting. 𝗬𝗪𝐻𝐸 demanded proof of her alleged mistreatment, but the tension escalated as Kurama and Kuwabara prepared for a confrontation. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, lowered his head, knowing that his uncles would prevail but fearing the consequences. He called for everyone to stop, stepping out of bed and approaching the officers. He insisted that he would go willingly, wanting to avoid any trouble for his uncles. Yusuke protested vehemently, unwilling to let Izuku face jail time. 𝗂𝐭𝐲, losing her patience, appeared ready to act, but Izuku's glare made her hesitate as the Jugen eye glowed on his forehead. 𝗬𝗪𝐻𝐸 instructed Izuku to get dressed, and once he was ready, he turned to his uncles. He asked them to ensure that Ochako, Jiro, and Kirishima would become great heroes, not to forget him. Yusuke, seeing Izuku in this state, felt a deep pain and promised that they would help him. As the police placed HNDCFFS on Izuku and led him out, reporters awaited outside. He was taken to the back of a police car, heading to Tartarus prison, much to 𝗂𝐭𝐲's satisfaction. A week later, Ochako and Kirishima sat with their parents, having just learned of Izuku's imprisonment. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 was at home after visiting Izumi, who was still recovering from the incident. All Might reassured her that they had made the right decision, but 𝗂𝐭𝐲 was troubled by the extent of Izuku's power, which had overwhelmed both her and All Might. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When 𝗂𝐭𝐲 opened it, she was confronted by Nizu, who was furious. He demanded to know what they had done by sending Izuku to jail. All Might tried to explain that they had no choice, but Nizu's anger only intensified as he warned them that they had angered someone far more dangerous than All for One. Meanwhile, Ochako lamented the unfairness of Izuku's situation, while Keiko expressed her disapproval of 𝗂𝐭𝐲's actions. Yusuke regretted not confronting 𝗂𝐭𝐲 directly, but Kurama reminded him that any aggression would have resulted in their own arrest. Izuku had made the difficult choice to take the fall to protect his friends, demonstrating true bravery. Kirishima, frustrated, punched the ground, echoing the sentiment that the situation was deeply unjust. If this is what being a hero is like, then Kirishima vowed to change that. When he became a hero, he would do everything in his power to get Izuku out of his situation. The determination in Kirishima's eyes was evident to everyone present. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the living room where they were gathered, and a figure emerged from it. Everyone's eyes widened, except for Kirishima, Jiro, and Ochako, who did not recognize the man. Yusuke and his friends, however, knew him well. Hai, with anger in his eyes and clearly not in a playful mood, demanded to know where his son was. His gaze narrowed dangerously as he released some of his power, making everyone feel uneasy. He insisted on an honest answer, as their lives depended on it. The silence that followed Hai's question only fueled his anger further. He pressed on, asking why his son's power had awakened and gone on a rampage. Yusuke urged Hai to calm down, explaining that it wasn't their fault, but rather the influence of 𝗂𝐭𝐲. Hai was taken aback by this revelation. Kirishima thought to himself that this was Izuku's father, the person he had wanted to find. Hai demanded an explanation, and Kurama stepped forward, asking Hai to remain calm for what he was about to hear. They then recounted everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, at the Yagi household, Nizu warned 𝗂𝐭𝐲 that her titles would mean nothing because Hai was coming for her, and he couldn't guarantee her safety. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 laughed at Nizu's concerns, dismissing Hai as a pathetic demon from her past. Nizu insisted that this was no joke and that they did not want to cross Hai. 𝗂𝐭𝐲, confident in her status as the number 3 hero and her husband being number 1, assured Nizu that she would be fine. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 opened it to find Mitsuki, Masaru, endeavor, and his children, including Katsuki Bakugo, who was on crutches with a broken leg and bandaged arms. Katsumi also had a broken arm from the burns caused by black flames. Shoto was in a similar state, heavily bandaged after Izuku's powerful kick, and Shoka bore burns as well. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 welcomed everyone inside, and Mitsuki expressed a wish that they could have visited under better circumstances. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 apologized for the damage caused by her son but reassured them that he wouldn't be an issue anymore. She mentioned that Izuku had been unconscious for a week after his battle with All Might, and it had been 2 days since he was taken to jail. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 had managed to visit Izuku, gaining access to a room with a single table and 2 chairs. When the guards brought him in, he wore orange prison clothes and was handcuffed. He looked at 𝐭𝐸𝐽 not with happiness, but with hidden anger in his emerald eyes. As he sat down, 𝐭𝐸𝐽's gaze was stern, but he remained indifferent. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 instructed the guards to leave, assuring them everything would be fine. Once they were alone, she confronted Izuku about his quirk, but he remained silent, staring at her. She continued, reminding him that he was in this situation because of his own actions, not because of anyone else. Izuku interrupted, expressing his frustration and telling her to leave if she was only there to lecture him. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 felt exasperated, realizing that communication with him was proving to be a challenge. Izuku remained silent, staring at his mother, 𝐭𝐸𝐽. She insisted that she could get him out of his current situation, though it wouldn't be easy. She mentioned that if she helped him, he would need to listen and obey her, ending his rebellious phase. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 expressed her longing for him to embrace his quirk and live up to her legacy, just like his sister Izumi. All she wanted was children who could continue her work as a hero, someone who protected those who couldn't protect themselves. Despite the fame and fortune she had gained, Izuku's actions felt like a betrayal to her. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 was willing to forgive him if he simply apologized to her, to Toshi, and to the Todoroki and Bakugo twins, urging him to become the good child she believed he could be. Izuku, however, remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on her. When he finally spoke, he challenged her perspective. He accused her of viewing his behavior as mere rebellion, pointing out that her favoritism had shaped him into who he was. He called her out for pretending to be a good person while neglecting and abusing him for not wanting to follow in her footsteps. He revealed that he knew the truth about his father, 𝐻𝐻, and how the necklace she had taken from him had kept his powers in check. He blamed her for the chaos that had ensued, claiming that when he lost control, he had relished every moment of it. He recounted how he had nearly harmed her but was stopped by Ochako. 𝐭𝐸𝐽's expression hardened as Izuku declared that he did not love her as a mother and that his goal was not to become a hero but to find his father. He expressed a longing to confront her and others who had tormented him, declaring that he would end their nightmare. Frustrated, 𝐭𝐸𝐽 used her quirk to send him crashing against the wall. As she lifted him with her powers, she glared at him, accusing him of being ungrateful despite her offer to help him. She tightened her grip, causing him to struggle for breath, reminding him that she had given him life. In a surprising turn, Izuku's 𝗔𝗂𝐻𝐼 activated, countering her quirk and allowing him to land on his feet. He broke free from his restraints and charged at 𝐭𝐸𝐽, delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing into the wall. The guards rushed in, but he halted them mid-attack, slamming them against the wall. However, he was soon incapacitated by a taser from a guard. As he was restrained, he glared at 𝐭𝐸𝐽, expressing his belief that she only saw him as a tool for her own ambitions. 𝐭𝐸𝐽, filled with anger, declared that he was no longer her son and that he would remain imprisoned for the rest of his life. Izuku retorted that it was the kindest thing she had ever said to him, vowing that one day he would escape and confront her. As 𝐭𝐸𝐽 left, he was taken back to his cell. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐻 learned about the events of the past 12 years. He remained silent, his emotions hidden behind his shadowed eyes. Yukaina urged him to speak, but he stayed quiet, prompting concern from those around him. Finally, he stood up, addressing Izuku by name and expressing regret for leaving him with a monster instead of protecting him. Kurama reassured him that it wasn't too late to rebuild their relationship, but 𝐻𝐻 felt the weight of his choices. Determined, 𝐻𝐻 resolved to use his 𝗔𝗂𝐻𝐼 to find Izuku and confront 𝐭𝐸𝐽. Before anyone could stop him, he vanished, leaving Yusuke frustrated by his abrupt departure. 𝐻𝐳 appeared atop a tall building, removing his headband to reveal his jugging eye. He closed his eyes, searching for Izuku. He soon found him and, with a magnificent display of his 12 devil wings, took off at incredible speed toward Tartarus prison. Meanwhile, back at Kuwabara's place, Kirishima turned to his father, expressing disbelief. He asked if that was really 𝐻𝐳. Kuwabara confirmed it, while Yukaina added that 𝐻𝐳 was also their uncle, making Izuku and Kirishima cousins. Kirishima acknowledged this but insisted that Izuku felt more like a brother to him. Kurama noted that this was where Izuku got much of his personality, and Yusuke agreed, pointing out that while the kid resembled his mother, he acted more like 𝐻𝐳. At Tartarus prison, Izuku sat restrained in his cell, wearing a straitjacket. His third eye was bandaged, along with his other eyes, keeping him confined. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Izuku was engaged in a mental conversation with his dragon, Anubis. Anubis remarked that they were going to great lengths to keep him locked up. Izuku asked if Anubis could take over his body to help him escape. Anubis explained that while he could, he preferred Izuku to learn to control his power now that he had awakened within him. He revealed that he was not as strong as he once was, but with training, Izuku could surpass the strength he had displayed in middle school. In the real world, guards stood watch in front of Tartarus prison when 𝐻𝐳 landed gracefully before them. He retracted his wings and approached the prison, drawing the guards' attention. One of the guards called out to him, surprised by his sudden appearance. 𝐻𝐳 continued to walk forward, ignoring the guards who aimed their guns at him. One of the guards questioned his intentions, suggesting he had a death wish. In an instant, 𝐻𝐳 vanished from sight, reappearing behind the guards as they fell, leaving chaos in his wake. He kicked open the front doors of the prison, which crashed to the ground. The guards present watched in shock as 𝐻𝐳 was flanked by 4 members of his peerage. 𝐻𝐳 commanded them to eliminate every guard and prisoner, declaring their intent to destroy the place completely. His allies swiftly moved into action, wreaking havoc throughout Tartarus prison. Grimjiao swiftly dispatched 10 guards, while Liu Kang and Kitana engaged in fierce combat against their foes. Gil Thunder plunged his sword into the ground, summoning lightning that struck down any villain within range. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐳 made his way to the cell where Izuku was being held. The warden, witnessing the effortless slaughter of guards and the escape of prisoners, realized the dire situation. He rushed to a phone to call for help, but lightning struck the device, rendering it useless as he fell back in shock, looking up at the figure responsible. A mysterious figure stood before him, stating that he could not allow the call for heroes to be made. Meanwhile, Mikuro, searching through Nisa's office, found what she was looking for and smiled with satisfaction. Izuku heard the explosions echoing throughout the prison, confused about what was happening until his cell door was destroyed and 𝐻𝐳 stepped inside. He saw his son, blindfolded and restrained. With a swift slash of his sword, 𝐻𝐳 freed Izuku from his bindings, surprising him. 𝐻𝐳 approached Izuku, recognizing the resemblance to 𝐒𝐭𝐻. He introduced himself, and Izuku, bewildered, asked who he was and what he wanted. 𝐻𝐳 assured him they would talk later and urged him to escape. They ran together, dodging explosions as they navigated through the chaos. Suddenly, someone emerged from the shadows, kneeling beside 𝐻𝐳. It was Megumi. She informed him that Mikuro had successfully retrieved what he had requested and acknowledged that he had found Izuku. With their mission accomplished, Liu Kang summoned a dragon of flames that consumed many guards, while Kitana skillfully dispatched several villains with her spinning fans. 𝐻𝐳 communicated telepathically, signaling that it was time to leave. His allies responded in unison, and they regrouped with 𝐻𝐳, who held onto Izuku as they flew out of Tartarus. Once outside, 𝐻𝐳 set Izuku down and turned his attention back to the prison, determined to destroy it for good. He unwrapped the bandages from his right arm, revealing black flames that surged from his hand. He prepared to unleash his power, ready to obliterate the prison once and for all. The giant beast of darkness collided with the building, causing an explosion that shook the entire area. Before concluding the story, it's important to introduce 𝐻𝐳's peerage: King 𝐻𝐳, Queen Mikuro, Knight 1 Gil Thunder, Knight 2 Grimjiao, Bishop Nizu, Rook 1 Liu Kang, Rook 2 Kitana, Pawn 1 Megumi Fushiguro, Pawn 2 Killua, and Pawn 3 Lady Nagant. As 𝐻𝐳 and his peerage descended to the ground, Izuku remained on guard, wary of their presence. 𝐻𝐳 noticed Izuku's caution and smiled slightly, recognizing their similarities. Approaching Izuku, 𝐻𝐳 stood before him, who was looking back with uncertainty. 𝐻𝐳 chuckled softly, remarking on their resemblance and confirming their connection as father and son. Izuku's world seemed to stop as he processed 𝐻𝐳's words, his guard dropping in surprise. However, before he could fully respond, 𝐻𝐳 delivered a swift punch to his gut, not intending to harm but to render him unconscious. As Izuku doubled over, 𝐻𝐳 caught him and gently laid him on the grass. Turning to Liu Kang, 𝐻𝐳 requested him to take Izuku to Yukaina for safekeeping. Liu Kang agreed and teleported away with Izuku over his shoulder. 𝐻𝐳 clenched his fist, signaling to his peerage that it was time to move on, and they vanished. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐭𝐸 and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 were discussing Izuku's newfound power. 𝗒𝐭𝐸 expressed concern over Izuku's ability to use black flames, which burned hotter than 𝗕𝗏𝗏's own flames. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 contemplated the potential of a quirk marriage between Izuku and his daughter, Shoka, envisioning a powerful offspring. At the Kuwabara household, everyone was engaged in conversation. Ochako questioned why 𝐻𝐳 had been absent for so long. Yusuke suggested that it was a story for another time, emphasizing that it was 𝐻𝐳's to tell. Just then, a magic circle appeared, and Liu Kang emerged, carrying an unconscious Izuku. Ochako stood up, ready to confront him, but Yusuke reassured her that Liu Kang was an ally of 𝐻𝐳. 𝗒𝐭𝐸, at home with All Might, Mitsuki, and the Todoroki and Bakuga twins, was asked by Katsuki about Izuku's quirk. 𝗒𝐭𝐸 expressed her frustration, admitting she had given up trying to understand him. Mitsuki defended Izuku, acknowledging that he had been a handful but was still her son. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. 𝗒𝐭𝐸, humming a tune, opened it to find 𝐻𝐳 on the other side. He grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground, and demanded they talk. All Might rushed to intervene, but dark tendrils emerged from his shadow, restraining him. Megumi, appearing from the shadows, warned All Might not to get involved, as 𝐻𝐳 was already in a furious mood. Before they could react, a powerful blast of wind sent the twins crashing through the wall. Echidna appeared, aiming her bladed fan at Mitsuki's neck, cautioning her to stay still. Nizu, witnessing the chaos, felt a wave of panic wash over him. All Might glared at 𝐻𝐳, who told him to be quiet, promising to deal with him after addressing 𝗒𝐽𝐸. 𝐻𝐳 slammed 𝗒𝗏𝗏 into the ground, asserting that her quirk could not harm him. He threw her aside as she struggled to catch her breath, warning her of the consequences of her actions against his son. 𝗒𝗏𝗏 attempted to retaliate, lifting debris with her quirk and hurling it at 𝐻𝐳, who effortlessly dodged and countered with a powerful kick, sending her crashing to the ground. Might fought against Megumi's shadow bindings, determined to protect 𝗒𝗏𝗏. Breaking free, All Might rushed to punch 𝗻𝐳, unleashing a powerful attack. To his surprise, 𝗻𝐳 caught his fist with ease, unimpressed. 𝗻𝐳 then delivered a devastating uppercut, sending All Might into the air before following up with a crushing axe kick that brought him down with authority. The ground trembled as AM struggled to rise, steam rising from his body. 𝗻𝐳 warned him that it would be wise to stay down, as he was already in a foul mood. AM, undeterred, declared that he would not allow 𝗻𝐳 to harm his wife. 𝗻𝐳 then called out to Killua, the white-haired devil who appeared beside him, instructing him to deal with 𝗵𝗏𝗏. Suddenly, explosions echoed in the distance, and they turned to see Katsuki blasting his way toward them. Katsuki shouted for them to leave his friends alone, but Killua, appearing behind him, surprised the ash-haired blonde and delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck, sending him to the ground. Killua then focused on All Might, asking if he could take him down. 𝗻𝗳 encouraged him, stating that they were all going to perish anyway. With a surge of lightning surrounding him, Killua vanished, reappearing to attack All Might, who found himself unable to defend against the final punch that sent him crashing through the trees. Meanwhile, 𝗻𝗳 approached 𝗒𝗏𝗏, who was still on the ground. As she got up and looked at him, he unsheathed his sword, vowing to ensure her demise would be slow and painful, each scar a reminder of the suffering she had caused his son. 𝗒𝗏𝗏 challenged 𝗻𝗳, questioning his absence over the years. 𝗻𝗳 dismissed her words, stating it was pointless to explain anything to a dead woman. In a flash, he was before her, sword raised, ready to strike. Just as he brought it down, a scar wrapped around his hands, halting his attack. 𝐻𝐻 was taken aback and turned to see Aizawa, his eyes glowing with determination, declaring that enough was enough and that they were all under arrest. Behind Aizawa stood numerous police officers, their weapons aimed at 𝐻𝐻 and Killua. 𝐻𝐻 demanded to know what was happening, realizing that neighbors had called the police about the chaos. Nizu watched from a distance, visibly shaken as he observed the destruction unfolding. 𝐻𝐻 warned Nizu to call off Aizawa before he harmed him and the officers. Nizu, after a moment of hesitation, instructed Aizawa to release 𝐻𝐻, leaving Aizawa confused and concerned for his safety. Despite Aizawa's protests, 𝐻𝐻 broke free from the scarf, shocking Aizawa, who had never seen anyone escape it before. However, his surprise quickly turned to pain as Killua attacked, sending Aizawa crashing through a house. The police were about to open fire when 𝗔𝗓𝗓 stabbed his sword into the ground, causing lightning to strike every officer present. Nizu watched in horror as his allies were effortlessly overwhelmed. 𝐻𝐻 found the situation annoying, and a boulder suddenly slammed down onto him. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, having regained her strength, used her quirk to fight back. But 𝐻𝐻, now floating above her with 4 devil wings, taunted her, slicing off her left arm. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 screamed in pain as she fell to the ground. All Might, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger and leaped into the air to confront 𝐻𝐻, but was intercepted by Grimmjow, who delivered a powerful kick to All Might's gut, causing him to cough up blood and crash to the ground. Grimmjow expressed his disappointment that fighting the so-called #1 hero was not as entertaining as he had hoped. 𝐻𝐻 descended to the ground, approaching 𝐭𝐚𝐲, who clutched her bleeding stump in fear. 𝐻𝐻 was determined to finish what he should have done 12 years ago after Izuku was born. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 pleaded for her life, reminding him that she was the mother of his son. 𝐻𝐻 coldly replied that it wouldn't be the first time he had spilled blood, and this time, the person he was about to kill deserved it. He had spared her before only because she was PRGNT with Izuku, but now he felt no hesitation. As 𝐻𝐻 raised his blade, Nizu stepped in front of 𝐭𝐚𝐲, pleading with 𝐻𝐻 to reconsider his actions. 𝐻𝐻, taken aback, questioned Nizu's interference. 𝐻𝐻 was consumed by rage, feeling that the woman who had hurt his son deserved to face severe consequences. He warned her to step aside, threatening that she might be next. Nizu, sensing the tension, pleaded with 𝐻𝐻, acknowledging that while the woman deserved his wrath, there were other ways to handle the situation. He reminded 𝐻𝐻 that acting impulsively could expose humans to the supernatural, and killing 𝐭𝐚𝐲 would not resolve anything. 𝐻𝐻's anger was palpable as he prepared to respond, but a hand on his shoulder halted him. It was Mikuro, who suggested that 𝐻𝐻 allow Nizu to manage the situation. She pointed out that Nizu had always been reliable and had learned from 𝐻𝐻 himself. 𝐻𝐻 was incredulous at the suggestion but reluctantly considered Mikuro's words. He glanced at 𝐭𝐚𝐲, who was trying to stop the bleeding from her arm. With a heavy heart, 𝐻𝐻 sheathed his sword and addressed her, making it clear that she would not die today, but she would suffer for what she had done to his son. He vowed to destroy everything she cared about, promising that only when she was utterly broken would he end her misery. Turning away, he declared that Izuku would now be with him, severing any ties 𝐭𝐚𝐲 had to her son. 𝐻𝐻 warned her that if she did not ensure they paid for their actions, he would return to exact his vengeance. As 𝐻𝐻 and his peerage vanished through a magic circle, the police officers surrounding them suddenly fell asleep, enveloped by a green smoke. Nizu, who remained awake, looked up to see Kurama landing beside him. Kurama expressed concern that 𝐻𝐻 should have dealt with 𝐭𝐚𝐲 while he had the chance and inquired about the memories of those present. Nizu assured him that he had it under control, raising his paw to erase the memories of everyone in the vicinity except for 𝐭𝐚𝐲 and All Might. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐻 reappeared in a living room filled with his peerage, where Yukaina, Kuwabara, Yusuke, Keiko, and Ochako were present, but Jiro had already gone home. 𝐻𝐻 demanded to know where Izuku was, and moments later, Izuku entered the room, staring at his father. 𝐻𝐻 observed his son, who bore a striking resemblance to 𝐭𝐚𝐲 but had his own spirit. As Izuku approached, he acknowledged 𝐻𝐻 as his father, tears streaming down his face. The room fell silent until Kuwabara suggested they give the two some space, and everyone else left, leaving only Hai and Izuku. Izuku broke the silence, calling Hai, Dad, which caused Hai to widen his eyes in surprise. However, Izuku's emotions took over, and he punched Hai in the gut. Hai winced in pain as Izuku confronted him about the years he had spent with Inko, the torment he had endured, and the longing he felt to know his father. Izuku expressed his frustration, recounting how he had been bullied and abandoned by friends once they discovered he was quirkless. He had felt isolated until he found camaraderie with Kirishima and Ochako, who had helped him through tough times. As Izuku continued, he spoke of the relentless misery inflicted by Inko and others, and how he had always taken the blame for things that went wrong. His fists clenched as he questioned Hai's absence during his struggles, wondering if he had been left behind because of something he had done. In a moment of vulnerability, Izuku lowered his hand, hesitating to strike again. An unexpected gesture, Hai pulled Izuku into a fatherly embrace, allowing his son to cry on his shoulder. Izuku released all the pent-up emotions he had carried for years, and Hai whispered that he had never hated him. The bond between them began to mend, and in that moment, they both understood the depth of their connection and the challenges that lay ahead. Never bring myself to hate my own son. I am here now, and I will never leave you again. Chapter 4. The End. A lion does not concern himself with the opinion of sheep. Tywin Lannister the father and son stood silently as Izuku finished crying. He released Hai and they exchanged a long, intense gaze. Izuku needed answers. He asked why Hai had left and why he couldn't take him along. Hai recognized that it was time for the truth to be revealed. He called for the others to return, and they all came back in, settling down, including Hai's peerage members. Hai began to speak, looking at Izuku, who was seated next to Ochako. He explained that 12 years ago, when Izuku was born, he had been present but could not come to the hospital because he feared for Inko's safety. He knew that Izuku possessed great power within him, which was why he had instructed Yukaina to give him the tear necklace. Izuku recalled the necklace, realizing its significance. Hai confirmed that he had infused it with his power to keep Izuku's abilities in check, which was why he had been unable to access his true potential until it was awakened. Izuku mentioned that his half-sister, Izumi, had broken the necklace, and Aunt Yukaina had told him it was a gift from Hai, which was why he had never taken it off. Hai then acknowledged that Izuku was aware of the power within him, named Anubis. Suddenly, Izuku's right arm spoke, surprising everyone. He reassured them that it was Anubis, the dragon residing inside him. Anubis introduced himself as Izuku's sacred gear, the black dragon of the apocalypse. Hai recalled Anubis as one of the former 12 dragon gods, which astonished everyone in Hai's peerage. Yusuke and the others looked confused as Izuku sought clarification about what it meant to be a dragon god. Hai explained that Anubis's soul was now within Izuku. Izuku was curious about why Anubis had chosen him as a host. Anubis explained that after his death centuries ago, his soul had entered a void, and he had waited a long time before selecting Izuku, recognizing his potential due to his lineage. Hai then emphasized the importance of what he was about to reveal, ensuring that it would remain confidential. He began to explain the world he came from, a realm filled with supernatural beings like devils, angels, and fallen angels. Hai shared that he was a devil, specifically half devil and half dragon, and that Izuku was also half devil and half human. Izuku's eyes widened at this revelation, and his friends were equally shocked. Hai elaborated that half-devils were looked down upon in the underworld, and due to Izuku's powerful sacred gear, he would have been in danger without the necklace. He recounted the history of conflict among the three factions, angels, devils, and fallen angels, and how this had led to a significant weakening of their races. Hai explained that some factions sought to reignite war, and as one of the 4 devil kings, he had been working to maintain peace. Izuku learned that Hai's devil name was Asmodeus, one of the 4 devil kings. Hai had left to protect Izuku, knowing that if anyone discovered he was his son, they would have sought to harm him to get to Hai. Izuku absorbed this information, looking at his father with a mix of emotions. Yusuke confirmed the truth of Hai's words, and 𝗂𝐵𝗲𝗃 shared his own experiences in the demon world, recalling their adventures. High's teasing remarks towards 𝗂𝐵𝗃𝗃 prompted a humorous exchange, but Izuku remained focused on the gravity of the situation. He realized that High had indeed left to protect him. High then expressed his longing for Izuku to come and live with him in the underworld, knowing that many from the underworld would soon be searching for him now that the necklace was broken. Silence filled the room as everyone processed this new reality, and it was Izuku who finally made a decision. To break the silence, High expressed his longing for Izuku to accompany him to the underworld. He believed that by doing so, Izuku would be safe and have the opportunity to learn about the underworld, as well as train to become stronger against any enemies he might face. Izuku hesitated, uncertain about the offer. High acknowledged that it was a lot to consider and decided to give Izuku some time to think it over. Izuku nodded in response. High's peerage surrounded him, and a black magic circle appeared beneath them as they teleported away. Ochako marveled at the situation, exclaiming how surprising it was to learn that Izuku's father was the Devil King. Izuku looked at 𝗂𝐵𝗃𝗃 and asked if he could stay there for the night. 𝗂𝐵𝗃𝗃 welcomed him, assuring him that he was always welcome as his nephew. 2 weeks passed since 𝗃𝐭𝐽 and All Might's battle with High. 𝗃𝐭𝐽 had to undergo surgery to reattach her arm after High's attack and had been recovering in the hospital. Today, she was finally being discharged, and her daughter Izumi was by her side, along with her father, Toshinori. 𝗃𝐭𝐽's arm was bandaged and in a sling. Izumi expressed her joy at her mother's discharge, and 𝗃𝐭𝐽 shared her eagerness to return to hero work and find High. All Might reassured them that the heroes were on the case, noting that High had likely been hiding. As they left the hospital room, 𝗃𝐭𝐽 noticed the news was on in the waiting area. A reporter announced a breaking news story about a press conference called by Nizu, the principal of UA. The scene shifted to Nizu, who was seated next to Izuku, who was dressed in a suit and tie. The media clamored for attention, but Nizu raised his hand to silence them. Nizu began the conference, revealing that Izuku had come to him with significant information about a top-tier hero. He invited Izuku to share his story. Clearing his throat, Izuku introduced himself as the son of the pro-hero Magnetic. 𝗃𝐭𝐽's eyes widened as her heart raced. Izuku continued, explaining that while many viewed his mother as an amazing hero, he had a different perspective. He recounted how, despite being happy with her, he never aspired to be a hero himself. When he discovered he was quirkless, his mother wanted nothing to do with him. The reporters gasped as Izuku revealed that his stepfather was All Might, who had witnessed the verbal and physical abuse he endured from his mother. He shared how his friends, including Katsuki, Katsumi, and his half-sister Izumi, had tormented him for being quirkless. Despite believing they were friends, they had turned against him, perpetuating a cycle of bullying that he could not escape. Even when he confided in his mother about the bullying at school, she did not believe him, nor did All Might intervene. As Izuku spoke, 𝗃𝐭𝐽, All Might, and Izumi watched with growing concern. Izuku described middle school as even worse, where he felt like a nobody among those with quirks. He recounted the destruction of Aldera Junior High, expressing that he felt indifferent about it, believing a school that allowed such torment did not deserve to exist. He then requested Nizu to show the audience a special video that documented his experiences. Nizu activated the camera, revealing the painful moments of Izuku's life. 𝗃𝐭𝐽's harsh words echoed, declaring that he was nothing without a quirk and that she was done with him. The video displayed the many times he had been bullied, the teachers in action, and the moments he fought back only to be reprimanded. The audience was stunned, murmuring in disbelief as they witnessed the truth of Izuku's suffering. Izuku concluded the presentation by questioning the audience about who they could turn to when those meant to protect them became the source of their pain. He challenged them to reconsider what it meant to be a hero, emphasizing that being quirkless did not diminish his humanity. He expressed his sorrow for anyone who still believed that such behavior was acceptable in a hero, leaving the crowd to ponder the true nature of heroism. "Thank you all for your time." He walked away, leaving the room as Nizu began to speak. Nizu explained that a statement had been provided by the Hero Commission a week prior. After reviewing the situation, it was decided that Magnetic would no longer be permitted to perform hero work, and a warrant for her arrest had been issued due to allegations of child abuse, neglect, and endangerment. The same applied to All Might. 𝗎𝗓 emphasized that they would no longer tolerate heroes misusing their powers and harming the innocent. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stood frozen in shock at the news, her heart racing as she turned to see police officers entering the hospital. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 announced that Magnetic and All Might were under arrest for child abuse, neglect, and endangerment. All Might was taken aback, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. 𝗓𝗏 pleaded for clarification, insisting that there must be some mistake. Izumi urged them to stop, expressing her disbelief that her parents were being taken away. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 informed them that it wasn't just the parents. Izumi Yagi would also need to come quietly. Without resistance, they surrendered peacefully as they were led out of the hospital and into police cars, bound for the station. A few days later, they were bailed out and went directly to 𝗎𝗓's office at UA to discuss the situation. In 𝗎𝗓's office were 𝗕𝗏𝗏, his twins, the Bakuga twins, 𝗓𝗏𝗏, and All Might, all staring at 𝗎𝗓 with concern. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 demanded to know what was happening, while AM expressed frustration over the press conference, worried that it would erode public trust in heroes. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 added that his children and the Bakuga kids had been arrested, questioning the chaos surrounding them. 𝗎𝗓 responded that the situation was dire, stating that it was either this or risk their lives. He warned 𝗓𝗏𝗏 that her status as a pro-hero was over, she was now just a housewife. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was taken aback by 𝗎𝗓's words, and before he could respond, a new figure entered the office. The woman introduced herself as 𝗓𝗏𝗏, the new chairwoman of the Hero Safety Commission, and warned 𝗕𝗏𝗏 to watch his tone. She condemned the top heroes for abusing their powers and claimed that their children were spoiled and had never faced consequences. She declared that All Might was officially retired and that they would be held accountable for their actions. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 smirked, dismissing her words, but 𝗕𝗏𝗏 made it clear that he would not retain his status as the #1 hero either. She announced that a background check would be conducted on the top 10 heroes, stating that egomaniacs would no longer be tolerated. Enraged, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 approached her but was halted by the presence of a gun aimed at him. A voice warned him not to do anything foolish, suggesting that any rash actions could lead to dire consequences. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 intervened, expressing her reluctance to deal with the aftermath of violence. The gun was lowered, but the tension remained palpable as 𝗕𝗏𝗏 recognized the danger posed by the man. 𝗎𝗓 then addressed the children, informing them that they had been blacklisted from every hero school in Japan, including UA. Their shock was evident as he continued, offering them a chance to earn their way back in. He explained the existence of a rehabilitation center designed to prevent individuals with quirks from becoming villains. There, they would learn what it truly meant to be a hero, evaluated by professionals who would determine their readiness for UA. Before they could protest, 𝗎𝗓 emphasized that this was their only opportunity, and failure would mean no second chances. He introduced the tall man who would oversee the center, Toguro, who seemed unimpressed by the group. He smirked, promising to challenge their egos and welcome them with a chilling phrase. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on the roof of Kuwabara's house, seeking solace after the press conference. He was joined by his cousin Kirishima, who had come to check on him, acknowledging the weight of the recent events. "How are you feeling?" Izuku felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Kirishima expressed his relief, saying that Izuku deserved to feel that way. He then asked if Izuku had considered going with his dad. Izuku hesitated, unsure of his decision. Kirishima urged him not to stay just because of them or Ochako, reminding him that he had family and dreams to pursue. He pointed out that Izuku had always wanted to meet his dad, who wanted him to join him in the underworld for training. Kirishima emphasized that this was a great opportunity and not to waste it. As Izuku gazed at the setting sun, he realized Kirishima was right and decided he would go. They both stood up and fist-bumped each other. Izuku then called 𝗎𝗓 to arrange contact with his father, who confirmed he would come the next day. The next day, Izuku stood in front of Yusuke, Keiko, Ochako, Kirishima, Kurama, Yakaina, and Kuwabara, all gathered to see him off with his belongings packed. Kurama expressed he would miss Izuku and reminded him to take care of himself. Kuwabara warned him not to let the so-called noble devils push him around and encouraged him to stand up for himself. Izuku assured him he would. Keiko approached, hugging him while Yusuke patted him on the head, reminding him to visit. Keiko playfully mentioned that Ochako would be sad if he didn't. Ochako blushed and expressed how much she would miss him, saying their little gang wouldn't be the same without him. Izuku reassured her that she, Kirishima, and Kyoka had their own dreams to pursue and that he needed to find his true purpose now that he had found his dad. A magic circle appeared as Hai arrived, accompanied by Mukuro. Izuku greeted his father, who asked if he was ready to go. Yukaina then stepped forward, wanting to give Izuku a tear stone necklace. She hoped he would take care of it. Izuku thanked her, promising to do so, while Yukaina reminded Hai to take care of himself as well. Mukuro assured them they would look after Izuku. As they stood together, a magic circle formed beneath them, and they teleported away, leaving their friends behind as Izuku embarked on a new journey. Izuku found himself in front of a giant house, gazing at the red sky filled with crimson clouds. Hai noted that it wasn't what Izuku expected. Izuku admitted he had imagined more fire. Hai reminded him not to judge until he saw it for himself and led him inside. Inside, Izuku was amazed by the grandeur of the house. As they walked through the hallway, many maids and butlers bowed to Hai and Mukuro. Suddenly, they were tackled by someone who hugged them tightly. A young girl exclaimed that she had been waiting for their return and proudly announced that she had beaten Ms. Kitana at shogi. Hai introduced Izuku to his little sister, Enju. The two stared at each other until Izuku approached her with a gentle smile, introducing himself as her big brother. Enju jumped into his arms, thrilled to finally meet him. Hai then led Izuku to the living room, where 3 individuals were seated. As they entered, one of the girls with pigtails exclaimed how cute Izuku was, catching him off guard. The girl, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, teased him, making him blush. Hai introduced the 3 devil kings, and Izuku showed them respect by bowing. 𝗧𝗏 welcomed him, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 playfully introduced herself, spinning around. 𝗔𝗂𝐵𝗆𝗍𝐵 approached, acknowledging Izuku's power and asking about his sacred gear. Izuku revealed that he possessed the black dragon Anubis, which astonished everyone. 𝗔𝗂𝐵 expressed disbelief that Anubis had returned after centuries. Anubis himself remarked that it was good to know he hadn't been forgotten. 𝗧𝗏 informed them that the other dragons had not yet awakened, to which Anubis responded with a hint of disappointment. Hai then instructed Kenji to show Izuku around the house while he discussed matters in private. Kenji bowed and led Izuku away, leaving Hai and the others to their conversation. In the human world, someone exclaimed in disbelief that Izuku was Hai's son. 𝗏𝗏 was with Boten and everyone gathered at Yusuke's house, including Kuwabara, Kurama, Keiko, Yukaina, and Zenkai. Zenkai expressed her disbelief about recent events, and 𝗏𝗏 noted that considering Hai's personality, it was surprising he had allowed that woman to live. Kurama explained that Nizu managed to talk Hai out of it, along with Mukuro. Boten was astonished to learn that Izuku possessed a sacred gear, specifically the black dragon Anubis. Keiko asked for clarification about the dragon, wondering if it was a friend or foe. 𝗏𝗏 explained that Anubis was one of the 12 dragon gods, known as the father of all dragons, as many dragon kings descended from him. His power was so immense that he was feared even among the other dragon gods. Yusuke remarked that the dragon sounded formidable, and 𝗏𝗏 confirmed that while Anubis was ranked the lowest among the gods, he had grown stronger over time, eventually claiming the #1 spot. This shift led to a civil war among the dragon gods, resulting in Anubis and 2 others, Slifer and Nova, being the only survivors. Yusuke questioned who had defeated such a powerful being, and 𝗏𝗏 mentioned that the wounds Anubis sustained in the final battle were rumored to be the cause, though he wasn't entirely certain. Meanwhile, Kirishima was walking home with Ochako and a new friend, Mina. Mina asked what they had planned for the day, and Kirishima replied that he wasn't sure. Ochako suggested going to the arcade, to which Kirishima agreed. As they made their way into town, they encountered a group of familiar faces, Katsuki, Izumi, Katsumi, and Shoka, who stood in their path. Katsuki called them Deku's little gang of extras, prompting Kirishima to ask what they wanted. Izumi demanded to know where Deku was, and Ochako questioned why they were looking for him. Izumi explained that Deku hadn't been seen since he had exposed them, implying he was hiding. Ochako defended Izuku, stating he was never afraid of them, despite their quirks. Katsumi insisted they tell them where Deku was, and Katsuki threatened them while forming small explosions in his hands. However, Ochako confidently held out her fist, channeling spirit energy into it, warning them not to start something they couldn't finish. She suggested it would be wise to walk away, or they would face consequences, stating she would take Izuku's place if necessary. Mina urged the group to move aside, and Izumi reiterated her demand for information about her brother. Kirishima informed them that Izuku had gone to live with his dad, wishing them luck in finding him. He then lowered Ochako's arm as she cancelled her energy, and they walked past the group toward the arcade. In the underworld, Izuku had been adjusting to his new life over the past 2 weeks. At that moment, he was struggling to put on a tie when a knock came at his door. He called for the person to enter, and Mukuro walked in, asking if he was ready. Izuku admitted he was almost there but was having trouble with the tie. Mukuro approached him, helped adjust it, and tied it completely. With a smile, she complimented him, and Izuku looked in the mirror, feeling grateful for her assistance. He thanked her, addressing her formally as Ms. Mukuro felt a twinge of disappointment that he didn't call her mom, but she understood that the boy had endured a lot and needed time to open up to her. She gently urged him to follow her, saying that his father was waiting. They made their way downstairs, where they found Hai dressed in a suit and Enju in a lovely blue dress. Hai acknowledged Izuku's readiness, and Izuku replied that he was as ready as he could be. They were heading to a gathering of all devils, attended by the Devil Kings. Hai advised Izuku to be cautious, explaining that the noble devils might try to provoke him. He urged Izuku to stand his ground and defend himself if anyone attempted to harm him. Izuku nodded in understanding. A magic circle appeared beneath them, teleporting them to 𝗧𝗏 Lucifer's residence. They knocked on the door, which was opened by 𝗧𝗏's wife, Selena. She greeted them warmly, mentioning that 𝗧𝗏 had told her so much about Izuku. Izuku bowed respectfully, expressing his pleasure at meeting her. As they entered, 𝗧𝗏 arrived to greet them, and Mukuro exchanged pleasantries with him. Enju inquired about 𝗵𝗲𝐿, and 𝗧𝗏 confirmed that he was with 𝗓𝗏𝗧. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗲𝐿 ran up to Enju, and Izuku noted how much he resembled 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 introduced his son, and Mukuro complimented 𝗵𝗲𝐿 on his manners. They proceeded to the main room, where many noble devils were present. As the devils bowed in respect to Hai and 𝗧𝗏, Izuku remained cautious, aware of the stares directed at him. Suddenly he was tackled by 𝗬𝗏, who hugged him excitedly. He returned the hug and greeted her warmly. Hai observed the interaction, noting how much 𝗬𝗏 seemed to like Izuku. After a brief exchange, Izuku asked his father if he could explore the gathering, to which Hai agreed. As he wandered, he noticed the wary looks from some of the nobles but chose to ignore them. He discovered a room filled with books and found one titled, The Art of War, by Sun Tzu. Just then, 𝗓𝗏𝗧, the silver-haired maid, approached him with an impassive expression. She asked what he was doing, and Izuku explained that he was simply looking around. He requested permission to take the book, and 𝗓𝗏𝗧 allowed him, reminding him to return it. Izuku returned to the party and took a seat at a table away from the noble devils. He overheard whispers about him being Hai's son and how some nobles disapproved of his presence. Sighing, he focused on his book until he noticed 3 girls and a blonde boy approaching his table. One of the girls, a redhead, asked if the seat was taken. Izuku welcomed them to sit and learned that the girl was 𝗂𝗏𝗏 𝗓𝗏𝗏, the heiress to the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 family. He introduced himself and acknowledged her family background, which his father had informed him about. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 introduced her peerage, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba, each greeting him in turn. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 asked Izuku how he was enjoying his time in the underworld, and he admitted that it was a significant improvement over the human world. When she inquired about his past, he hesitated, preferring not to discuss it with someone he had just met. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 understood and reassured him that they would not judge him. Izuku expressed his reluctance to believe that, given his past experiences with friends who had betrayed him. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 empathized, sharing that they all had difficult histories. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks at her smile, prompting him to look away. Akino teased him about 𝗬𝗓𝗧, and Izuku cleared his throat, deciding that it might be nice to try to make friends. 𝗬𝗓𝗧 agreed, and Kiba asked if he had ever practiced kendo. Izuku confirmed that he had, but he had been removed from the team early in middle school. My school did not like him, and that was all there was to it. 𝗬𝗓𝗧 then noticed the book he was reading. She asked what had sparked his interest in The Art of War. He replied that knowledge is power. This book can come in handy for learning many things, so Izuku learned that he and 𝗧𝗏 were brother and sister. 𝗬𝗓𝗧 confirmed that she was the little sister of the Devil King. Izuku noted that they had something in common, both being related to Devil Kings, but he felt the need to work hard not to bring shame to his father's reputation. 𝗬𝗓𝗧 reassured him that there was no shame in being born as he was loved by his father, and his presence at the party proved it. Izuku looked at her, surprised by her words, and then smiled slightly, feeling grateful. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, and 𝗬𝗓𝗧 narrowed her eyes in anger as a blond man approached, placing his arm around her. He introduced himself as 𝗬𝗓𝗧 and claimed to have been looking for her. 𝗬𝗓𝗧 told him to go away, stating that she didn't have time for him. 𝗬𝗬𝗧, unfazed, referred to himself as her fiancé and then turned his attention to Izuku, who was engrossed in his book. 𝗬𝗬𝗧 asked for Izuku's name, but Izuku ignored him and turned the page. 𝗬𝗬𝗧 persisted, demanding an answer, but Izuku simply told him to leave, expressing his lack of interest. The grammar peerage was shocked by Izuku's boldness, and 𝗬𝗬𝗧's irritation grew. He insulted Izuku, calling him a half-breed and expressing disappointment that a Devil King would bring his child to such an event. Izuku, unfazed, remarked on the egotistical nature of blondes he had encountered. 𝗬𝗬𝗧 was angered by this and demanded respect, but Izuku retorted that he would not show any respect based on titles or family names, viewing 𝗬𝗬𝗧 as a sad figure who needed to grow up. As 𝗬𝗬𝗧's anger boiled over, he threatened Izuku and conjured a fireball in his hand. Izuku turned, dispelling the fireball with a punch, surprising 𝗬𝗬𝗧. He then charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to 𝗬𝗬𝗧's gut, sending him crashing against the wall, leaving a crack in it. Izuku commented on 𝗬𝗬𝗧's unexpected ability to fly without wings. 𝗬𝗬𝗧, furious, vowed revenge, but his anger was interrupted by the presence of 𝗧𝗓𝗓, who approached with an intimidating aura. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 expressed disappointment in 𝗬𝗬𝗧's actions and confronted him about attacking his son. 𝗬𝗬𝗧, feeling the weight of 𝗧𝗓𝗓's power, struggled to breathe. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 warned 𝗬𝗬𝗧 about the consequences of his actions, but before things escalated further, Lord Phoenix intervened, pleading for 𝗧𝗓𝗓 to spare his son. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 agreed, but only on the condition that 𝗬𝗬𝗧 would face punishment for his behavior. After the confrontation, Izuku approached 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and apologized for the disturbance he had caused. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 reassured him that 𝗬𝗬𝗧 had initiated the conflict, so Izuku was not at fault. Izuku offered to return a book he had borrowed, but 𝗧𝗏𝗧 insisted he keep it as a gift for the day's events. Grateful, Izuku thanked him. As the event continued, 𝗬𝗧 approached Izuku, apologizing for 𝗬𝗧𝗧's behavior. Izuku assured her that there was no need to apologize for someone else's actions and expressed his hope to see her again. 𝗬𝗧 encouraged him to call her by her name, and they exchanged farewells. After the Phoenix family left due to 𝗬𝗧𝗧's outburst, the Asmodeus family returned home. In the dojo, Izuku admired a sword hanging on the wall. He took it down and unsheathed it, marveling at its beauty. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 entered, arms crossed, and approached his son. Izuku explained that he was simply admiring the sword. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 shared that it was the weapon he had used during his adventures with Yusuke, Kurama, and Kuwabara, who often found themselves in trouble. Curious, Izuku mentioned his experience in the Kendo club during elementary and middle school, noting that he never felt destined to be a hero. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 acknowledged his son's talent, attributing it to his bloodline. He then informed Izuku that starting the next day, he would begin training with him, emphasizing the importance of learning everything he needed. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 handed Izuku a bag, from which he pulled out a chess queen piece. Confused, Izuku asked about it, and 𝗧𝗓𝗓 clarified that it was an evil piece he could use to form his own peerage. You remember what I told you about peerages, right? Izuku acknowledged that a human could be revived and reincarnated as a devil, but he questioned why he was receiving one since he wasn't a high-class devil. 𝐻𝐻 explained that it didn't matter. Izuku was his son and the heir to his house, which meant he would receive his own peerage. This would allow him to compete in rating games against other devils and rank up. Izuku expressed his gratitude but hesitated, stating that he didn't want to be like the noble devils who looked down on others. 𝐻𝐻 was puzzled by this. Izuku clarified that he didn't want to be one of those nobles competing in rating games. He felt that if he decided to have his own peerage, he needed to be strong for them, as no one would want to follow a weak king. He wanted to rank up in his own way. 𝐻𝐻 understood and told Izuku to get some rest because training would begin the next day. He warned Izuku that he wouldn't go easy on him, unlike Yusuke, and that he should be prepared for a tough challenge. Izuku agreed. Unbeknownst to them, Mikuro watched with a smile, thinking that she would help 𝐻𝐻 make Izuku stronger so he could stand against anyone. Even though he did not share her BLD, Izuku was her son just like Enju was their daughter. Chapter 6. The End. Know yourself and you will win all battles. Sun Tzu. Our story resumes 2 months after Izuku's departure. In a backyard, Kazuma Kuwabara and his son Kirishima were training. Kuwabara encouraged Kirishima to give it another try. Kirishima stood firm, gripping the hilt of a broken sword. He summoned his spirit sword, and Kuwabara cheered him on, proud of his son. However, after a moment, Kirishima dispelled the sword and fell forward. Kuwabara rushed to catch him, concerned. Kirishima apologized, admitting he hadn't quite mastered it yet. Kuwabara reassured him that it was fine. He was only 12 and string spirit energy took time. He reminded Kirishima to know his limits and suggested taking a break. Meanwhile, at the Uramichi household, Ochako was practicing her abilities. She pressed her fingers against a large rock, making it float, and then stepped back to gain distance. Aiming her right hand forward, she gathered spirit energy and unleashed her spirit gun. The blast hit the boulder, causing an explosion that left nothing behind. Yusuke praised her, but Ochako dropped to her knees, exhausted. She had finally managed to use the spirit gun alongside her quirk. Yusuke encouraged her to keep practicing, and Ochako expressed her determination to become the best hero she could be. As Izuku had wanted for her and Kirishima. Keiko, her mother, reminded her not to push herself too hard. Ochako insisted that she had to train hard, knowing that when she saw Izuku again, he would be much stronger. Keiko playfully teased her about having a crush on Izuku, causing Ochako to blush deeply. In the underworld, 2 figures were running through a forest near 𝐻𝐻's house. One had green hair and green eyes, Izuku. As he reached a clearing, he backflipped to dodge multiple fireballs aimed at him. He blocked a kick from Killua, who then jumped away to gain distance. Liu Kang attempted a flying kick, but Izuku caught his leg and threw him into the air. Liu Kang managed to land on his feet next to Killua. Breathing heavily, Izuku remained determined, stating that he could continue all day. Both of 𝐻𝐻's servants took their fighting stances and charged at him. On a cliff overlooking the scene were 𝐻𝐻 and Mikuro, observing Izuku's battle. Mikuro asked 𝐻𝐻 for his thoughts, and 𝐻𝐻 noted that Yusuke had trained Izuku well in hand-to-hand combat, but there was still room for improvement. He planned to take Izuku to meet someone important soon. Izuku was kicked in the chest and sent flying into a tree, landing hard but still determined. Liu Kang approached him, stating that it was enough training for the day and helped Izuku to his feet. They made their way back to 𝐻𝐻's house together. After showering and getting dressed, Izuku returned to reading a book he had received from 𝗧𝗪𝗍. A knock at his door interrupted him. Enju entered, asking what he was doing. Izuku replied that he was reading and questioned why she wasn't studying. Enju mentioned she was taking a break and expressed her belief that it would be better for him to be the heir to their clan than her. Izuku chuckled and explained that she had the royal BLD of both 𝐻𝐻 and Mikuro, making her the true heir. He reassured her that she would do fine. Another knock came at the door, and Mikuro appeared, telling Enju it was time to return to her studies. Enju reluctantly left, and Mikuro apologized for the interruption. Izuku assured her it was fine and that having Enju as a sister was nice. Mikuro expressed curiosity about why Izuku didn't want to be the head of the clan, especially since he was 𝐻𝐻's trueborn son. Izuku shared that he had overheard some nobles talking at a party at Lord 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's home. While he ignored comments about himself, he paid attention to the whispers about his father, realizing that not many people respected Hai in the underworld. Mikuro walked inside and closed the door. She moved over to his bed and sat down while Izuku was at his desk. Mikuro explained that the reason for her visit was related to the person Izuku's father used to be. Izuku, curious, asked what she meant by used to be. Mikuro revealed that before he became the Devil King, Hai had a troubled past as a criminal, shaped by his upbringing. Izuku inquired if she knew how his father grew up, to which Mikuro affirmed, sharing that she was his wife and they had much in common. Izuku turned to face her fully and requested to hear both her story and his father's. Mikuro agreed to share her own tale, recounting how she was abandoned and found by a humanoid demon who became her father. She described the torment she endured and how she eventually ran away, leaving Izuku shocked by her experiences. He expressed his sorrow for her suffering, and Mikuro reassured him that it was all right. She had been bound by her hatred for her father but could not bring herself to harm him, as he had cared for her. Hai had helped her overcome that hatred, and she had fallen deeper in love with him. When she learned about Izuku being Hai's son, she felt upset but had not yet confessed her feelings. Mikuro emphasized that both she and Hai loved him dearly, and although he was not her biological son, she would love him as if he were. Izuku then asked a pressing question about his mother, wondering why Hai had not killed her if she had tricked him. Mikuro explained that Inko had lived because she was 𝗵𝗲𝗏 with Izuku. If Hai had harmed her, he would have harmed Izuku as well, and he could never bring himself to do that. Izuku thanked her for the insight, and Mikuro expressed her enjoyment in their conversation, inviting him to reach out if he ever needed to talk. As she stood to leave, Izuku thanked her, calling her mom. Mikuro's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly embraced him, feeling a rush of affection. Izuku returned the hug, expressing his gratitude for having two amazing parents. Mikuro promised she would never hurt him. On the other side of the door, Hai listened to their conversation with a smile, thinking it was time for Izuku to meet someone important. The next day, Izuku was with Hai in the living room, where Hai informed him they were going to the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 estate. Izuku was curious about the purpose of their visit, and Hai revealed that he wanted Izuku to meet someone who could help him unlock his balance breaker. Upon arriving at the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 house, Izuku was amazed by its size. They were greeted by 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, who introduced himself as Rias's father. Izuku bowed and expressed his pleasure in meeting him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 mentioned he had heard about Izuku from his daughter, and Hai asked if he had managed to contact the person they were there to see. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 confirmed that he should be arriving soon. Just then, two large figures descended from the sky, landing gracefully. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 welcomed 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and 𝗕𝗏, who were surprised to see Hai. Hai introduced Izuku as his son, and Izuku was astonished to learn that 𝗒𝐭𝐴 was his grandfather and 𝗕𝗏 was his great-uncle. 𝗒𝐭𝐴 explained that he was also a reincarnated devil in 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's peerage and that they were there to help Izuku awaken and 𝗵𝗲 his balance breaker. Izuku proudly declared himself the wielder of the black dragon Anubis, which surprised 𝗒𝐭𝐴 and 𝗕𝗏. Anubis greeted them, and 𝗒𝐭𝐴 expressed their longing to help Izuku, offering him the chance to transform into a dragon. Izuku was taken aback by the proposal and looked to Hai for guidance. Hai reassured him that the decision was his to make. After reflecting on his past and the challenges he had faced, Izuku felt a surge of determination and accepted the offer. 𝗒𝐭𝐴 was pleased with his decision and invited him to follow them to a special location for the ritual. They all took to the skies, with Izuku and Hai displaying their wings alongside the two dragons. They landed in front of a cave, where 𝗒𝐭𝐴 transformed into his human form and 𝗕𝗏 into a smaller version of himself. As they walked through the cave, they arrived at a stunning sight. Izuku asked where they were, and 𝗒𝐭𝐴 revealed it was the Lake of Truth, the site of the ritual. Izuku stepped closer to the lake and gazed at his reflection, realizing this was where he would forfeit his humanity. 𝗒𝐭𝐴 warned him that if he could not accept his past, he could drown and fail the ritual. 𝗕𝗏 explained that one must embrace their past and pain to succeed. 𝗒𝐭𝐴 confirmed that Izuku needed to understand what he must do. When 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 instructed him to remove his clothing for the transformation, Izuku was taken aback but prepared to follow through with the ritual. Human beings can possess dragon-like abilities. Izuku understood and then removed his clothing, leaving only his boxers. Tanin instructed him to enter the water, fully submerging himself to begin the ritual. Izuku stepped into the water gradually, standing, with only his upper body above the surface. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and submerged completely. 𝗓𝗓 observed, eager to see the outcome for his son. As Izuku remained underwater, memories flooded his mind. Voices echoed in his thoughts, reminding him of past taunts and feelings of worthlessness. He felt the weight of their words, but he remained still in the water, allowing the ritual to take its course. 𝗓𝗓 grew impatient, asking how long it would take, while 𝗒𝐻𝐻𝐿 responded that it depended on Izuku. Tanin noted that the boy could be down there for a while, and 𝗓𝗓 expressed concern, stating that he would go in after him if necessary. Suddenly, the water began to shine brightly and bubble, culminating in a brilliant light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, Izuku emerged from the water, transformed. His physique was more muscular, and he sported horns on his head. A black dragon gauntlet adorned his right arm, and claws extended from his left. Focusing, he shifted back to his human form, revealing green, dragon-like eyes and fang-like teeth. 𝗓𝗓 asked how he felt, and Izuku responded with enthusiasm, declaring that he felt incredible and no longer bore the BLD of his past. He embraced his new identity as Izuku, the Black Dragon, the Apex Dragon, and sensed the change within him. 𝗓𝗓 affirmed that Izuku's training was just beginning, promising that he would become powerful enough to overcome any obstacle. Izuku nodded, ready to embrace his new path as they left the cave. In another scene, Yusuke recounted a story from the Dark Tournament, where 𝗂𝐵𝗲𝗏 had been thrown out of the ring. 𝗂𝐵𝗏𝗏, frustrated, interrupted Yusuke's recollection, leading to laughter from Ochako and Kirishima. They reminisced about their childhood, noting how Izuku always wore a particular necklace, a family heirloom. 𝗂𝐵𝗏𝗏 expressed concern for Izuku, while Yusuke reassured him that Izuku was with 𝗓𝗓 and would be fine. 𝗂𝐵𝗏𝗏 shared his mixed feelings about 𝗓𝗓, admitting that while he respected him, 𝗓𝗓 often found ways to insult him, which frustrated him. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Keiko stood up to answer it, finding Inko on the other side, who inquired if this was the Urameshi residence. "Can I speak to Ochako Uraraka, please?" Keiko asked, her curiosity piqued. Inko responded, explaining that her son Izuku was friends with Keiko's daughter and she was trying to locate him. She wondered if Ochako might know where he was. Yusuke, overhearing the conversation, approached the door and eyed Inko suspiciously. He demanded to know what she wanted. Inko reiterated her search for Izuku, asking if their daughter had any information. Yusuke questioned her motives, suggesting she might be seeking revenge for Izuku's past actions. Inko insisted that she just wanted to speak with Ochako to find out where Izuku was. Yusuke firmly stated that if Inko was looking for Izuku, he was with his father, the only other person who cared about him. Inko's expression shifted to shock as she realized Izuku was with 𝗓𝗓. She pressed for their location, but Yusuke refused to comply, growing increasingly frustrated with her demands. Keiko intervened, urging Yusuke to calm down and then addressed Inko, explaining that they had no idea where 𝗓𝗓 was, nor did Ochako. She attempted to close the door, but Inko stopped it with her foot, accusing them of lying. Yusuke warned her to move her foot or face consequences. Inko, exasperated, was about to respond when Ochako arrived, noticing the tension. Inko seized the opportunity, asking Ochako if she knew where Izuku and 𝗓𝗓 were. Ochako replied that she had no information, only that Izuku planned to live with his father. Inko sighed in frustration, feeling that they were all covering for him. Yusuke reassured her that even if they knew 𝗓𝗓's whereabouts, he wouldn't want to see her. Inko, seething with anger, turned and walked away as Keiko shut the door behind her. Keiko suggested that a restraining order might be wise, doubting it would be the last they saw of Inko. Yusuke expressed his irritation, recalling the trouble Inko had caused Izuku. Keiko comforted him, noting that Inko's hero career was over, thanks to their nephew. Ochako pondered what Izuku might be doing at that moment. Kirishima chimed in, confidently stating that Izuku was likely training hard to become stronger, just like them. Meanwhile, in the underworld, black lightning crackled across the mountains where 𝗕𝗏𝗓, and Izuku were engaged in a sparring match. 𝗕𝗏𝗓 watched as Izuku unleashed a powerful black flaming fist, striking 𝗕𝗏 and sending him back. As 𝗕𝗏 retaliated with a fire breath attack, Izuku skillfully dodged and prepared his next move, channeling black lightning around him as he declared his next attack, Black Panther. 𝗕𝗏 held his arms in an X motion and braced himself as the blast pushed him back, sending him crashing into a boulder. 𝗕𝗏𝗓 declared that it was enough, and Izuku emerged from behind the boulder. 𝗕𝗏 praised him for his progress, noting how he was getting better and could stand toe-to-toe with him even without his balance breaker. Izuku expressed his gratitude. 𝗕𝗏𝗓 then mentioned it was time to see if Izuku could bring out his balance breaker. Izuku asked how he could do that, and Anubis instructed him to focus and build up his power while chanting the words he had learned during his time in prison. With determination, Izuku held out his right hand and began to chant alongside Anubis. Darkness erupted from him, pushing 𝗕𝗏 back as 𝗕𝗏𝗓 raised his arms to shield himself from the overwhelming power. Izuku's energy soared, reaching the skies and hitting the clouds. Meanwhile, at the 𝗓𝗏𝗄𝐻 estate, Akino asked Rias what she thought of Izuku, whom they had seen at the party. Rias admitted she was surprised he already knew about her but found satisfaction in watching him confront Riser. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden surge of tremendous power. Rias wondered where it was coming from, and Akino suggested they investigate. They ran outside, joined by Kiba and Kaneko, to witness a pillar of darkness stretching into the sky. Kiba remarked on the sheer intensity of the power. A magic circle appeared, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧 emerged from it, having felt the immense energy. Rias greeted her brother, and 𝗓𝗓 appeared beside 𝗕𝗏𝗓, astonished by the display of power. 𝗓𝗓 expressed his surprise at Anubis's ability to grant such strength. As the power began to subside, Izuku was revealed in his balance breaker form. 𝗓𝗓 marveled at the power behind it, and Anubis congratulated Izuku for unlocking his balance breaker on his first attempt. Izuku thanked Anubis, feeling the energy coursing through him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧, Rias, and her peerage arrived to witness the scene. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 inquired about what was happening, and Izuku apologized for the disturbance. He then concentrated and cancelled his balance breaker, dropping to one knee as 𝗓𝗓 approached him, concerned about his well-being. Izuku reassured him that he was just a bit tired. 𝗧𝗏𝗧, observing Izuku's potential, contemplated how quickly he could rise in the ranks. Izuku apologized again, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧 assured him it was fine, noting that no one was hurt and expressing surprise at his early awakening of the balance breaker. Izuku explained that he preferred to earn his accomplishments without special treatment, aiming to become the strongest in his own way. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 smiled, intrigued by Izuku's determination and eager to see what the future held for him. Rias watched Izuku thoughtfully, considering the power of his sacred gear and how he might assist her. Izuku continued to apologize to 𝗧𝗏𝗧, who reassured him that it was unnecessary. 𝗕𝗏𝗓 then declared that their training session was over, and Izuku expressed his gratitude. 𝗓𝗓 bid farewell to 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and Izuku, who waved goodbye to Rias and her peerage as a black circle appeared beneath 𝗓𝗓, teleporting them home. Akino remarked on Izuku's powerful sacred gear, finding him intriguing. Kiba expressed a longing to challenge him to a sparring match. Rias, still deep in thought about the young green-haired boy, called out to her brother, asking if they could speak privately. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 agreed, and they returned home. Later, once Izuku was home, he took a shower and changed into comfortable clothes. Sitting on his bed, he gazed at his tear stone necklace when he heard a knock on his door. He invited the visitor in, and 𝗓𝗓 entered, noticing Izuku's focus on the necklace. 𝗓𝗓 asked how he was doing, and Izuku assured him he was fine. 𝗓𝗓 expressed pride in Izuku's achievement, noting that most people took years to awaken their balance breaker. Izuku, with a smirk, attributed his success to being a prodigy like his father. 𝗓𝗓 acknowledged the resemblance but noted that Izuku took after him in spirit. Izuku then asked about his grandmother, prompting 𝗓𝗓 to pause before revealing that she had passed away. Izuku's expression turned somber as 𝐻𝐻 explained that her name was Hina, an ice woman who had cared for his father after he was injured on a mission. 𝐻𝐻 recounted how Hina had healed his father, and how their bond had grown over time, leading to the birth of Izuku and his sister, Yukaina. Izuku listened intently, curious about his heritage. 𝐻𝐻 shared that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had told him about their family history, revealing that he had not known of their existence until after Hina's death. Izuku was filled with shock as he listened to 𝐻𝐻 share the story of his mother. 𝐻𝐻 explained that she had been devastated by the belief that he had died, leading her to take her own life. 𝐻𝐻 expressed his regret at never having the chance to meet her and understand why she had not been a part of his life. Now, as a father to a son and a daughter, he felt the weight of responsibility to raise them well. Izuku acknowledged that while he understood 𝐻𝐻's longing to protect him from the harsh realities of the world, he wished he could have been included in 𝐻𝐻's life. 𝐻𝐻, feeling the same way, urged Izuku to get some rest, reminding him that he had training with 𝗔𝗓𝗪𝗏 the next day. After Izuku responded affirmatively, 𝐻𝐻 left his room and headed to his office. On his way, he encountered Mikuro, who informed him that Lord 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 wished to speak with him. 𝐻𝐻 welcomed the distraction from paperwork and made his way to the office, curious about 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's request. Upon entering, 𝐻𝐻 found a magical hologram of 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 waiting for him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 greeted 𝐻𝐻 and explained that he had an important matter to discuss. The next day, Izuku prepared for his training with 𝗔𝗓𝗪𝗏, grabbing his kendo stick. Just as he was about to leave, a knock at the door interrupted him. He opened it to find a female maid, who informed him that his father requested his presence in the living room. Grateful, Izuku followed the maid into the living room, where he found his parents seated on one couch, facing the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 family on the opposite couch. He approached his parents and noticed 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 extending a handshake, which he accepted. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 introduced himself and his wife, Vanillana 𝗓𝗏𝗏, who complimented Izuku's appearance, causing 𝗓𝗏𝗧 to blush in embarrassment. Izuku greeted the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 family respectfully, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 praised 𝐻𝐻 for raising such a great son. 𝐻𝐻, however, was eager to get to the heart of the matter. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 then addressed Izuku directly, explaining that due to his possession of a rare and powerful sacred gear, they had been discussing something that could be beneficial for him. Izuku, confused, asked for clarification. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 got straight to the point, revealing that they were there to propose an arranged marriage between Izuku and their daughter, 𝗬𝗓𝗓 𝗓𝗏𝗏. Izuku was taken aback, glancing at 𝗬𝗓𝗧, who appeared nervous yet hopeful. He then looked to his father for guidance. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 explained that 𝗬𝗓𝗧 was initially meant to marry Riser Phoenix, heir to the Phoenix household, but she had been against the arrangement due to Riser's behavior. They believed that marrying 𝗬𝗓𝗧 to Izuku could help preserve their lineage, as 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 devils were becoming increasingly rare. Izuku expressed his concerns, stating that he was only a half-devil and half-dragon, not a 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 devil. Vanillana reassured him that they were aware of this and hoped he could challenge the marriage contract to free 𝗬𝗓𝗧 from her engagement. Izuku sought confirmation from 𝗬𝗓𝗧, who expressed her longing not to be with someone who did not appreciate her for who she was. She explained that witnessing his strength at the party had given her hope that he could help her. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 continued, explaining that if Izuku agreed to challenge the marriage contract, it would likely lead to a confrontation with Riser. This would allow both Izuku and Riser to compete for 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗏's hand in marriage. Izuku contemplated the proposal and turned to his parents for their thoughts. 𝐻𝐻 expressed his disapproval of Riser but emphasized that the decision was ultimately Izuku's. Mikuro added that they would support whatever choice he made. After considering everything, Izuku decided to challenge the marriage contract but made it clear that he would not marry 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏. This surprised the 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 family, but before they could respond, Izuku explained his reasoning. He acknowledged 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗏's beauty, which caused her to blush, but emphasized that he did not know her as a person. He believed it was essential to understand who she truly was before considering marriage. He declared that once he built his peerage and was ready to face Riser, he would decline the marriage proposal, allowing 𝗬𝗓𝗧𝗏𝗏 to choose her own path. Will that be acceptable, Lord and Lady 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏? Both parents were taken aback by Izuku's response, exchanging surprised glances before smiling. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 also smiled, pleased to see how Izuku considered his sister's feelings. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗍𝗃 expressed his approval, stating that it seemed Lord 𝐻𝐻 was correct. Izuku was confused by the comment, prompting 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 to clarify that 𝐻𝐻 had predicted Izuku would decline the opportunity to marry 𝗧𝗏𝗧 due to not knowing her well. 𝐻𝐻 affirmed this, knowing his son's character. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 thanked 𝐻𝐻 for his time and expressed gratitude to Izuku as well. Venelana echoed the sentiment, and Izuku responded politely. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 then interjected, asking her parents if she could stay and talk with Izuku a bit longer. Izuku was surprised by the request. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 agreed, as long as Lord 𝐻𝐻 approved, since it was his home. 𝐻𝐻 confirmed that it was fine, and Mikuro added that it was no problem for them. With that, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 and Venelana teleported back to their home, while 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 returned to his office. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 approached Izuku, who looked at her with a puzzled expression. She wanted to thank him for the compliments he had given earlier. Izuku was about to respond but blushed, realizing the implications of his words, which made 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 giggle. He then mentioned that he needed to train with 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 and invited her to join him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 accepted the invitation. Mikuro reminded 𝐻𝐻 that he still had paperwork to attend to, prompting him to sigh and express his frustration about being the Devil King. He then suggested that Izuku show 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 around after his training. Izuku agreed, playfully inviting 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 to follow him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 warned him not to push it, and Izuku smirked as he headed off to train with 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 trailing behind. After their training session, Izuku showed 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 around the house, and they decided to engage in conversation to get to know each other better. Izuku learned that 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 attended 𝗂𝐻 Academy, where 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 had granted her the entire city as her territory. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 shared her disdain for the attention she received from the boys at school, who treated her like a goddess, expressing her frustration with their constant admiration. Izuku noted that she seemed to dislike that kind of attention, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 confirmed that if she wanted to be with someone, it would be for reasons beyond her status, appearance, or family name. Izuku understood, appreciating her longing for someone who valued her for who she truly was. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 complimented him on being a good listener, and Izuku returned the compliment, admitting he had been wary of devil nobles. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 reassured him that she treated everyone equally, alleviating his concerns about being looked down upon as a half-breed. She inquired about his heritage, and Izuku explained that he was now half-devil and half-dragon, having previously been half-devil and half-human, with his former mother being human. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 noted his choice of words, recognizing that he did not seem to have fond feelings for his biological mother. Izuku confirmed this, and their conversation continued, deepening their connection as he began to open up to her more. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 expressed her disbelief at something he shared, her surprise evident. Izuku sent a girl flying across the cafeteria after she had poured sour milk on him, causing the entire room to erupt in laughter. However, that laughter quickly faded when he stood up and retaliated. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 expressed her sympathy for the way he had been treated, to which Izuku replied that it was all in the past now. Before 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 could say more, a butler approached them, interrupting their conversation. He apologized for the disturbance and informed them that 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏's peerage had arrived. Grateful, Izuku thanked the butler, who then led them back to the entrance of the house. There, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 spotted 𝗕𝗶𝗏, 𝗕𝐁𝐴, and Akino waiting for her. Akino remarked on 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 spending time with Izuku, teasing her about it. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 clarified that they were just hanging out, but Akino playfully suggested otherwise. Izuku greeted Akino, 𝗕𝗶𝗏, and 𝗕𝐁𝐴, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 turned to him, expressing how much she enjoyed their time together. Izuku, feeling a bit shy, asked if they could hang out again, to which 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 responded positively, teasingly implying that he was asking her out on a date. Izuku blushed and insisted that he simply liked her company. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 giggled and they agreed to meet again soon. As the Grammary group gathered around, 𝗕𝗶𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 waved goodbye, while Akino winked at Izuku before they teleported back to the Grammary mansion. Izuku couldn't help but think about how troublesome 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 was. He reflected on their growing bond and looked forward to what the future held for them. Time passed, and a year later, in Kyoto, 3 figures stood around a blonde-haired girl tied to a chair. Jogo commented on how the guards had put up a poor fight, discussing their plans to take over the palace. Hanami urged patience, noting that they now had the daughter of a powerful figure, which would make their conquest easier. Azula expressed confidence that their plans were unfolding perfectly. Kunu, the girl tied up, warned them that they would regret their actions when help arrived. Azula dismissed her threats, demonstrating her power with a blue fireball. Suddenly, the ceiling was smashed, and Izuku landed in the room, glaring at the villains. He introduced himself and made it clear that he was there to collect the bounties on their heads. Azula underestimated him, but Izuku vanished in an instant, appearing behind her and striking with precision. The shock of his attack left the others speechless as he swiftly dealt with Azula. He removed his blade from her chest, and in one quick motion, he severed her head, leaving her body to fall lifelessly to the ground. Before he could proceed, Hanami attacked, but Izuku evaded her strike with agility. Jogo then unleashed a powerful blast aimed at Izuku, but he was ready. With a swift counter, Izuku struck Jogo, sending him crashing through the wall. Hanami attempted to retaliate, but Izuku overpowered her as well, using his flames to ensure she could not recover. With only Jogo left standing, he prepared to unleash his full power, but Izuku remained unfazed. Jogo activated a domain, attempting to trap Izuku, who reassured Kunu that he would handle the situation. Izuku smirked, recalling what his mentor had taught him about domains. As magma surged toward him, Izuku raised his sword, channeling dark magic. He prepared for his counterattack, declaring his move with confidence. The tension in the air was palpable as he unleashed his technique, ready to turn the tide of battle. The wave of magma, along with the domain expansion, was completely severed, and Jogo was split down the middle as the two halves of his body fell to the ground, causing the domain to shatter. Izuku then turned and freed Kunu. She leaped into his arms, expressing her relief and joy at his arrival. Izuku chuckled, reassuring her that her mother was worried sick about her. Kunu, curious about how he had found her, asked about the guards' claims of covering their tracks. Izuku explained that he had used his Jugen eye to locate her. She asked if she could see it, but he told her they could do that later and urged her to follow him. As they exited the hideout, the scene shifted to a palace in Kyoto, where Yasaka, the nine-tailed fox and Kunu's mother, waited anxiously in her room, heavily guarded. She inquired if there had been any news from Izuku since he had left to find Kunu. The guard reported that there had been no updates. Yasaka expressed her concern for her daughter's safety. Suddenly, black lightning struck the floor in front of Yasaka as Izuku and Kunu appeared from it. Kunu exclaimed in awe at the spectacle, and Yasaka rushed to embrace her daughter, relieved to see her safe. Kunu reassured her mother that she was uninjured and praised Izuku for his bravery, describing how he had effortlessly defeated their captors. Yasaka turned to Izuku, her gratitude evident as she thanked him for saving Kunu. Izuku replied that it was no trouble and mentioned that he could now collect the bounties on the heads of the stray devils, who were worth a significant amount of money. Yasaka expressed her relief that he had dealt with them and stated that she would forever be in his debt. Izuku politely declined to stay for long, indicating he needed to leave. However, Yasaka insisted he should remain at the palace for the night, offering him a place to stay. After a moment of consideration, Izuku agreed that one night wouldn't hurt. Yasaka smiled, and Kunu joyfully leaped into Izuku's arms, celebrating their time together. Izuku chuckled, trying to calm himself. He had become a mercenary, tasked with capturing rogue devils and demons. He preferred this path over participating in raiding games, seeking something different to occupy his time. Although he still needed to find members for his peerage, he was also studying with Nizu for his education, opting out of traditional human schools after his experiences in middle school. Whenever he had the chance, he trained with Hai and his peerage, learning to 𝐻𝗪 more magic. Thanks to Anubis, he had Mstred Black Lightning Magic and Black Wind. He learned to utilize his lightning from Gil Thunder and Killua, while Grimmjow taught him Flash Steps. Although he could fly with his dragon/devil wings, he had also become skilled in hand-to-hand combat through training with Liu Kang and Echidna. His relationship with Mikuro had improved, as he began to see her as the mother he had never had growing up. Now, Izuku stood on the balcony, gazing at the moon and stars. He sensed someone approaching and called out to Kurama, who jumped down from the roof and landed beside him. Kurama praised Izuku for his performance that day, and Izuku thanked him, curious about why Kurama had been following him. Kurama explained that he wanted to see if Izuku needed help and mentioned that others were concerned about him. Izuku reassured him that he was doing well and enjoyed his new job as the leader of the yokai's bodyguard. Kurama shared that he and Ms. Namuri were expecting a child, and Izuku congratulated him with a smile. Kurama noted that Izuku seemed to be thriving in his new life, to which Izuku replied that he was happier now that he had found his father. However, Kurama brought up Inko, Izuku's former mother, which prompted Izuku to express his disdain for her. Kurama assured him that he had not revealed Izuku's whereabouts to her, and Izuku thanked him for that. As Kurama prepared to leave, he mentioned that Izuku had a visitor. When Izuku opened the door, he was greeted by Lady Yasaka, who asked if she could come in. He welcomed her inside, and she expressed her gratitude for saving her daughter. Izuku downplayed his actions, explaining that he was hired as her bodyguard. Yasaka mentioned her plans to foster a relationship between yokai and devils, and Izuku agreed that both sides could benefit from such an alliance. She then inquired about his plans for the next day, and Izuku shared that he would continue training to improve himself, revealing his unique heritage as a half-breed. Yasaka expressed sympathy for the troubles he had faced, and Izuku reassured her that he was in a better place now. Seeing his smile, Yasaka blushed slightly and stood up, suggesting that he should get some rest for the journey ahead. As she walked past him, she leaned down and kissed him on the cheek, then turned to wish him good night. Izuku returned her farewell, and she asked him to call her Yasaka instead of Lady Yasaka, which he happily agreed to. The next day, Hai was busy with paperwork when a black magic circle appeared on the floor, and Izuku emerged from it, announcing his return from the mission. Hai inquired about how it went, and as Izuku recounted his experiences, a white pigeon flew to an unknown hideout. The bird landed on the shoulder of a man observing two others in front of him. Rob noted that their 3 members had been killed, and 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 expressed disappointment that they couldn't handle capturing one child. Rob revealed that the green-haired boy was Izuku Asmodeus, Hai's son, and although skilled, he believed they could manage to eliminate him. 𝗧𝗏, another figure present, questioned why Rob didn't handle it himself, but he reminded her of the importance of their mission and the leverage they held over her. 𝗧𝗏, frustrated, left the room, and Rob instructed 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 to follow her and ensure the job was completed, even if it meant eliminating her if she became a problem. 2 days later, Izuku finished his last answer on a test and looked up at Nizu, announcing that he was done. Nizu acknowledged his completion and told him he could head home. Grabbing his backpack, Izuku left the classroom, walking through UA and passing many students. He appreciated the perks of being taught by Nizu at a hero school, even though he had no longing to become a hero. As he walked, he heard someone call his name and turned to see 3 people approaching. Izuku approached Mirio with a friendly smile, expressing his happiness to see him. Mirio replied that he was doing well and was glad to see Izuku too. Their friendship had begun when Izuku started studying under Nizu, although he had not yet met the other 2 students. A mysterious figure appeared, curious about Izuku. They inquired if he was the student being taught by Nizu and asked about his quirk. 𝗔𝗫𝗏𝗏 was curious about Izuku, asking him a flurry of questions as he stared at her with a blank expression. She was so close that he placed a hand over her mouth to quiet her. He then suggested they try again, asking her to introduce herself and speak slowly so he could understand. 𝗔𝗫𝗏𝗏 nodded, and he removed his hand from her mouth. She introduced herself as 𝗔𝗫𝗏𝗏, excited to meet him. Mirio chimed in, confirming her enthusiasm and introducing Tamaki, who was shyly hiding in a corner. Tamaki greeted Izuku quietly, and Izuku wondered about his demeanor. 𝗔𝗫𝗏𝗏 reassured him that Tamaki was just a bit shy. 𝗔𝗫𝗏𝗏 then asked Izuku if he was trying to be a hero at UA. Izuku replied that he didn't care much for heroes. Confused, 𝗔𝗫𝗏𝗏 asked why, but he simply stated that heroes weren't everything and decided to leave the conversation there. He expressed a longing to talk more but needed to go. As Izuku exited UA, he felt someone following him. He walked until he found an alley, where he quickly vanished, and the follower did the same. Moving through the forest with remarkable speed, he led the person away before summoning his sword in a clearing. As he unsheathed his blade, the figure approached, and they clashed swords. The woman standing before him introduced herself as 𝗧𝗏, acknowledging his skill and expressing surprise that he was a challenge. Izuku, taken aback, demanded to know who she was. 𝗧𝗏 jumped back to create distance, and Izuku realized he needed to be cautious. 𝗧𝗏 summoned ice spikes from the ground, but Izuku countered by channeling black flames into his fist and striking the ground. The flames erupted, destroying the ice and forcing 𝗧𝗏 to leap into the air. Izuku appeared before her and delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. She managed to recover by creating an ice path to stop herself. Recognizing his strength, 𝗧𝗏 decided to intensify her efforts, forming multiple ice spears around her. She launched them at him, but Izuku took a deep breath and unleashed a fierce roar, channeling his power as he prepared to counter her attack. 𝗧𝗏 vanished, avoiding the flames, and appeared behind the green-haired boy, poised to strike him with her sword. However, she noticed that Izuku had left an afterimage in his place. Realizing this, she turned to her right and saw him preparing for his next attack. With determination, he unleashed a powerful blast, calling upon his spirit gun. 𝗧𝗏 swiftly dodged, using her speed to evade the attack, and reappeared at his side, launching multiple ice spears at him. Izuku quickly brought his hands together, channeling black lightning to obliterate the incoming projectiles. In response, 𝗧𝗏 conjured a giant ice wall to absorb the blast, but it crumbled under the force. Using her moonwalk technique, she attempted to retreat, but Izuku smirked and activated his flash step, clashing blades with her once more. 𝗧𝗏 leaped back, but Izuku pursued her, their swords clashing again as she struggled to keep up. She was baffled by his ability to match her skill, wondering how he was doing it. Izuku infused black lightning into his sword, gaining an edge, and broke through her defenses, preparing to stab her. Yet, 𝗧𝗏 vanished again, using her speed to reappear high in the air, summoning a giant meteor of ice. Though she declared that playtime was over, Izuku stood firm, extending his right hand toward the descending meteor. As it collided with him, 𝗧𝗏 believed she had won. However, the meteor began to shrink, absorbed by Izuku's power. To her surprise, he revealed a black gauntlet on his right arm. He thanked the entity within for the boost, and as black flames erupted from him, 𝗧𝗏's shock deepened. She realized he possessed the powers of the two legendary dragons, Albion and Drake. Just as Izuku prepared to unleash another attack, 𝗧𝗏 was struck from behind, causing her to fall to her knees, coughing up blood. She turned to see a hulking figure approaching. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 mocked her weakness, stating that he had grown tired of babysitting her. He declared that after he dealt with Izuku, he would end her life as well. 𝗧𝗏, concerned for her sister, was met with 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲's cold assurance that her sister would soon follow her fate. Izuku, confused and angry, demanded to know who 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 was. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 dismissed him, claiming there was no point in revealing that to a dead man. He powered up his aura, ready to show Izuku true fear. Izuku, undeterred, prepared for the fight. They rushed at each other, their fists clashing with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 attempted to punch Izuku, but he caught the blow with his gauntlet arm. In an instant, 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲's power was divided, leaving him weakened. Izuku seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲's gut, sending him crashing through several trees. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 charged again, but Izuku unleashed black lightning at him. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 braced himself, using his iron body technique to absorb the attack. He quickly moved behind Izuku, landing a punch that shook the ground. Izuku, however, summoned his devil wings, halting his fall in midair. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 acknowledged Izuku's talent but lamented that he had to kill him. Izuku questioned why 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 wanted him dead. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 simply told him to stay still and vanished, reappearing beside Izuku. As they exchanged blows, Izuku smirked, using Anubis's power to absorb 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲's strength again. With a charged lightning-infused punch, he struck 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. As 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲 rose from the crater, he expressed disbelief that he had to use his full power against a mere child. Izuku taunted him, noting that 𝗧𝗏 had put up more of a fight. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲, enraged, declared he would not be insulted by a 𝗬𝗲𝗪 child. He broke away and attempted another punch, but Izuku countered, driving his fist through 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗲's gut. After pulling back, he shook off the BLD, expressing his disappointment that he had to use his balance breaker against someone so weak. As 𝗔𝗻𝗲 began to retreat, Izuku appeared before him, grabbing him by the head. He declared that since 𝗔𝗻𝗲 came to kill him, it was only fair to return the favor. Ignoring 𝗔𝗻𝗲's pleas, Izuku unleashed black flames, obliterating the man's head and leaving his body to drop lifelessly to the ground. After dispelling his balance breaker, Izuku heard a faint sound and rushed over to 𝗧𝗏, who lay in a pool of her own BLD. She whispered apologies, expressing her regret for being too weak. Izuku, desperate to help, asked Anubis if they could heal her. Anubis replied that in her current state, she wouldn't survive. Izuku understood, and 𝗧𝗏's eyes met his, filled with a mix of sorrow and gratitude. 𝗧𝗏 pleaded for release, her voice barely a whisper as a tear streamed down her face. Izuku rushed to his backpack, retrieving a special item and returning to her side. He had never imagined he would need to use this, but circumstances left him no choice. Looking down at 𝗧𝗏, he declared that he wouldn't let her die, she would live. He asked for her name, to which she responded, 𝗧𝗏 Shirayuki. With determination, he revealed a queen chess piece, introducing himself as Izuku Asmodeus of House Asmodeus. He invoked the power of the piece to resurrect her, commanding her to rise and live again. The queen piece glowed bright blue as it descended into her wound, enveloping her in a radiant magic circle. As the BLD around her vanished, the circle faded, and Izuku lifted her in his arms, admiring her peaceful form. Anubis congratulated Izuku on acquiring the queen of his peerage, to which Izuku responded with a hint of exasperation, knowing he would have to explain everything to her once she awoke. A magic circle appeared beneath him, and he teleported away with 𝗧𝗏. In a hotel room, Izuku kept watch over 𝗧𝗏, who remained unconscious due to 𝗔𝗻𝗲's attack. He had managed to heal her wounds but at a significant cost to his own magical energy. As he waited for her to awaken, a black magic circle appeared beside him, and Mukuro, his mother, emerged. She noticed Izuku's weakened state and expressed concern, asking who the woman on the bed was. Izuku explained that her name was 𝗧𝗏 and that he had used his queen piece to bring her back. Mukuro questioned his exhaustion, and he clarified that healing her had drained his magic but reassured her that he was fine. He revealed that 𝗧𝗏 was a skilled ice manipulator and a formidable fighter, but he needed answers from her. Meanwhile, Lucci, a figure in the shadows, lamented 𝗧𝗏's failure and the fall of 𝗔𝗻𝗲, noting that Izuku was taking her away to an unknown location. Two associates approached him, questioning their next move. They acknowledged that Izuku was no ordinary opponent, having defeated several powerful adversaries. Their conversation was interrupted by a television screen activating, revealing their boss. Lucci reported the setback in their plans and assured the boss that he would handle the situation personally. The conversation ended, and Lucci instructed his companions, Neutra and Vega, to prepare to leave their hideout. In a dark dungeon below their hideout, a young girl, no older than 13, was chained to the wall, her clothes tattered and dirty. Tears fell from her eyes, freezing upon contact with the ground. Back with Izuku, he had fallen asleep, hoping to recover his magical energy. Mukuro remained vigilant, ready to protect 𝗧𝗏 when she awakened. In 𝗧𝗏's dream, she found herself as a 12-year-old girl, holding her younger sister, who was crying. They faced men standing over their deceased mother. Lucci taunted them, and 𝗔𝗻𝗲 suggested what to do with the girls. 𝗧𝗏 stood protectively in front of her sister, vowing they wouldn't go with the men. She conjured ice spears, but they were effortlessly shattered by Neutra, who struck her, sending her crashing into a tree. Her sister called out to her, but Vega grabbed the girl, threatening her. Lucci offered a choice: come with them or meet the same fate as their mother. 𝗧𝗏, filled with rage and fear for her sister, reluctantly agreed to go with them. Suddenly, she jolted awake, scanning her surroundings. Izuku, with his 𝗔𝗂𝗓𝗓 activated, stood nearby, his expression serious. He informed her that he had questions, silencing her protests with a display of his killing intent. He demanded to know why she had attacked him. 𝗧𝗏 admitted she had been sent to kill him, but when pressed for details about her employer, she hesitated, stating that those who sent her were too dangerous to name. Izuku asserted that 𝗧𝗏 had little choice but to answer his questions. His 𝗔𝗂𝐻 eye glowed, and soon, 𝗧𝗏 found herself under his mind control. He inquired about who had sent her after him. 𝗧𝗏 revealed that it was 𝗵𝗃, the leader of a group known as the Stray Devils, who operated in the human world. When asked why he had sent her, she explained that it was due to his interference in their plans involving the kidnapping of the leader of the yokai demon's daughter, as well as the elimination of some of their members. Izuku pressed further, asking if she had wanted to attack him or if it had been forced upon her. 𝗧𝗏 admitted that she had no choice. If she hadn't attacked, they would have harmed her younger sister. Curious, Izuku asked who her sister was. 𝗧𝗏 revealed that her sister, Mizore Shirayuki, was only 13 years old and was being held captive, with threats against her life if 𝗧𝗏 disobeyed orders. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Izuku snapped his fingers, releasing her from his control. 𝗧𝗏 quickly regained her senses and questioned what had happened to her. Izuku explained that he had placed her under mind control to obtain the necessary answers, emphasizing that in her weakened state, torture would not have been ideal. She was puzzled as to why he hadn't killed her and how she was still alive. He clarified that he had used his queen piece on her, transforming her into a devil. 𝗧𝗏's eyes widened in shock, and in a sudden burst of aggression, she created an ice spike to attack him. However, Izuku's glowing 𝗔𝗂𝐻 intervened, using telekinesis to halt her advance. He remained calm, unfazed by the ice spear hovering near his face. Mikuro, ready to intervene, observed that Izuku had the situation under control. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed 𝗧𝗏 against the wall, rendering her unable to move as he approached her. He warned her that it would be wise not to attack the man who had saved her life. 𝗧𝗏 was taken aback, questioning how she could be considered saved. "You turned me into a SLV. I know what the underworld is like and how high-class devils use people to satisfy their selfish desires. I refuse to be anyone's SLV again. I would rather die than serve someone like you." Izuku, the son of the Devil King but not the true-born son, was half devil and half dragon. He resurrected her because he needed answers, and he couldn't get those if she was dead. 𝗧𝗏, filled with defiance, declared that he could kill her. She would not live as a SLV again. Izuku challenged her, asking if her little sister would be happy with her dead and alone, at the mercy of their captors. 𝗧𝗏 glared at him, anger boiling inside her. She expressed her disdain for her sister's weakness, claiming that their parents were also too weak to protect them. She had vowed never to be weak and had followed 𝗏𝗏 and his group, but she had been beaten by 𝗏𝗏 and had no choice. Izuku pointed out that if she considered her family weak, then her defeat at 𝗏𝗏's hands made her just as weak. 𝗧𝗏 shouted in frustration, unable to accept the truth. She struggled against Izuku's telekinesis but could not break free. She demanded a fair fight, but Izuku knew that she wouldn't last long in her current state. He had no intention of killing her. He wanted to understand why she was with 𝗏𝗏 and his gang and why they had her sister. 𝗧𝗏 insisted that she didn't care about her sister, claiming that she was too weak to help. Izuku countered that if she truly didn't care, she wouldn't have cried and apologized to her sister and mother before facing death. 𝗧𝗏's eyes widened as memories flooded back. Izuku knelt beside her, urging her to recognize that caring for family was not a weakness. Mikuro, observing from a distance, decided it was time to leave. She bid farewell to Izuku, who thanked her for her help. Izuku turned back to 𝗧𝗏, asking her if she wanted to save her sister and be free from 𝗏𝗏 and his gang. She expressed doubt, believing 𝗏𝗏 and his remaining gang members were too powerful. Izuku dismissed her concerns, insisting that anyone could be beaten. He stood up and offered her his hand, helping her to her feet. He handed her some new clothes since her own were damaged. As she changed, he covered his 𝗔𝗂𝐻, feeling the toll of using his abilities. Anubis reminded him to take it easy, as using so much power was taxing. 𝗧𝗏 emerged in a simple outfit, a black shirt and blue jeans. Suddenly, Vega appeared at the window, surprised to find her alive. He declared that he was there to tie up loose ends. Just as he charged at his death, Izuku intervened, punching Vega and sending him crashing through the wall. 𝗧𝗏 looked at Izuku, grateful for his timely intervention. 𝗧𝗏 nodded as Izuku followed Vega, who had landed on the roof of another building using a flash step. Izuku landed on the same building and recognized Vega. He drew his sword, determined to find out where 𝗓𝗓𝗓 was. Vega, surprised, had to jump back as Izuku lunged at him, aiming to slash his chest. With incredible speed, Vega dodged and appeared in front of the green-haired warrior, and they began to clash, sword against claws. They were locked in a stalemate, each trying to overpower the other. A smirk crossed Izuku's face as his sword became enveloped in black lightning. He moved his blade with astonishing speed, faster than Vega could keep up with. As their weapons clashed, Vega failed to notice the numerous cuts appearing on his body. Izuku then delivered a powerful kick enhanced by lightning to Vega's midsection, sending him flying. Izuku appeared above him, sword aimed at Vega's gut, unleashing a devastating attack that created a massive explosion. 𝗧𝗏 arrived just in time to see Vega lying in a crater, sparks of black lightning dancing around him. Izuku demanded answers, but he had to jump aside to avoid being severed in half by 𝗓𝗓𝗓's blade. He backflipped and landed on his feet, staring at the man. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 taunted him, claiming he was still too slow. Izuku was shocked when he felt something pierce through him. Looking down, he saw he had been struck by a finger. He turned to see 𝗓𝗓𝗓, who regarded him with an uncaring gaze. 𝗧𝗏 called out to Izuku, who spat out a bit of BLD while glaring at 𝗓𝗓𝗓. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 remarked on the trouble Izuku had caused his group, dismissing him as a mere brat. He removed his finger from Izuku's chest, and Izuku prepared to strike back with his sword. However, 𝗓𝗓𝗓 unleashed a rapid-fire attack that felt like multiple stabbing pains. After a brief pause, 𝗓𝗓𝗓 struck Izuku with a powerful kick, sending him crashing into a wall. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 then turned his attention to 𝗧𝗏, mocking her for becoming a SLV to Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 glared at 𝗓𝗓𝗓, forming an ice spear in her hand. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 ordered 𝗓𝗓𝗓 to eliminate her, and the man moved with incredible speed, appearing behind her and attempting to slice her head off. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and 𝗓𝗓𝗓's hand holding the blade was blown off. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 screamed in shock as 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 approached the group, casually commenting on his missed shot. Enraged, 𝗓𝗓𝗓 picked up his weapon and launched himself at 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿, who smiled and fired again, this time hitting and destroying 𝗓𝗓𝗓's body. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 realized the situation was dire with 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿's unexpected arrival. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐿 addressed 𝗓𝗓𝗓, tossing a coin into the air to decide his fate. When it landed, he declared it was tails, and just then Vega, who had recovered, pierced 𝗒𝐬𝐬𝐿 through the chest, declaring him a 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗒𝐬𝐬𝐿, unfazed, remarked on having another victim. 𝗧𝗏, still recovering from her wounds, launched ice spikes at 𝗓𝗓𝗓, who dodged her attacks. She vowed to end his reign of suffering, but 𝗓𝗓𝗓 reminded her that he held her sister's life in his hands. 𝗧𝗏 insisted she would set her sister free once he was defeated. As she attempted to strike him down, 𝗓𝗓𝗓 evaded and countered with a powerful kick to her gut, causing her to cough up BLD and crash into a wall. 𝗓𝗓𝗓, now transforming into his jaguar form, declared it was time to finish the fight. Meanwhile, in Izuku's mindscape, he lamented being taken out so quickly and recognized the power of his opponent. Anubis urged him to rise and finish the fight, reminding him that he needed to dig deeper. Anubis transformed into his human form, explaining that he had once been a powerful dragon god. He reassured Izuku that he was growing stronger every day and that the power he had yet to wield would soon be within his grasp. As darkness surged around Izuku, Anubis encouraged him to show the world the power of the apex dragon. In the real world, 𝗓𝗓𝗓 held 𝗧𝗏 by her throat, taunting her about her weakness. Just as he prepared to strike, he was sent flying by a punch from Izuku, who had transformed and stood protectively over 𝗧𝗏. Izuku, now determined, faced 𝗓𝗓𝗓, who was furious at his unexpected recovery. Izuku confidently declared that 𝗓𝗓𝗓 was too weak to kill him, activating his powers and preparing for their next confrontation. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 remarked that it would have been wise for Izuku to stay down, hinting that he might have considered letting him live. Izuku chuckled, confident in his own strength, and unleashed his newfound power, pushing 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗏 back. The pressure of the attack caught the attention of 𝗓𝗏𝗪𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who observed the unfolding battle with interest. 𝗓𝗏𝗪𝗏 noted that things were getting intriguing, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏 questioned the source of Izuku's overwhelming power. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, frustrated, declared he had enough of this and vanished, only to reappear and deliver a powerful punch aimed at Izuku. The impact sent debris flying, and when the smoke cleared, Izuku stood unfazed, blocking 𝗓𝗏𝗏's punch with a bored expression. He taunted 𝗓𝗏𝗏, expecting more from him. Before 𝗓𝗏𝗏 could react, Izuku pulled him in and elbowed him in the face, then spun and kicked the hulking leopard man, sending him sliding back. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 cursed under his breath, realizing that Izuku was more trouble than he anticipated. Izuku then warned 𝗓𝗏𝗏 to pay attention, grabbing him by the face and slamming him into the ground, creating a crater. 𝗬𝗧 watched in disbelief, noting that Izuku was handling 𝗓𝗏𝗏 with ease. Izuku checked if 𝗓𝗏𝗏 was still conscious, and as 𝗓𝗏𝗏 opened his eyes, he saw Izuku smirking at him. In a sudden move, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 vanished again, wrapping Izuku in his tail and preparing to strike at his chest. He unleashed a powerful attack, causing Izuku to gasp and cough, momentarily freeing himself. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 followed up with a kick that sent Izuku crashing through a wall. 𝗧𝗏 cried out in concern for Izuku, while 𝗓𝗏𝗏 boasted about his superiority, claiming Izuku could never hope to defeat him. To everyone's surprise, Izuku sat up, laughing maniacally, declaring that this was the challenge he had been waiting for. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 was taken aback, and Izuku encouraged him to show more of his abilities. 𝗓𝗏𝗪𝗏 observed that the situation was about to escalate, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏 expressed concern for 𝗓𝗏𝗏, believing he was about to overpower Izuku. 𝗓𝗏𝗪𝗏, however, suggested that they should be more worried about him. As both fighters charged at each other, Izuku found the battle increasingly exciting and taunted 𝗓𝗏𝗏 for not holding back. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, furious, attempted another attack, but Izuku caught his leg, stopping him in his tracks. Izuku then delivered a powerful punch to 𝗓𝗏𝗏's gut, sending him flying. Izuku, transforming into a dragon hybrid, felt a surge of power as darkness enveloped him, and he grew horns, longer hair, and claws. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 landed a distance away, shocked by Izuku's transformation and demanding to know what he was. Izuku confidently declared himself a devil and a dragon, ready for the fun to begin. As darkness gathered around his hand, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 felt himself being pulled toward Izuku, unable to resist. Izuku struck 𝗓𝗏𝗏 in the gut, causing him to cough up BLD, and held onto his wrist, delivering another powerful blow. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 tried to recover, but Izuku kicked him in the jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Izuku hovered above, preparing his next attack. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a powerful blast that struck 𝗓𝗏𝗏 directly, driving him deeper into the ground. 𝗧𝗏 watched in awe as Izuku soared through the air, waiting for the smoke to clear. As 𝗓𝗏𝗏 attempted to sneak up on him, Izuku effortlessly punched him in the face, channeling black flames into his fist. The impact sent 𝗓𝗏𝗏 reeling, and he grew furious, revealing his 4 devil wings and launching himself at Izuku. The two clashed in midair, exchanging blows. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 was astonished that Izuku could keep up with him, but Izuku laughed off 𝗓𝗏𝗏's attacks. Izuku retaliated with a series of powerful punches, sending 𝗓𝗏𝗏 flying with a roundhouse kick. He followed up with an axe kick that struck 𝗓𝗏𝗏's midsection, causing a loud boom as 𝗓𝗏𝗏 hit the ground. Izuku continued his assault, landing on 𝗓𝗏𝗏 and stomping on him, forcing him to cough up BLD. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one echoing as 𝗓𝗏𝗏 struggled to withstand the onslaught. As 𝗓𝗏𝗏 began to revert to his human form, Izuku paused, looking down at the battered opponent. He taunted 𝗓𝗏𝗏, questioning if that was all he had. In a desperate move, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 lunged at Izuku with a finger pistol, but Izuku caught his hand and snapped it, causing 𝗓𝗏𝗏 to cry out in pain. Izuku silenced him with a palm strike that sent him crashing through the wall back to where 𝗧𝗏 stood. As 𝗓𝗏𝗏 attempted to rise, Izuku stabbed him in the back with a sword, channeling dark lightning through it. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 screamed in agony, and 𝗧𝗏 watched in horror, questioning Izuku's actions. "Aren't you going to confront him?" Izuku stated that he needed to find out where her sister was. A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing himself as 𝗓𝗏𝗪𝗏, the legendary vampire. Izuku was surprised that 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐻𝗃 knew about him, acknowledging his reputation as the new mercenary dealing with the underworld's troubles. As Izuku began to revert to his human form, 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐻𝗃 revealed that he had information about 𝗲𝗏's location, obtained from a man named 𝗏𝗏 and another named 𝗏𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 asked if 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐻𝗃 could lead them to her sister, to which he agreed, but only if they could keep up. Izuku, determined, responded affirmatively but soon found himself dropping to one knee, breathing heavily. 𝗧𝗏 rushed to check on him, concerned about his well-being. He explained that his new form had drained him significantly, unlike his previous abilities, but insisted they needed to move quickly to rescue her sister. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, 𝗲𝗏 sat on the ground, chains binding her wrists and ankles, placed there by Lucci to suppress her magic. She felt a deep sadness over her imprisonment. In a flashback 2 years earlier, 𝗲𝗏 was in her cell when she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw 𝗧𝗏, her older sister. 𝗧𝗏 placed a small gift in front of 𝗲𝗏's cell, and despite the chains, 𝗲𝗏 managed to reach for it. Unwrapping the gift, she discovered a cinnamon bun, her favorite. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her determination to ensure 𝗲𝗏 didn't starve, promising that one day she would be strong enough to defeat Lucci and free them from his grasp. 𝗲𝗏 reassured 𝗧𝗏 that she believed in her strength, even though they were at the mercy of a powerful enemy. 𝗧𝗏 vowed that she would do whatever it took to save her sister, even if it cost her life. Back in the present, Izuku, 𝗧𝗏, and 𝗎𝗽𝗃 arrived at the hideout. 𝗎𝗃 sensed something was off, but 𝗧𝗏 urged them to hurry. Just as Izuku was about to speak, he felt a surge of magical energy and quickly grabbed 𝗧𝗏, pulling her back as the building erupted in a blinding explosion. 𝗧𝗏 cried out for her sister as she rushed toward the site of the explosion, desperately searching for 𝗲𝗏. Izuku, realizing Lucci must have anticipated this move, was pulled from his thoughts by 𝗧𝗏's frantic screams for her sister. Holding the badly injured 𝗲𝗏, who was barely conscious, 𝗧𝗏 begged her to stay awake. 𝗎𝗃 grimly noted that even with their fastest efforts, 𝗲𝗏's injuries were severe. 𝗧𝗏 refused to accept that her sister would die, pleading with Izuku to resurrect 𝗲𝗏 as he had done for her. Izuku asked if she was sure, explaining that 𝗲𝗏 would become a devil like 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 insisted that she didn't care about that, she just wanted her sister to live. Izuku stepped forward, preparing to perform the resurrection. He asked 𝗧𝗏 for 𝗲𝗏's full name and gently placed her weakened body on the ground. With a powerful incantation, he summoned a black magic circle beneath 𝗲𝗏, and as the pawn piece floated down to her, her body glowed with a bright blue light. When the light faded, 𝗲𝗏 was no longer injured, her skin restored to normal. As she opened her eyes, she saw 𝗧𝗏, tears of joy streaming down her face. 𝗲𝗏 questioned if she was dreaming, to which 𝗧𝗏 assured her that she was alive. They embraced tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Breaking the hug, they turned to Izuku, who introduced himself. 𝗲𝗏 thanked him for saving her, and he urged them to leave quickly, as the explosion would attract unwanted attention. Just as they were about to leave, Izuku suddenly stopped, causing concern among the others. Before they could ask what was wrong, Izuku began coughing up blood, clutching his chest in pain before collapsing to his knees. 𝗧𝗏 shouted his name in alarm, while 𝗎𝗃 cursed under his breath. The overuse of his power had finally caught up to Izuku. He hit the ground, his eyes barely open as he saw 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗎𝗃 calling out to him, but he could not hear them. Soon, darkness overtook him, and he drifted into unconsciousness. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself lying on the ground, surrounded by shadowy figures resembling soldiers. He quickly got to his feet, instinctively getting into a defensive stance. He demanded to know who they were and where he was. A calm voice reassured him that they meant no harm. Turning, Izuku saw Anubis sitting on the steps leading up to an empty throne. Izuku asked Anubis what was happening. Anubis stood and approached him, towering over the young boy. He explained that Izuku was not in any danger but that he had helped him during his fight, sensing a change within him. Confused, Izuku inquired about this change, wondering if he had died. Anubis confirmed that, in a way, he had, but reassured him that he was alive. He revealed that Izuku not only possessed a sacred gear but had also inherited Anubis's abilities. Izuku learned that he had new powers. Anubis shared his own past, revealing that he had once been human, known as Sung Jinwoo, and had been considered the weakest hunter in a world filled with hunters rather than heroes. He explained how he had grown stronger with each battle and dungeon he faced, describing dungeons as real-life challenges filled with monsters led by powerful bosses. Anubis assured Izuku that he would grow strong in the same way, noting that he had already become much stronger after his fight with 𝗵𝗃, despite losing consciousness. Curious about the shadow soldiers surrounding them, Izuku asked about them. Anubis explained that they were once his loyal soldiers, who had fought by his side and protected those he cared for. They could not be killed but required a significant amount of mana to maintain. Anubis smiled at Izuku, affirming that he was the chosen wielder of the apex dragon, destined to inherit Anubis's will and carve his own path in the world. Encouraged, Izuku approached the empty throne, feeling his heartbeat quicken with each step. He sat down, getting comfortable, as Anubis inquired about his feelings. Suddenly, Izuku clutched his head as his eyes glowed white. He experienced Anubis's memories, his battles, the monsters he had defeated, and how he had become the Shadow Monarch. After witnessing everything that shaped Anubis, Izuku's eyes returned to normal, and he breathed heavily, impressed by the trials Anubis had faced and the strength he had gained. Anubis acknowledged that it was now Izuku's turn to carve out his own path with the power of the shadows. He turned to the lined-up shadow soldiers and declared that the time had come for them to be called to service once more, as his reign had come to an end. But there is a new Shadow Monarch, a new brilliant fragment of light now presented to all, your new king, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. When this was announced, the shadow soldiers remained silent for a moment before surprising Izuku with their actions. They all bowed their heads and proclaimed their loyalty. The shadow soldiers declared their allegiance to King Izuku. Witnessing this, Izuku's eyes widened in astonishment. These shadow soldiers were now under his command. His body began to glow, signaling that it was time for him to awaken. Anubis observed the moment with a smirk, hinting at surprises awaiting Izuku upon his return to consciousness. Izuku, puzzled, asked what Anubis meant, but before he could receive an answer, his entire being vanished from his mindscape. Anubis wished him luck as his successor. As Izuku opened his eyes, he realized he was not in a hospital but in a hotel suite. Confused, he turned his head to the left and exclaimed his surprise at the luxurious surroundings. Attempting to sit up, he felt a weight on his right side. He moved the cover to discover 𝗂𝗧 sleeping peacefully while hugging his arm. Startled, he called out her name, which stirred her awake. 𝗂𝗧 sat up, yawned, and smiled at him, greeting him with a cheerful morning. Izuku, blushing, turned his gaze away and questioned why 𝗂𝗧 was in bed with him, especially in such a state of undress. 𝗂𝗧 explained that she and Akino had found him near death after sensing the immense magic power he had unleashed during his battle with 𝗏𝗏. They rushed to his side and, upon finding him in dire condition, took him to safety. 𝗂𝗧 revealed that she had used a healing method that required both of them to be unclothed. Realizing he was also naked, Izuku quickly covered himself while 𝗂𝗧 giggled at his embarrassment. He insisted that this was not funny. 𝗂𝗧 reassured him, saying that she was comfortable sleeping next to him and that he was quite cozy to be with. Izuku sighed, feeling awkward, and requested that she leave so he could change. 𝗂𝗧 playfully teased him, but ultimately got out of bed and began dressing, taking her time with her underwear, which made it difficult for Izuku to look away despite his efforts. As she finished getting dressed, 𝗂𝗧 informed him that his clothes were in the bathroom, as Akino had brought him some fresh ones since his were bloodied and damaged. She exited the room and encountered 𝗧𝗏, who inquired about Izuku's condition. 𝗂𝗧 reassured her that he was fine, but 𝗧𝗏 insisted that her services were no longer needed, implying that she could handle things from there. Just then, Izuku appeared in the doorway, now dressed in black jeans and a gray hoodie. He expressed his gratitude to 𝗂𝗧 for her help and asked 𝗧𝗏 not to give her a hard time. 𝗧𝗏 reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, Akino hugged Izuku from behind, expressing her relief at seeing him awake and well. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's eyebrow twitched at the sight. Izuku thanked Akino and then asked 𝗧𝗏 about her sister, 𝗲𝗲. 𝗧𝗏 confirmed that 𝗲𝗲 was fine, thanks to the efforts of Rias and the others. Izuku then turned to the two new arrivals, Sona and Tsubaki. He recognized Sona and introduced himself, mentioning that he had heard about her from her sister. Sona introduced herself and her queen, Tsubaki, who bowed respectfully to Izuku. He requested that they drop the formalities, stating that he was not an heir to anything and preferred to be called simply Izuku. As they approached 𝗲𝗲's door, Izuku knocked, and upon entering he found her sitting on her bed in new clothes. He greeted her and asked how she was feeling. 𝗲𝗲 expressed her gratitude for their help in her recovery. Izuku introduced himself formally, explaining that he was 𝗧𝗑𝗪𝗻𝗄𝐷𝗪s, son of 𝗲𝗪𝗻𝗄𝐷𝗪s, one of the 4 devil kings, and that he had resurrected her as a member of his peerage, making her a part of his household. Turning to Rias and Sona, he introduced 𝗧𝗏 as 𝗲𝗲's older sister and his queen. He explained 𝗧𝗏's role as his right hand and second in command within the peerage. Izuku acknowledged that he had been hesitant about forming a peerage but was now open to the idea. He assured them that he would not treat them as subordinates but rather with respect, as long as they showed him the same. He expressed his longing for them to grow stronger together, emphasizing that a peerage is only as strong as its king. So they would ensure everyone improved on their weaknesses. 𝗧𝗏 took a knee and bowed before Izuku, expressing her gratitude. She assured him that she had no worries about this ordeal, as he had saved both her and her sister's lives. She pledged to stand by his side as his queen and right hand, even offering to be his partner if he wished. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and he felt a rush of warmth at her words. He quickly shifted the conversation to 𝗲𝗲, asking her how she felt about the situation. 𝗲𝗲 responded that she had no complaints and was determined to meet his expectations. Rias chimed in, teasing Izuku about having both a queen and a pawn, which made him a bit flustered. He thanked Rias for healing him and 𝗲𝗲, promising to repay her kindness. Rias insisted that there was no need for repayment, as she was happy to help. Just then, 𝗓𝗢𝐻𝗏 emerged from the shadows, greeting the young devils and reminding them it was time to handle the business they had discussed. Izuku explained that it was about Lucci, prompting 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗲 to adopt serious expressions as they stood beside him. Izuku informed Rias and Sona that they would see them later, as they had something to take care of. A black magic circle appeared beneath them, teleporting them away while 𝗓𝗢𝐻𝗏 transformed into bats and flew out the window. Rias and Sona exchanged thoughts about Izuku, with Sona finding him quite interesting. Akino mentioned that she couldn't make him blush when she hugged him, indicating he was a tough one to tease. Tsubaki noted that he certainly had an intriguing queen, and Rias remarked on 𝗧𝗏's boldness. Akino playfully warned Rias that she needed to step up her game, or 𝗧𝗏 might take Izuku from her, causing Rias to blush and deny any claim over Izuku. Akino suggested she might stake her claim before 𝗧𝗏 did, which made both heiresses shake their heads at her words. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝗓𝗢𝐻𝗏 were following a hallway to a closed door. Izuku asked if this was the place, and 𝗓𝗢𝗻𝗏 confirmed it, explaining that Lucci had been struggling to break free since their last encounter. Upon opening the door, they found Rob Lucci, still wounded from his previous fight. Izuku remarked on Lucci's condition, to which Lucci retorted, demanding Izuku end his life if that was his intention. Izuku clarified that Lucci would indeed die, but not by his hands. He then turned to 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗲, suggesting they might want to repay Lucci for their time as captives. 𝗧𝗏 smiled with a hint of mischief, expressing her eagerness to assist. Izuku assured them that Lucci was all theirs. 𝗲𝗲 shared a similar smile, and they both looked at Lucci in a way that sent a shiver down his spine. 𝗓𝗢𝗻𝗏 pointed out various tools and weapons available for their use, and 𝗲𝗲 thanked him, ready to take action. As Izuku and 𝗓𝗢𝗻𝗏 left the room, they closed the door behind them, only to hear Lucci's cries echoing from within. At the airport, a black-haired beauty named Momo Yaoyorozu stood with her parents, waiting for someone. Her father expressed excitement about seeing her cousin after so long, and Momo eagerly agreed, looking forward to how much her cousin had changed. Her mother shared in the anticipation, excited to have her stay with them. Soon, They spotted someone walking through the gate with bags in tow. Momo called out to her cousin, Stella, and the two girls rushed to embrace each other warmly, thrilled to see one another again. As they exchanged pleasantries, Momo's father and mother welcomed Stella, complimenting her growth into an appealing young woman. The driver took Stella's bags and placed them in the trunk as the family climbed into the car and drove off. At an unknown location, a man named 𝗬𝗵𝗲, head of the Vermilion clan, was furious upon learning that Lucci was dead. He stood before 3 individuals and several hitmen, demanding to know who had taken out Lucci. One of the hitmen presented a photo of Izuku, revealing his identity as the former son of a pro hero. Sento recognized Izuku as a threat, recalling how he had disrupted his plans in Kyoto. He then tasked the 3 individuals with finding and eliminating Stella, his niece, who had slipped from his grasp, as well as capturing Izuku alive if possible. The 3 accepted the job and left the room, while one of the guards expressed concern about sending them for such a task. Sento assured him that he needed Stella gone to maintain control of the clan, confident that Izuku would soon meet his end. Izuku was currently walking through a forest in Mustafu, Japan, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 following behind him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked what they were going to do out there, and Izuku held up a key, explaining that Anubis had told him he could use it to help with his training. He needed to find an area away from people and hold the key as if he were putting it through a door. They came to a stop in an open field, and Izuku declared it was time to begin. Holding out the key, a gate appeared before them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inquired if this was the gate, to which Izuku confirmed it was. 𝗲𝗲 expressed her amazement, and they stepped through the gate, entering a dungeon that resembled a demon's lair. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at an open area. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 remarked on the dungeon-like atmosphere, while 𝗲𝗲 suddenly heard something. Growling noises surrounded them, and 10 red wolves emerged, growling at the trio. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 commented on the wolves, calling them cute, while Izuku chuckled, noting they seemed ready to play. Both girls smirked, preparing for a fight. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 drew her rapier, and 𝗲𝗲 formed a sword made of ice. With a battle cry, they charged at the wolves. Izuku dashed forward, swiftly taking down 3 wolves, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 cut down 4 on her right. 𝗲𝗲 froze the ground beneath her, sliding forward and using her ice blade to dispatch the wolves that approached her. More wolves emerged, but the trio remained unfazed. Izuku, now wielding a sword, noted the additional wolves that had joined the fray. 𝗲𝗲 raised her hands, forming multiple ice spears and sending them toward the approaching pack, taking them down instantly. Izuku channeled black lightning through his body, vanishing and reappearing among the wolves, swiftly defeating them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 slammed her hand on the ground, creating ice spears that rose up and pierced the remaining wolves. One wolf lunged at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but Izuku kicked it into the air, then slashed at it as it fell, landing gracefully on the ground. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 watched, feeling a rush of excitement at his skill. As the last of the wolves fell, 𝗲𝗲 concluded that they had defeated them all. However, Izuku sensed a surge of mana approaching, indicating that something else was coming. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned what it could be, and Izuku turned to see a hulking monster approaching them, the Alpha Wolf, the dungeon boss. 𝗲𝗲 noted its size, and Izuku acknowledged the immense magical power emanating from it. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 teased Izuku, asking if he was scared and suggesting she and 𝗲𝗲 could handle it. Izuku smirked, asserting that a king does not simply sit back while his allies fight. They would face this challenge together. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 declared her loyalty to him, while 𝗲𝗲 praised his heroic spirit. Izuku corrected her, stating they were not heroes but hunters, as his eyes glowed bright blue, focusing on the beast before them. Stella and Momo were at the Kyoshi Ward shopping mall, where Stella expressed her gratitude for Momo accompanying her, noting how large the mall was. Momo replied that it was no trouble, emphasizing their family bond and how long it had been since they spent time together. Stella apologized for that, but Momo reassured her there was no need to apologize. Momo then asked if Stella still practiced kendo, recalling how skilled she had been growing up. Stella confirmed she had continued practicing and had become exceptionally good until she faced someone who surpassed her. Momo was surprised that someone had actually beaten Stella, prompting her to share more about the encounter. Stella recounted a memory from 𝗷𝗫 Junior High, where she had met a boy named Izuku, who had green hair and green eyes. She had always called him Ikki, which irritated him, but she did it to provoke a reaction. He had been the first boy to defeat her in kendo, and she remembered the match vividly. In her flashback, Izuku stood across from Stella, appearing uninterested as he held his kendo stick on his shoulder. Stella thought to herself that she would take him down like everyone else. The referee announced the rules of their spar, emphasizing it was just practice and no one should get hurt. As the match began, Stella checked for openings in Izuku's stance but was caught off guard when he rushed at her with incredible speed. They clashed sticks, and Stella boasted about her speed, but Izuku parried her strikes effortlessly. He then jabbed her in the midsection, surprising her and the onlookers. Determined, Stella re-engaged, launching a series of attacks, but Izuku continued to block and counter her moves with ease. They eventually jumped back from each other, and while Stella was breathing from exertion, Izuku showed no signs of fatigue, leaving her to wonder about his stamina. Stella felt a surge of determination as she watched Izuku, who seemed to regard her with an air of superiority. She was resolved to take him down. Without hesitation, she charged at him, but to everyone's astonishment, Izuku skillfully knocked her kendo stick from her grasp. The crowd gasped, and Stella's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time she had ever lost in kendo. Known as the red-haired genius and admired by many boys at Aldera, she had just been defeated by Izuku. Izuku, resting his kendo stick on his shoulder, looked at her and declared his victory before turning away, leaving Stella in shock. The referee announced Izuku as the winner. Stella later reflected on the match, still trying to comprehend her loss. Momo, her friend, asked if she was devastated. Stella admitted she was more annoyed than anything, frustrated that she wanted a rematch but learned that Izuku was no longer on the kendo team. Momo was surprised, recalling that Izuku was supposed to be one of the best. Stella expressed her irritation at Izuku's skill and how he never bothered anyone, always standing up to bullies. Despite her attempts to challenge him again, he had always declined. What intrigued her most was the cold look in his eyes, which made her curious about him. Momo teased Stella, suggesting she might have a crush on Izuku, causing Stella to blush and deny it vehemently. Momo giggled, and Stella sighed, exasperated but amused by her cousin's antics. As they walked through the mall, Stella wondered what Izuku was doing now. Meanwhile, Izuku, 𝗵𝗲, and 𝗧𝗏 found themselves surrounded by an army of wolves and the dungeon boss, 𝗓𝗏𝗏, who snarled at them. Izuku smirked, feeling the power of the dragon and 𝗕𝗏𝗶𝗆𝐷 within him, ready for the challenge ahead. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 howled, summoning 60 wolves that growled menacingly at the trio. In a flashback, Izuku stood before Anubis, eager to understand his newfound powers. He learned he could summon shadow soldiers but needed to be cautious about his mana usage. Anubis revealed there was a specific command to summon them. Back in the present, Izuku confidently commanded, "Arise." Shadows swirled around him, and from them emerged Boru, Igris, and several knight soldiers, all kneeling before him. 𝗵𝗲 was amazed, while 𝗧𝗏 marveled at the extent of his power. Igris pledged his service, and Izuku instructed him and the other knights to handle the wolves while he focused on 𝗓𝗏𝗏. As the shadow soldiers sprang into action, Igris cut through the wolves, while Izuku charged at 𝗓𝗏𝗏, whose arms glowed with a dark orange aura. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 landed a punch on Izuku's jaw, but to the beast's surprise, Izuku merely smirked, absorbing the impact. 𝗧𝗏 then struck 𝗓𝗏𝗏 with a kick, sending it back slightly, though it seemed to have little effect. 𝗵𝗲 quickly encased the beast's feet in ice and summoned ice spears above it. However, 𝗓𝗏𝗏 unleashed a powerful roar, shattering the ice spears and sending Izuku, 𝗵𝗲, and 𝗧𝗏 flying. 𝗧𝗏 remarked that the challenges only made things more exciting. Izuku, enveloped in darkness, attempted to pull 𝗓𝗏𝗏 toward him. The beast resisted, forming a massive fist of dark orange magic and launching it at Izuku. Despite his efforts to absorb the attack, Izuku was sent flying. His friends called out to him in concern. Izuku activated his balance. Break her wings, halting his momentum, but 𝗓𝗏𝗏 appeared above him, delivering a powerful blow. A pillar of darkness erupted from where Izuku had landed, and he emerged in his balance breaker form, clad in black and red armor. He acknowledged 𝗵𝗃𝗀's beast magic and declared he would not lose. As they charged at each other again, Izuku moved with newfound speed, landing a fierce punch to 𝗵𝗃𝗀's jaw, followed by an uppercut that sent the beast airborne. Waiting for it in the air, 𝗧𝗏 summoned a meteor of ice, ready to strike. The meteor struck its target, sending 𝗵𝗃𝗀 crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Izuku soared into the air, channeling dark flames in his hands as he raised them high, forming a flaming dark arrow. He declared it was the endgame and launched the arrow down at the meteor, hitting it directly. An explosion followed, and as the smoke cleared, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 stood, barely holding on, bloodied and on its last legs. The two devils descended to the ground, joining 𝗲𝗏, while 𝗂𝗧, 𝗵𝗃, and the 10 shadow soldiers remained by their king's side. 𝗂𝗧 reported that the wolves had been dealt with and asked if Izuku required assistance with the beast. Izuku firmly declined, thanking them for their service. 𝗂𝗧 expressed their honor in serving him and wished him luck, while 𝗵𝗃 looked forward to the day they would be summoned again. They all sank back into Izuku's shadow. Izuku turned to the girls, ready to finish the fight. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 let out a roar, unleashing its powerful aura, but 𝗧𝗏, 𝗲𝗏, and Izuku responded with their own auras, charging at the beast. The trio engaged in fierce combat, with Izuku catching both of the beast's fists. His armor activated, and he absorbed the creature's magic power, causing it to growl in anger. 𝗧𝗏 then kicked the beast away, sending it crashing to the ground like a skipping stone. As it groggily rose to its feet, 𝗲𝗏 summoned ice spikes that impaled the beast's legs, its screams echoing throughout the dungeon. 𝗧𝗏 commanded the beast to stop whining and be further impaled, launching multiple ice blades at it. Izuku appeared before the monster, fists drawn back, ready to deliver the final blow. A flashback played in his mind, recalling a conversation with Megumi, who had taught him about a unique technique that amplified physical strikes. Though it usually required cursed energy, Megumi believed Izuku could use it with his magic power. Returning to the present, Izuku unleashed the technique, shouting, "Black Flash." 𝗵𝗃𝗀 was sent flying through multiple boulders, embedding itself in a wall as its life force faded. The beast's body exploded, leaving nothing behind. The objectives were complete, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 was defeated, and all the wolves in the dungeon were eliminated. Izuku leveled up, and as he looked at the screen in front of him, he wondered if the others could see it too. 𝗲𝗏 confirmed they could, while 𝗧𝗏 questioned what it meant. Izuku speculated about Anubis when he suddenly dropped to one knee, causing concern for 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗏. He reassured them that he was fine but needed rest after using his balance breaker and the shadow army. 𝗧𝗏 suggested they go home, and 𝗲𝗏 agreed. Izuku raised a key, and a gate appeared, allowing the three to walk through it. In the underworld, 𝗔𝗂𝗪, creator of the evil piece system, observed something unusual happening with Izuku's evil pieces as they turned black and changed. He noted that this had never happened before and decided he needed to speak with Izuku about it. In 𝗔𝗂𝗪's office, 𝗧𝗏, Lucifer, and 𝐻𝗓 listened as 𝗔𝗂𝗪 shared his findings. 𝐻𝗓 remarked on the strangeness of the situation, while 𝗧𝗏 pointed out that 3 pieces glowed with blue energy, particularly the queen and pawn pieces. 𝗔𝗂𝗪 expressed his confusion, having tested many theories without success. 𝐻𝗓 suggested contacting Izuku to see if he had any insights. Meanwhile, Izuku was drying his hair after a shower, dressed in a black muscle shirt and sweatpants when a magic circle appeared by his ear. 𝗲𝗓's voice came through, asking if it was a bad time. Izuku assured him it was fine and inquired about the reason for the call. 𝗲𝗓 requested Izuku to come to Beelzebub's office with his peerage members, explaining that something had come up that required their help. Izuku agreed and headed to 𝗧𝗏's room, knocking on her door. When she opened it, a smirk crossed her face. Izuku informed her that he needed her and 𝗲𝗏 to join him. 𝗧𝗏 playfully suggested that her sister could come along too, teasing Izuku with bold implications. Flustered, Izuku stumbled over his words, unsure how to respond. Izuku needed 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗏 to accompany him to the underworld to meet his father. The blush on his face was evident as 𝗧𝗏 shifted from her playful demeanor to a serious one. She asked if something was wrong, to which Izuku replied that his dad would explain everything upon their arrival. 𝗧𝗏 agreed, and they set off to find 𝗕𝗲. When they reached 𝗕𝗲's door, she opened it wearing only a towel, causing Izuku to widen his eyes in surprise. He quickly apologized, asking if she had just gotten out of the shower. 𝗕𝗲 playfully teased him, wondering if that was all he wanted to ask or if he had come for something else. Izuku sighed, closing his eyes, and requested that she get dressed since they needed to meet his dad. 𝗕𝗲 feigned disappointment, thinking he was finally going to give in to his desires, but 𝗧𝗏 interjected, claiming that she would be the one to win his affection first. Izuku pondered why both his queen and pawns seemed so eager for him to be with them. He suggested they wait for 𝗕𝗲 to dress outside. After a few minutes, 𝗕𝗲 emerged fully dressed, and Izuku created a teleportation circle for his family. They teleported from their hotel, and a magic circle appeared in 𝗔𝗂𝘁's office. As they arrived, all three bowed before the Devil Kings present, showing their respect. Izuku greeted Beelzebub, Lucifer, and 𝗔𝗂𝘁, who welcomed them and asked if this was his peerage. Izuku confirmed that 𝗧𝗏 was his queen and 𝗕𝗲 was his pawn. Both girls expressed their pleasure at meeting the Devil Kings. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 motioned for them to follow him into his office, where they were captivated by the various creations of the Devil King. They approached a table labeled Izuku's Peerage, where 𝗔𝗂𝘁 explained that their pieces had changed from red to black with a strange blue glow, particularly around 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗲. He had conducted tests but found no answers. Izuku inquired if there was something wrong with his pieces, to which 𝗳𝗏 responded that, in fact, they were evolving. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 clarified that their pieces were growing stronger, which had never happened before. Typically, pieces mutated, but Izuku's were glowing. He asked if there was anything recent that could explain this. Izuku mentioned they had completed a dungeon quest that Anubis had told them about. 𝗧𝗏 added that a screen had appeared, confirming they had completed their objectives. 𝗳𝗏 was intrigued by the mention of a dungeon, and Izuku showed them a key that led to it, explaining that Anubis had experienced similar challenges in his era. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 then asked about Izuku's evil pieces, and Anubis stepped in to explain. He noted that evil pieces were connected to the kings who claimed them. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 confirmed this, and Anubis revealed that since Izuku was his host, his power had transferred to him. 𝗳𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏 were astonished to learn that Anubis was once known as Sung Jinwoo, the legendary hunter who had become the strongest human, feared by many devils. Anubis explained that Izuku's evil pieces were linked to him in the same way his shadow soldiers were connected to him. As Izuku leveled up, so did his peerage. This revelation left Izuku wide-eyed, realizing the implications for his sacred gear. Anubis confirmed that they would grow stronger with every battle, not just in dungeons, but in any challenge they faced. The system would allow them to level up as long as they completed their quests. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 marveled at this unprecedented phenomenon, noting how it could give Izuku an unfair advantage in raiding games. 𝗳𝗏 looked at his son with pride, thinking about how Izuku had been chosen by Anubis, the strongest dragon god of his era. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 commented on how remarkable it was that Izuku's growth would make him a formidable opponent. 𝗧𝗏 then asked Izuku if he wished to become a Devil King in the future, to which Izuku humbly declined, stating he had his own goals. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged this and dismissed them, thanking them for their presence. A magic circle appeared beneath them, and they teleported away. Afterward, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 expressed curiosity about 𝗳𝗏's pride in his son and questioned why he hadn't made Izuku the heir to his house. 𝗳𝗏 explained that it was Izuku's choice. He preferred to stay out of the spotlight, despite 𝗳𝗏's attempts to persuade him otherwise. He believed that being an heir to a clan came with too much responsibility, and he would rather 𝗕𝗏 be the heir instead of him. 𝗧𝗏 noted that it was no surprise 𝗧𝗏 wanted to see if he could help her escape her engagement. 𝗳𝗏 asked how that was going, and 𝗧𝗏 replied that it was not going well. 𝗧𝗏 was still trying to get out of it, and he was doing everything he could, but his hands were tied. 𝗳𝗏 reassured him that he was sure he would figure something out before teleporting out of the office. The next day, Izuku was walking around Mustafu, Japan, his old hometown, showing 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗲 his former home. They were currently handing out flyers to secure contracts with humans. 𝗧𝗏 inquired if humans used these flyers to summon them and fulfill their desires. Izuku confirmed this, explaining that his father had told him about it and reassured them that they did not have to engage in anything they were uncomfortable with. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her gratitude, stating that the only one she wanted to be NTMT with was him. As they walked, Izuku noticed they were passing by a destroyed building surrounded by caution tape. 𝗲𝗲 asked what it used to be, and Izuku, staring at the ruins, explained that it had once been 𝗓𝗪 Junior High, his old school, before it was destroyed by him. 𝗧𝗏 was surprised to learn that he had caused the destruction. Izuku recounted that it had been the last day of his first year, a hellish experience where he had been bullied for being quirkless. His power had been sealed away to protect him, as many in the three factions would have pursued him if they knew about Anubis residing within him. 𝗧𝗏 agreed that it was for the best, considering how some people might have treated him as a horrific experiment. 𝗲𝗲 echoed her sentiment, and Izuku shared that on that last day, his former sister and her friends had tried to ambush him. Despite his efforts to defend himself, they resorted to using their quirks for an advantage, and when Izuku's tear stone necklace was destroyed, it triggered him to lose control. 𝗧𝗏 remarked that it was fortunate the building was gone, as she would have destroyed it herself if it had still stood. 𝗲𝗲 then asked about the goal Izuku had mentioned the other day. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her curiosity as well. Izuku revealed that after speaking with Anubis, his goal was to learn everything about his era when hunters existed instead of heroes. While he acknowledged that there were great heroes, he felt that some were bad and that heroes were too restricted and controlled. He aspired to create his own guild, one that could tackle the dirty work that heroes were afraid to confront and deliver true justice to those who deserved it. 𝗧𝗏 admired his ambition, and 𝗲𝗲 expressed her eagerness to join him, asking what he would name the guild. Izuku admitted he was still contemplating the name but was determined to establish a guild that would protect from the shadows and maintain order in both the human world and the underworld. He did not wish to be the Devil King but wanted to ensure that when his little sister took the throne, she would rule in peace, with him safeguarding her from the shadows. Both girls smiled at his aspirations when suddenly, a voice called out to him. Izuku's eyebrow twitched at the sound of his name, recognizing the only person who ever called him that. He turned to see Stella with Momo beside her. He acknowledged her presence, referring to her as the troublesome red-headed girl. Stella retorted that she hadn't seen him in a year and questioned his choice of words. Izuku pointed out that she was indeed the troublesome girl who always challenged him to a rematch. Stella remarked that he hadn't changed much, and Izuku sighed, stating that he was busy and asked what she wanted. Stella explained that she was just passing by to say hello, trying to be friendly despite his rudeness. Izuku countered that she was the one who wouldn't call him by name. Momo then introduced herself as Stella's cousin and expressed her pleasure in meeting him. Izuku complimented her manners and correctly addressing him, teasing Stella in the process. Momo explained that they were exploring the area when they stumbled upon him. Curious, Stella asked what had happened to their old school. Izuku informed them that a villain had destroyed it, which led to its closure. Stella was shocked to hear about the villain attack, and Momo expressed her concern. Izuku continued, stating that the heroes had arrived in time to stop the villain before any students were harmed, although some teachers had lost their lives. 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗲 exchanged glances, aware that Izuku was not being entirely truthful, but they chose to remain silent. Stella lamented the loss of their school and then asked for the rematch she had been waiting for. Izuku, anticipating her request, declined, stating that he was too busy at the moment. He handed them both a flyer with his magic symbol on it, explaining that they could use it to have their wishes granted. He then bid them farewell, expressing that it was a pleasure to meet Momo and that it was nice to see Stella again. Izuku walked away, followed closely by 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗲𝗲. 𝗧𝗏 leaned in and whispered to Izuku, questioning why he hadn't revealed the truth about his old school. Izuku felt that sharing that information would only lead to complications, especially since he wasn't sure if he could trust Stella or her cousin. 𝗲𝗲, curious, asked about the red-headed girl she had seen him with. Izuku explained that her name was Stella Vermillion, a first-year student at his school who had been on the same kendo team until he was removed from it. 𝗧𝗏 inquired why Stella was so determined to have a rematch with him. Izuku replied that he had beaten her once in a sparring match, and she had been relentless ever since, even after his departure from the team. 𝗧𝗏 noted that Stella clearly did not handle losing well. Meanwhile, Stella and Momo were at 𝗔𝗂𝗏 Municipal Beach, with Stella holding a flyer in her. Momo expressed her nervousness about their plan. Stella, with a smirk, admitted she had never attempted anything like this before but was eager to finally get her rematch with Izuku. Momo playfully suggested that Stella might have a crush on him, causing Stella to blush fiercely and deny it. Momo, however, pointed out Izuku's charm, which only made Stella flustered. Shaking off her thoughts, Stella focused on their goal and closed her eyes, wishing to see Izuku. When she opened her eyes, a magic circle appeared before them. Back with Izuku, he noticed the sudden appearance of a magic circle beneath him and realized he had been summoned. 𝗧𝗏 offered to accompany him, but Izuku declined, feeling confident about the situation. He stood up, and the magic circle transported him to the summoner's location, where he appeared before Stella and Momo, who were both wide-eyed with surprise. Izuku confirmed his suspicions about who had summoned him. Stella excitedly exclaimed that their plan had worked, and Momo agreed. Izuku then asked what they wanted. Stella posed a question about whether he was truly a devil. Izuku clarified that he was a hybrid, half devil, half dragon. Momo, intrigued, asked if he meant the supernatural beings, to which Izuku inquired how she knew about them. Momo explained her interest in mythology and her parents' beliefs. Satisfied with her knowledge, Izuku asked if that was all she wanted. Stella had another question, this time about wanting to fight him, not in kendo, but with real swords. She revealed that since he had beaten her in their spar, she had been unable to move past it and saw him as a rival. Izuku acknowledged her determination and agreed to the rematch, curious to see her progress. As Izuku summoned a sheathed sword, Stella ignited her own blade, flames swirling around it before settling. Izuku recognized her sword, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, the weapon with the spirit of a phoenix, and expressed surprise that she possessed such a sacred gear. Stella, confident, declared that it wouldn't save him when she defeated him. With both combatants ready, they took their stances, and Momo stepped back, eager to witness the battle. Without hesitation, they charged at each other, their blades clashing with incredible speed, creating shockwaves with each strike. They exchanged blows, neither giving an inch, before jumping back to reassess each other. Stella thought to herself that Izuku hadn't let his skills slip and seemed stronger than before. Izuku noted her improvement and wondered how formidable she could be when fully unleashed. They charged again, sparks flying as their swords met, each dodging and weaving to avoid strikes. Both were smiling, enjoying the challenge, and Stella felt she had finally found the perfect opponent. Stella asked Izuku if he was holding back, to which he admitted she had guessed correctly. She revealed that she had been training with 𝗬𝗏𝗏 since she was 6 and knew he had a sacred gear as well. Izuku acknowledged her insight and suggested they take off the gloves. Just then, a voice interrupted them, asking if they could join in. They turned to see Shogo, Kirara, and Kyoya approaching. Shogo smirked upon spotting Izuku, remarking that they could take care of 2 problems at once. Kirara expressed her eagerness for revenge against Izuku. Stella, confused, asked who they were. Kyoya explained that they worked for her uncle, Sento, and had a job to do. Stella's eyes widened in realization. Shogo added that they were there to settle scores with Izuku, pointing at him and expressing his longing to confront him for past grievances. Izuku narrowed his eyes, demanding to know who they were, which surprised the newcomers and ignited their anger. Shogo shouted that Izuku knew exactly who they were and what he had done to them. Stella looked at Izuku, questioning if he truly didn't recognize them, while Momo noted their apparent anger towards him. Izuku, recalling a memory from a year ago, remembered sitting with his friends when a young Kirara had plotted a prank involving expired milk. As he pieced together the past, he realized the connection and prepared for the confrontation ahead. Izuku was the smartest in his class, but the teachers often sabotaged his grades because they didn't like the quirkless boy outshining those with quirks. Kirishima expressed his frustration about the situation, acknowledging how unfair it was. Meanwhile, Kirara and her 2 friends approached their table, unaware of Izuku and his friends. Kirara opened a carton of milk and poured it over Izuku's head. This prompted Kirishima, Ochako, and 𝐎𝐸𝐻 to stand up, some of the milk splattering on them, but most of it landed on Izuku, whose hair now shadowed his eyes. 𝗬𝗏 laughed, teasing Izuku about the milk. As laughter filled the cafeteria, Izuku stood up and turned to face 𝗬𝗏, who was still giggling. 𝗬𝗏 remarked on how worth it the prank was, but her laughter was abruptly cut off when Izuku, fueled by anger, retaliated with a punch that sent her flying across the cafeteria, her jaw injured as she hit the wall. The laughter ceased, and all eyes turned to Izuku, who glared at 𝗬𝗏's friends. Izuku recalled the incident, remembering 𝗬𝗏 as the girl who had played that prank on him. 𝗬𝗏 reminded him that he had broken her jaw, which had made it difficult for her to eat solid food for months. Stella, observing the exchange, was shocked to learn of Izuku's actions. Izuku defended himself, explaining that he couldn't let her get away with pouring spoiled milk on him. He recalled a lesson from his uncle Yusuke. It didn't matter who it was. If someone did something to him, he had to stand up for himself. Shogo, 𝗬𝗏's boyfriend, confronted Izuku, furious about what had happened to her. Izuku remembered kicking Shogo's but when he had come looking for him after the incident. Shogo vowed never to forget what Izuku had done. In a flashback, Izuku and Kirishima were walking in the park when they encountered Shogo, who was now with 𝗬𝗏, sporting jaw braces. Shogo confronted Izuku, threatening him for breaking his girlfriend's jaw. Izuku calmly responded that if 𝗬𝗏 hadn't poured spoiled milk on him, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. Shogo, angered by Izuku's words, rushed at him, throwing punches that Izuku easily dodged. In a swift move, Izuku leaped and kicked Shogo, sending him crashing into a tree. He followed up with a series of punches, each one landing with precision, before delivering a final blow that sent Shogo sprawling on the ground. Izuku warned Shogo to keep 𝗬𝗏 in line, promising that he wouldn't be so merciful next time. Back in the present, Izuku taunted Shogo about returning for another fight. Shogo, filled with rage, charged at Izuku, but suddenly 𝗬𝗏 shouted for him to stop. Yellow energy enveloped Izuku, freezing him in place. Shogo took advantage of this and struck Izuku, sending him into a nearby pile of trash. Stella, concerned for Izuku, was about to intervene when she had to defend herself against Kyoya, who insisted on facing her. Shogo reveled in Izuku's predicament, mocking him for being knocked down. However, Izuku stood up, unfazed, and prepared to show Shogo who he was dealing with. A pillar of darkness surrounded him, and his eyes glowed with magic. He unleashed a powerful attack, drawing Shogo toward him at incredible speed. 𝗬𝗏 attempted to intervene but was distracted by flash bombs thrown her way, allowing Momo to step in and block her path. As Shogo got close, Izuku landed a punch that sent him reeling. Holding Shogo's wrist, Izuku taunted him about his inability to win easily. Channeling dark flames, he struck Shogo again, sending him crashing to the ground. Momo was engaged in her own battle with 𝗬𝗏, skillfully dodging strikes and landing hits. Just then, Izuku appeared behind 𝗬𝗏 and incapacitated her with a swift chop to the neck. Izuku praised Momo for her efforts, but their moment was interrupted when Stella collapsed in pain, with Kyoya looming over her. Just as he was about to strike, Izuku intervened, severing Kyoya's arm and preventing him from harming Stella. Kyoya, now paralyzed, was left helpless as Izuku prepared to confront him, determined to get answers. It would be in their best interest to cooperate. At that moment, blue flames erupted, engulfing Izuku completely. Momo cried out for him, but she was suddenly grabbed by the throat and lifted into the air by someone, leaving Shogo and Kyoya in shock at the sight. Sukun, the one holding Momo, taunted them, questioning their ability to handle a devil and two humans. Shogo demanded to know why Sukun was there, and 𝗲𝗏 revealed that the boss wanted Stella back alive for his plans. Emerging from the flames unharmed, Izuku glared at 𝗲𝗏 and Sukun. Sukun warned them that they would go no further and tightened his grip on Momo, making it harder for her to breathe. 𝗲𝗏, holding Stella, added that they only wanted her and urged Sukun to choose carefully, implying that the lives of the others were at stake. Sukun glanced at Shogo and Kyoya, ordering them to get ready. They quickly joined his side, with Kyoya having only one arm, while Shogo smirked at Izuku, who was in a hostage situation. Stella, with a sad smile, addressed Izuku, assuring him that there was no need to fight anymore. She then turned to 𝗲𝗵𝗵 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏, offering to go with them if they let her cousin go. Momo was taken aback, stuttering Stella's name in disbelief. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 agreed to the deal and tossed Momo over to Izuku, who caught her in his arms. 𝗲𝗵𝗵 declared that they would proceed, but before they could, a barrage of ice spears struck towards them. The group jumped back to avoid the attacks as 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲 finally arrived. Izuku was relieved to see them and noted that they had felt his magic spike and rushed over. 𝗧𝗏 drew her sword while 𝗵𝗲 formed a sword of ice, both sisters ready to assist their king. 𝗲𝗵𝗵 urged 𝗧𝗏𝗏 to act quickly, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 crushed a teleportation stone, summoning a magic circle beneath them. Izuku vowed that the next time they crossed paths, he would eliminate each of them. 𝗲𝗵𝗵, unfazed, responded with a smirk, challenging Izuku to back up his words before they vanished, taking Stella with them. Momo cried out in despair, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 sheathed her sword, looking at Izuku with concern. He promised to explain everything when they got home but instructed her to take the unconscious 𝗬𝗓 and place her in a room to wake up for answers. 𝗵𝗲 asked about Stella, and Izuku reassured her that he was already moving on from that. Earlier, Izuku had been engulfed by the blue flames. He thought to himself that more people had arrived. Baru, communicating telepathically, acknowledged his command to stay hidden in Stella's shadow until further notice. As Baru sank into the ground, Izuku resolved to uncover the truth behind the situation, with Stella's sad smile lingering in his mind. He vowed to save her. As the chapter concluded, Stella found herself in a cell, her hands shackled as she reminisced about her time with Izuku. She reflected on his cold demeanor towards others but recognized the darkness within him that she wanted to help dispel. Despite the circumstances, she cherished the moments they shared, even if she would never admit it. On a rooftop, 𝗎𝗏𝗏 observed the city when Mocha approached him, demanding to know what he wanted. 𝗎𝗏𝗏, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired about her attitude. Mocha, a pure-blooded vampire, was frustrated and focused on her own mission. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 revealed that he had information about 𝗧𝗏𝗏, Mocha's former lover, which piqued her interest. He informed her of 𝗧𝗏𝗏's location on a hidden island off the coast of Spain, igniting Mocha's anger as she sought revenge. Before she could leave, 𝗎𝗏𝗏 stopped her, cautioning her about the dangers of the island, which was likely heavily guarded. Mocha realized he was right but remained determined. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 proposed a plan, and Mocha listened intently. Deep within a hotel, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 wore a sadistic smile as she looked down at 𝗬𝗓, who was tied to a chair. After their encounter with Izuku, Izuku had ordered 𝗧𝗏𝗏 to extract information from 𝗬𝗓 by any means necessary. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had been relentlessly tormenting 𝗬𝗓 ever since their return. She taunted 𝗬𝗓, who was visibly exhausted and marked with wounds. 𝗬𝗓 looked up at 𝗧𝗏𝗏, fear evident in her eyes. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 informed 𝗬𝗓 that she wasn't making things easy for herself. 𝗬𝗓 pleaded, expressing her ignorance about anything further. Just then, Izuku entered the room, accompanied by 𝗵𝗲. He stood beside 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and inquired about 𝗬𝗓's progress in revealing the whereabouts of their enemies. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 explained that 𝗬𝗓 had only mentioned being ordered to kill or capture them and that the orders had changed regarding Stella. She still hadn't disclosed who had placed a target on Izuku's back. Izuku approached 𝗬𝗓, gripping her hair and forcing her to meet his gaze. 𝗬𝗓 trembled, terrified of the boy she had once bullied. Izuku accused 𝗬𝗓 of withholding information and warned her that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had been holding back in her methods of interrogation. He insisted that she knew who had sent her after him and demanded she tell him. 𝗬𝗓 protested, claiming that the man she worked for was powerful and would kill her if she spoke. Izuku, with a smirk, informed her that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 could inflict unimaginable pain and that she looked formidable while doing it. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 playfully acknowledged Izuku's comment. Izuku then emphasized that it was in 𝗬𝗓's best interest to cooperate, or 𝗧𝗏𝗏 would become more severe in her approach. 𝗬𝗓 begged for mercy, but Izuku reminded her that she had come to attack him and his associate. He declared that this was her last chance to speak. 𝗬𝗓 gulped, tears streaming down her face. Just then, 𝗵𝗲 received a call and answered it. She informed Izuku that someone was there to see him. When he asked who it was, 𝗲𝗲 replied that it was a girl named 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku recognized the name and wondered what the former vampire princess wanted from him. They made their way to the lobby, where 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stood at the front desk, arms crossed. As she noticed them approaching, she asked if Izuku was indeed him. Izuku confirmed his identity and inquired about her purpose for the meeting. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 glanced around and requested a private place to talk, as her discussion was not meant for human ears. Izuku nodded, and they returned to the elevator with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Once in Izuku's hotel suite, he asked her what she wanted to discuss. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 revealed that she was familiar with 𝗬𝗏𝗏, the vampire, and that he had asked her to find Izuku. She then called 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who answered promptly. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 informed 𝗬𝗏𝗏 that she had found Izuku, and he instructed her to put him on the line. Izuku took the phone and greeted 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who asked how he was doing. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 explained that he needed Izuku's help regarding a man named 𝗧𝗏, who had recently intervened in a situation involving 𝗧𝗏𝗏. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 revealed that he knew where 𝗧𝗏 and his group were located but had a job for Izuku and his team. He requested them to accompany 𝗧𝗏𝗏 to the location and ensure her safety. Izuku agreed but inquired about payment. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 assured him that payment would not be an issue and transferred a substantial amount to Izuku's account. With a smirk, Izuku confirmed their assistance for 𝗬𝗏𝗏's niece and asked if there was anything else he needed to know. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 informed him that the kidnappers were on an island off the coast of Spain and warned him to tread carefully, as there were powerful individuals among them. Izuku acknowledged the information and prepared to take on the task, while 𝗬𝗏𝗏 promised to send the coordinates. After hanging up, Izuku returned 𝗧𝗏𝗏's phone and asked if she was after 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 confirmed that she was indeed pursuing him. "I was going to find the island, but my uncle wanted me to seek you out, saying he had something to take care of. So, are you in?" Izuku agreed, ready to go after 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 continued to torment Kirara, cutting off a finger each time she lied. Now, only Kirara's pinky finger remained. 𝗧𝗏 looked down at her with a smile, as if she had a new toy. She relished the begging, but her king had instructed her to extract information from Kirara, and she intended to follow through. With another lie, Kirara faced the loss of her last finger. Before 𝗧𝗏 could act, Izuku opened the door. He informed her that he had discovered the location of their target and that they were heading to Spain. 𝗧𝗏 questioned what they would do about Kirara, who trembled in fear. Izuku simply stated that they would eliminate her. He pointed his finger and unleashed a spirit energy bullet that struck Kirara, ending her suffering. He then followed up with a blast of black flames that consumed her body as he walked out. 𝗧𝗏 expressed her disappointment, wanting to be the one to finish Kirara off. Izuku promised that she could have her share of destruction during their mission and hinted at a reward for her efforts. 𝗧𝗏 was intrigued, and Izuku left her with a smile, causing her to blush and declare her intent to make him hers. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 inquired about their travel plans, and Izuku confirmed that their flight to Spain was scheduled for 2 days later. Everyone prepared for the journey. At an island off the coast of Spain, a mansion stood heavily guarded by men in suits. 2 gunmen were stationed at the entrance. One guard questioned why they were assigned to this post, while the other explained that it was to prevent any interruptions during an important meeting. Their conversation was cut short when Izuku approached, dressed in mercenary attire with a sword at his back. The second guard demanded that Izuku stop, but he continued forward, unfazed. Angered by the disregard, the guard fired at him, only for Izuku to vanish and reappear behind him, swiftly piercing him with his sword. Izuku announced that they would let themselves in, and as the guard fell, the first guard aimed his weapon at him. Izuku advised him to look elsewhere, and when the guard turned, he met a swift end as his body was split in 2. 𝗧𝗏, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, and 𝗲𝗲 joined Izuku as he turned his attention to the mansion, where Stella was being held. With a smirk, he declared that they were ready to raise some chaos. Inside the mansion, Stella sat in her cell, lost in thought until the door swung open. Shogo shoved a new prisoner inside, who hit the ground. Shogo laughed as he closed the door, leaving Stella to assess her new cellmate, who wore the same shackles. Stella asked if she was all right, and the girl introduced herself as Kurumu, explaining that she had been kidnapped. Stella shared her name and expressed concern about what would happen to them. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗎𝗄, Stella's uncle, appeared before their cell, smirking at her. 𝗬𝗏 taunted Stella, reminding her that he was now the leader of their clan. He explained that he had orchestrated her marriage to Randall 𝗲𝗏𝗵𝗲, the future head of the 𝗲𝗏𝗵𝗲 family, believing it would elevate their family status. Stella vehemently opposed the arrangement, refusing to marry someone who saw her as nothing more than a means to an end. 𝗬𝗏 threatened her, implying that her family would suffer if she did not comply. Kurumu defended Stella, but 𝗬𝗏 silenced her with a harsh slap. He pressed Stella for an answer, insisting that she choose between her family's duty and the safety of her loved ones. Just then, a frantic guard burst in with alarming news. The mansion was under attack. 𝗬𝗏 demanded to know who was responsible, and the guard revealed that it was Izuku, accompanied by 3 powerful women. Stella's heart raced at the thought of Izuku coming to rescue her. 𝗬𝗏, furious, ordered the guards to deal with the situation, but learned that many had already fallen. He commanded reinforcements, determined to capture the women while eliminating Izuku. As the guard rushed off to carry out the orders, 𝗬𝗏 turned back to Stella, declaring that she would remain in her cell until Randall arrived to claim his bride. The situation had not changed. The brat was still here, but once he was dealt with, everything could return to normal. He left Stella's cell, slamming the door shut behind him, leaving the girls inside. Stella glanced at Kurumu and expressed her regret about the encounter. Kurumu noted the unfortunate connection, mentioning that the man was Stella's uncle and that they needed to escape, but the question remained, how? Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in a fierce battle, taking down another gunman with a swift motion. The man clutched his throat, trying to stem the flow of BLD, but it was clear he was beyond help. Surrounding Izuku were Mocha, Mysore, and 𝗧𝗏, all standing amidst the fallen foes as they navigated through the mansion. Izuku urged them to keep moving if they wanted to find Stella, sharing a plan he hoped would work. 𝗧𝗏 looked at him intently, recalling a memory. In a flashback, Izuku sat next to 𝗧𝗏 on a private jet heading to Spain, with Mocha and Mysore across from him. 𝗧𝗏 asked how he managed to secure the jet, and Izuku explained that he had asked Lord Lucifer for it, agreeing to a favor in return. 𝗧𝗏 was impressed, and Mysore inquired about the favor. Izuku revealed that Lord Lucifer had not specified what he wanted, only that he would collect it later. Curious, 𝗧𝗏 asked Izuku why he was so determined to save Stella. He shared that during middle school, Stella had been part of his small circle of friends, always seeking a rematch in their games. Although he had initially been wary of her intentions, he eventually realized she was genuinely kind, and he wanted to repay her kindness by helping her now. 𝗧𝗏 then posed a question of her own, expressing her feelings for him. She admitted that he had given her a chance at life when she was close to losing everything, and she had grown to love him despite the darkness surrounding him. Izuku, who had only known hatred and rejection throughout his life, found solace in her words. 𝗧𝗏 took his hand, suggesting they could learn to love each other, and they solidified their bond with a promise of loyalty. As the flashback ended, Izuku focused on a presence he sensed. Inside Stella's shadow was Baru, who had remained with her as instructed. Through telepathy, Izuku checked on Stella's condition and learned she was imprisoned by her uncle, who was forcing her into an arranged marriage. Determined to save her, Izuku instructed Baru to break Stella out and promised to find her mother and sister. After ending the telepathic communication, Izuku turned to 𝗧𝗏 and the others, revealing the situation with Stella's family. They decided to split up. Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 would search for Stella, while Mocha and Mysore would look for her mother and sister. They agreed to take down anyone who stood in their way. As they set off, 𝗧𝗏 sensed an approaching presence. Suddenly, Izuku was struck and slammed into a wall, debris scattering around him. The attacker, believing he had defeated Izuku, was caught off guard when Izuku retaliated with a powerful kick, sending him crashing through another wall. Izuku, now furious, prepared for the next confrontation. Flames surged toward him, but he sliced through them with his sword. 𝗬𝗏 appeared, taunting Izuku, while a monstrous figure aimed to strike 𝗧𝗏, who narrowly dodged the attack. Just then, lightning struck her from all directions, causing her to cry out in pain. Izuku's heart raced as he called out to her, but the danger was far from over. A new enemy emerged, aiming to strike Izuku with a sword. This foe was Kaigaku, who had come to settle the score. Izuku blocked the attack, determined to protect himself and his allies. Kaigaku smirked, relishing the challenge, but Izuku was resolute, declaring that he would not back down. In a flash, he was struck by Kyoya, who had reappeared, reminding Izuku of their previous encounter. The battle was far from over, and Izuku was ready to fight for those he cared about. Izuku was determined to repay his enemies in full. As he prepared himself, Shogo appeared, launching a flurry of magical punches at the green-haired boy. Shogo taunted him, reveling in the moment. In response, Izuku unleashed a fiery roar, sending Shogo flying. However, he quickly found himself dodging projectile swords from Kyoya. Using his own sword, he deflected them, but then felt the heat of Dabi's blue flames. Fortunately, his immunity to fire protected him, but the impact of Muscular's punch to his gut left him reeling, and Shogo followed up with a powerful blow to Izuku's jaw, sending him crashing through a wall. Kaigaku attempted to pursue them but found himself frozen in place. 𝗧𝗏 appeared, seizing him by the face and encasing him in ice. She declared their fate with a chilling promise. Shogo, still confident, reminded her of their recent victory over Izuku. Kyoya warned them that their orders were to take them in, urging cooperation to avoid harm. Muscular, eager for a fight, welcomed the challenge. Under the debris, Izuku reflected on his past. He recalled a moment when he had to confront the harsh reality of his world. Standing over a fallen stray devil, he had questioned his father about the necessity of such actions. 𝐻𝐻 had explained the dangers posed by those who abandoned their 𝗵𝗃s, emphasizing that sometimes the only option was to eliminate threats. This lesson weighed heavily on Izuku as he considered the humans before him. Rising from the rubble, Izuku steeled himself, recognizing that these humans were no different from the monsters he had faced. Muscular noticed him and smirked, taunting him for returning. A dark aura enveloped Izuku as he prepared for battle. In a swift motion, he struck Shogo, delivering a decisive blow that left the enemy incapacitated. Kyoya, witnessing this, attempted to retaliate, but Izuku was already upon him, swiftly ending his threat. Dabi, shocked by the ease with which Izuku dispatched his comrades, braced himself for confrontation. He attempted to intimidate Izuku, but the green-haired boy's gaze was unwavering. Dabi felt a cold dread as Izuku unleashed his killing intent, paralyzing him with fear. In a swift movement, Izuku struck, leaving Dabi gasping as he realized the gravity of his situation. As Dabi staggered back, pain coursed through him, and he found himself cornered. Izuku approached him, showing no remorse as he removed the dagger from Dabi's chest. The flame user, now defeated, reflected on his life and the choices that had led him to this moment. With a final, defiant word, Dabi succumbed to the darkness. Muscular laughed, incredulous that a mere boy could take a life. He turned to Izuku, eager to provoke him further, but Izuku's cold demeanor silenced him. Muscular, fueled by excitement, prepared to fight, but Izuku's response was swift and decisive, slamming him to the ground with surprising strength. Kaigaku, breaking free from 𝗧𝗏's ice, was filled with rage. He vowed revenge, channeling his powers as he charged toward 𝗧𝗏, who remained unfazed, ready to unleash her own abilities. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. Holding her hands in front of her, 𝗧𝗏 declared that everything in sight would be encased in ice. Everything and everyone around her, including Kaigaku and the spider monster, was frozen, as well as Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 drew her rapier and swiftly pierced Kaigaku's heart, asserting that her trump card had proven effective. Time resumed its normal flow, and Izuku looked at his queen, who now had Kaigaku impaled. He wondered if she had used her new move. Kaigaku, unable to comprehend his fate, could only stare in shock. 𝗧𝗏 then blew frost into the demon's face, encasing him in ice from head to toe before she removed her blade and approached his side. She remarked that freezing time and space was impressive but took a significant toll on her. With a swift kick, she shattered the ice that held Kaigaku, ensuring he could no longer threaten them. The spider beast monster charged at her, aiming to throw a punch, but Izuku stepped in the way, blocking it effortlessly with one hand. He expressed his annoyance, channeling darkness into his fist before delivering a powerful blow that obliterated the monster's upper body. Muscular staggered but managed to regain his footing, taunting Izuku about his persistence. 𝗧𝗏 noted his tenacity, while Izuku, having used his new move, prepared for his next strike. He slowly drew his sword, ready to unleash his power. As a dark aura enveloped him, he proclaimed that the guilty would be judged. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword and executed his judgment cut. Muscular's arms fell to his sides, and a cross/slash mark appeared across his chest before his head rolled away, and his body collapsed to the ground. With their enemies defeated, a quest notification appeared, indicating they had completed their objective of eliminating all threats to the king and queen. 𝗧𝗏 noted their level up, and Izuku agreed they should keep moving. Meanwhile, Mocha and 𝗵𝗲 had successfully interrogated the guards blocking their path and were now heading to the lower levels. Mocha turned to 𝗵𝗲 and asked why she and 𝗧𝗏 were so loyal to Izuku. 𝗵𝗲 explained that he had saved their lives after they had been forced into servitude by 𝗓𝗨, who had killed their mother and exploited their powers. When Izuku fought 𝗓𝗨, he spared 𝗵𝗲's sister, who had been weakened, and ultimately saved 𝗵𝗲 from a dire fate. Mocha inquired if 𝗵𝗲 enjoyed working for him, to which 𝗵𝗲 replied that despite his difficult personality, he treated them well. Mocha asked if there were any inappropriate demands, and 𝗵𝗲 assured her there were none, although they often teased Izuku about being his lovers. Mocha was surprised to learn that they both wanted to be his lovers, but 𝗵𝗲 confirmed their happiness in their relationship with him. As they continued, they encountered 𝗧𝗏, who greeted Mocha with a smirk. Without hesitation, Mocha charged at him, unleashing her pent-up rage. 𝗧𝗏 parried her attacks, but Mocha's fury fueled her strikes. A powerful punch from 𝗧𝗏 sent her crashing into a wall. As he prepared to continue his assault, he narrowly avoided an ice attack from above, locking his gaze on 𝗵𝗲. He taunted them, questioning their ability to defeat him. 𝗵𝗲's eyes glowed with determination, and she confidently declared that she knew they could win. In another part of the story, Stella was in her cell with Kurumu when the door opened to reveal her fiancé, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐿, accompanied by guards. Randall approached Stella, who glared at him defiantly. He attempted to assert his dems, but Stella firmly rejected him, expressing her disgust. Angered by her defiance, Randall channeled fire in his hands and aimed to strike her. However, something emerged from Stella's shadow, absorbing the flames. It was Baru, who towered over Randall, declaring that he would not allow any harm to come to Stella. With a swift motion, Baru sent Randall crashing through the wall, and as the guards prepared to retaliate, he vanished and swiftly incapacitated them. Stella and Kurumu watched in awe and caution as Baru introduced himself as a servant of Izuku Asmodeus, tasked with protecting Stella. He broke their chains, confirming that Izuku had sent him to ensure their safety. With that, they prepared to escape together. Stella sensed her liege's presence a few floors above them. She needed to find her sister and mother. Kurumu reassured her that they had to be somewhere nearby. Stella instructed Baru to grab a man and bring him along, believing they could use him to help locate her family. Baru agreed, still obeying his MSTR's orders, and seized Sento, holding him in place as the group set off to find their loved ones. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 found themselves surrounded by over 60 guards armed with various weapons. 𝗧𝗏 remarked on their predicament, while Izuku acknowledged their numbers but mentioned he knew someone who could help. Closing his eyes, he opened them to reveal a blue glow and summoned Tank, a giant bear emerging from his shadow and bowing before him. Izuku commanded Tank to deal with the guards, and the bear nodded, its claws ready to follow its MSTR's orders. Izuku smirked at the shocked expressions of the guards, declaring that they were not facing heroes but hunters, and they would soon understand what it meant to be prey. A shockwave erupted as 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏 clashed, their immense power cracking the ground beneath them. 𝗧𝗏 taunted 𝗵𝗲, suggesting she surrender and become his servant to spare her life. 𝗵𝗲 refused, stating she served a MSTR more worthy than him. 𝗧𝗏 threatened her, claiming her MSTR would perish after he defeated her. They exchanged blows, their strikes echoing through the building. 𝗵𝗲 landed a knee to 𝗧𝗏's gut, but he retaliated with a punch to her face. An elbow strike from 𝗲𝗏 connected with 𝗧𝗏𝗏's jaw, but before he could counter, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 delivered a flying kick that sent him crashing through a wall. 𝗲𝗏 checked on 𝗏𝗏, who assured her it would take more than that to take her down. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, frustrated, declared they were a nuisance and that they would die for seeking revenge. He emerged from the wall, releasing his aura, while 𝗲𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 did the same, their combined powers shaking the building. Back with Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗏, Tank let out a roar as it charged forward, swiftly dispatching guards with its claws. The shadow bear tore through the enemies, leaving no one in its wake. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 praised Tank for its destructive display, patting the bear on the head just as the building shook from the powerful auras of 𝗲𝗏, 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏. Izuku noted that things were getting serious and suggested they investigate. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 agreed, and Izuku called for Tank to take them up at full speed. The bear complied, racing through walls and various paths to reach the next level of the mansion. An explosion of power erupted as 𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗲𝗏 clashed again, exchanging powerful punches. 𝗏𝗏 managed to catch both of 𝗧𝗏𝗏's fists, while 𝗲𝗏 kicked him in the gut, sending him back. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 rebounded, but 𝗏𝗏 appeared above him, attempting an axe kick that he narrowly dodged, causing her to destroy the floor beneath them. They fell to the next level, where 𝗧𝗏𝗏 quickly blocked a punch from 𝗲𝗏, the force pushing him back. He was shocked to realize that they were actually overpowering him. A kick from 𝗲𝗏 sent him crashing into a wall, followed by another kick from 𝗏𝗏 that sent him through the wall entirely. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 struggled to regain his footing, but he was soon overwhelmed by simultaneous attacks from both girls. They pulled back their fists, enveloped in their auras, ready to finish him off. With a united shout, they unleashed their power, striking 𝗧𝗏𝗏 with devastating force. His body was overwhelmed, and the last thing he saw was a black flash before everything went dark. 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗲𝗏 celebrated their victory, but their moment was interrupted by the sound of clapping. They turned to see Izuku riding Tank with 𝗧𝗏𝗏 behind him, who commended 𝗲𝗏 for her impressive display of power. 𝗲𝗏 blushed at Izuku's praise, while 𝗏𝗏 confirmed that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was no longer a threat. Izuku declared it was time to find Stella and her family, prompting a unified response from 𝗏𝗏, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, and 𝗲𝗏. Stella, accompanied by Kurumu and Baru, who was still carrying Sento, made their way to the prison cell where her mother and sister were chained to the wall. Upon seeing them, Stella called out to her mother and sister, their surprise evident. Using the keys she had taken from a guard Baru had defeated, Stella unlocked the cell and freed them. She explained that Sento had brought her there to force her into a marriage, but she had received help to escape. Mio and Victoria looked apprehensive at the sight of Baru, but Stella reassured them that he was on their side, serving a friend she had made in Aldra. Mio recognized the name Ikki, and Stella confirmed it. Through telepathy, Izuku checked in with Baru, who reported that Stella was safe and reunited with her family. Izuku thanked him for his hard work and instructed him to return. Baru acknowledged the praise and prepared to leave, looking back at Stella as he departed. Stella felt a sense of urgency as she prepared to leave. She thanked Baru, who nodded and slipped into the shadows, heading toward Izuku's location. Stella urged her mother and sister to follow her out of their prison, with Kurumu trailing behind. She expressed her gratitude to Kurumu for helping her find her family. Kurumu, curious, asked about Ikki, wondering if he was Stella's boyfriend. Stella blushed and quickly denied it, insisting he was just a friend. Victoria, noticing her daughter's reaction, teased her about it, prompting Stella to insist it wasn't the time for such discussions. Suddenly, a bright light caught Stella's attention, blocking their path. The light transformed into a beam aimed directly at Victoria, who couldn't dodge in time. Stella instinctively pushed her mother out of the way, falling to the ground as the beam struck her. Victoria looked on in horror as Stella coughed, blood spilling from her mouth. Mio and Kurumu rushed to support Stella, helping her to the ground. Meanwhile, Izuku stood with 𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗲𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏, facing Baru, who had just delivered news of Stella's reunion with her family. Izuku thanked Baru and dismissed him, but was interrupted by a chilling scream that heightened his alertness. He knew they had to act quickly. Back with Stella and her friends, she struggled to stand, blood trickling from her wound as she glared at the figures emerging from the shadows. Randall and Motoyasu stood before them, with Randall smirking at the situation. He taunted Stella, claiming she belonged to him and offering her a twisted deal. If she became his wife, he would spare her family. Stella, filled with anger and disgust, defiantly rejected him. Randall, frustrated, ordered Motoyasu to deal with Stella and her friends. Kurumu transformed, ready to fight, while Mio unleashed a barrage of fireballs at Randall, determined to protect her friend. However, Randall's stealth skills allowed him to evade her attacks, appearing behind her and striking with his flaming daggers. Mio felt the sting of his blade as he taunted her, asserting his superiority. Just as he was about to strike Stella again, Izuku intervened, having snuck up on Randall. He questioned how Randall had failed to notice him, revealing that while Randall had concealed his presence, his killing intent was still detectable. Motoyasu, realizing the danger, tried to warn Randall but was quickly incapacitated by an ice spike from 𝗲𝗏. Mocha joined the fray, delivering a powerful kick to Motoyasu, sending him crashing into a wall. Izuku turned to Stella, who was shocked to see him. He reassured her that he had come to settle their unfinished business. Randall, enraged, surrounded himself in flames, glaring at Izuku as he prepared for a fight. Izuku confronted Randall, revealing his knowledge of his family background. Randall, dismissive, suggested that Izuku could earn his forgiveness with an apology. Izuku, however, was resolute, vowing that Randall wouldn't live long enough to regret his actions. As the battle raged on, Motoyasu struggled to stand against 𝗲𝗏 and disappearance, who were relentless in their assault. 𝗲𝗏 taunted him, declaring he never stood a chance. She sent a tiny ice spider into one of his wounds, which exploded, freezing his BLD and causing ice spikes to erupt from his body. Motoyasu fell lifeless to the ground. Disappearance and 𝗲𝗏 exchanged glances, impressed by the outcome. They turned their attention back to Izuku, who was expertly parrying Randall's attacks, despite the latter's attempts to use stealth. Randall, growing increasingly frustrated, unleashed a torrent of flames, but Izuku effortlessly sliced through them. Determined to end the fight, Izuku prepared to unleash his ultimate move, aiming to finish Randall once and for all. At that moment, Randall felt intense pressure pushing him to the ground. Izuku called for the girls, and disappearance, Mocha, and 𝗲𝗏 responded immediately, gathering behind him. Izuku increased his powers, causing the entire mansion to collapse. When the dust settled, there was nothing left but Izuku, disappearance, Stella's family, Mocha, 𝗲𝗏, and a barely conscious Randall. Izuku approached the fallen boy and lifted him by his hair. Randall, defiant even in his weakened state, warned Izuku about the power of his father and vowed that he and his companions would meet painful ends. Izuku retorted that it would be difficult for Randall to carry out his threats if he were dead. With a swift motion, Izuku ended Randall's life, silencing him for good. Izuku then turned to Stella, who was clinging to life, her strength fading. Victoria urged Stella to hold on, insisting that they would find a doctor. Disappearance, however, grimly stated that there would not be enough time. Mio pleaded for help, desperate to save her sister. Kneeling beside Stella, Izuku offered a choice. He could save her, but it would come at a cost. She would become a devil. Victoria, disregarding the implications, begged Izuku to do whatever it took to save her daughter. Stella, despite her condition, managed to smile and nodded in agreement. Standing up, Izuku retrieved a night piece from his bag of evil pieces. He declared that he would resurrect Stella as his knight to serve his household. The night piece entered her, and a magic circle appeared beneath her. As it vanished, Stella's wound healed, and she slowly opened her eyes, seeing her loved ones around her. Mio and Victoria rushed to her side, asking how she felt. Stella admitted to feeling sore and exhausted. Izuku explained that his evil pieces not only resurrected but also healed fatal wounds, though some fatigue would remain. Victoria inquired about their next steps, and Izuku simply stated that it was time to go home. Days later, 𝗧𝗏 was in his office when he received a knock at the door. 𝗓𝗏 entered and informed him that Izuku had arrived. 𝗧𝗏 welcomed Izuku, who bowed respectfully. 𝗧𝗏 expressed his gratitude for Izuku's presence and explained that he wanted to discuss the engagement between Rias and Riser, which had been arranged by their families. Izuku acknowledged the situation, and 𝗧𝗏 revealed that he wished for Izuku to challenge the engagement. However, since Izuku was not a pure-blooded devil and had chosen not to be the heir to his house, it complicated matters. 𝗧𝗏 proposed that Izuku attend the same school as Highschool Academy, where he could keep an eye on her. Izuku was surprised by the suggestion, noting the school's prestigious reputation. 𝗧𝗏 assured him that his grades had been corrected, allowing him to enroll. He explained that he wanted Izuku to protect 𝗧𝗏, as she could be stubborn and prideful. With the engagement set for 3 years, 𝗧𝗏 hoped Izuku would find a way to help 𝗧𝗏 fight against it. Understanding the mission, Izuku agreed to help 𝗧𝗏, expressing that he liked her and would support her. 𝗧𝗏 smirked, suggesting that Izuku might even end up marrying 𝗧𝗏 himself, which made Izuku chuckle in response. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗏 was in Izuku's hotel suite with 𝗧𝗏, 𝗵𝗲, 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 inquired about the purpose of their gathering, and 𝗧𝗏 explained that Izuku wanted them all to meet. A magic circle appeared, and Izuku stepped through, greeting everyone. 𝗧𝗏 was curious about the meeting's purpose, and Izuku introduced her to the new members of his peerage, 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 was surprised to learn that they had joined after witnessing Izuku's strength during the raid on her uncle's mansion. Izuku then laid out his expectations for the group, emphasizing that he would treat them with respect as long as they reciprocated. He introduced a leveling system for their training, explaining that they would improve through missions, dungeon training, and sparring sessions. He assured them that he would be leveling up alongside them and expressed his longing for them to exceed expectations. He concluded with a reminder that while he would care for them like family, there would be consequences for any wrongdoing. They would treat each other as family, united as one. Everyone smiled upon hearing those words. Izuku suggested they go out and celebrate the new members of the peerage, and the group cheered enthusiastically. 𝗧𝗏 then took Izuku's hand, prompting him to look at her. She reminded him that he had promised her a reward for her hard work in interrogating a girl. Izuku recalled his promise and pulled 𝗧𝗏 close, surprising her. He leaned in and kissed her gently. The girls reacted differently. 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗏 were taken aback, while 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏 blushed with jealousy as Izuku broke the kiss. Asked 𝗧𝗏 how she felt about it, and she seemed momentarily stunned, unable to respond as he let her go and suggested they go out to eat, his treat. 𝗧𝗏, still flustered, questioned what had just happened, while 𝗕𝗏 expressed her longing for a kiss as well. 𝗧𝗏 snapped back to reality, smirking as she claimed Izuku for herself. 𝗕𝗏 argued that he was hers, and 𝗧𝗏 questioned their rivalry. 𝗧𝗏 playfully dismissed 𝗧𝗏's protests, asserting that they all wanted him. With a cheeky farewell, she ran after Izuku, with 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏 in pursuit. 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗬𝗏 exchanged glances, acknowledging the interesting dynamics of their peerage as they followed behind. 3 years later, at Izuku's house in the human world, he finished a set of sit-ups in his home gym. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stood up just as 𝗧𝗏 walked in. She paused, momentarily speechless at the sight of him. Izuku asked if she needed something, unaware of her thoughts. In her imagination, she tackled him, leading to a passionate kiss. However, reality snapped back as Izuku called her name, and she apologized, returning to the present. She mentioned that 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏 had just leveled up and asked if he wanted them to do another mission. Izuku declined, suggesting they rest since classes were starting soon. He expressed a longing to visit his family, wanting to see how they had been. 𝗧𝗏 agreed, and he headed to take a shower and change. As he left the workout room, 𝗧𝗏 sighed, commenting on the temptation of seeing him shirtless and sweaty. Over the past 3 years, Izuku had changed significantly, training his peerage rigorously and leveling them up through various missions. He had shared his shadow army with Highschool and 𝗧𝗏, impressing them with his growth. His peerage had become stronger, working as mercenaries and completing every mission successfully. Izuku kept in touch with his family, visiting for birthdays and gatherings when he could. Now, his peerage had developed remarkable abilities, each member possessing 4 sets of devil wings. He had arranged accommodations for everyone, though 𝗕𝗏, 𝗧𝗏, and 𝗧𝗏 stayed with him. Dressed in a black t-shirt, red jeans, and black boots, Izuku left his home with 𝗧𝗏 following him to the train station. She expressed concern about returning to his old hometown, wondering if they might encounter people from his past. Izuku reassured her that he would ignore anyone he saw, particularly those he had no interest in dealing with. Upon arriving at the station, they took the train to Mustafu, where 𝗧𝗏 attracted attention from many onlookers. As they disembarked, she questioned why they hadn't used magic to teleport. Izuku explained that he wanted to see how much had changed since his last visit. As they approached a crowd, they noticed a commotion. Izuku observed pro-heroes engaged in a battle with a villain who was holding a girl hostage. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, Backdraft, and MT Lady were present, discussing their strategy. 𝗧𝗏 pointed out that the girl wouldn't last much longer, expressing frustration at the hero's inaction. Izuku shared her sentiment, feeling disappointed in their inability to act decisively. They had to wait for someone with the right quirk, and that girl could be in danger soon. 𝗧𝗏 observed the situation, understanding why he didn't care much for heroes. Izuku felt a sense of urgency as Cammy stopped struggling against the sludge villain, who was restricting her oxygen. Her vision blurred, she looked at the crowd, moments away from losing consciousness. Izuku sighed, unable to watch any longer. He aimed his hand like a gun, charging spirit energy to his fingertip. The sludge villain barely noticed as a beam struck him in the eye, causing him to cry out in frustration. Izuku moved in an instant, appearing in front of Cammy, still trapped by the sludge monster. He quickly pulled her free and retreated to where 𝗧𝗏 stood. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐴 watched in amazement, commenting on Izuku's swift action. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐴 expressed his frustration at Izuku's recklessness. Gently, Izuku laid Cammy on the ground and turned back to the sludge monster, which was regaining its vision. The villain shouted angrily, threatening Izuku for taking away his hostage. Izuku found the villain annoying and raised his hand, summoning black lightning. The energy surged forth, obliterating the monster, leaving only scattered remnants behind. Among the crowd, All Might, in his skinny form, recognized Izuku as the boy they had been searching for over the past 3 years. He thought to himself that he needed to call Inko quickly. As Izuku checked on Cammy, she stirred in his arms, her eyes meeting his. She felt a blush rise as she gazed into his green eyes. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗏𝗄𝗏 and 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝐴 approached, expressing their anger at Izuku's actions. They scolded him for putting himself in danger and insisted he should have let them handle the situation. 𝗧𝗏, noticing the exchange, was about to intervene but paused as she saw Izuku laughing, which only fueled the hero's frustration. Izuku stopped laughing and addressed the two heroes, questioning their inaction. He pointed out that waiting for someone with the right quirk was foolish, especially when the villain's weak spot was obvious. He challenged them on how they would explain their failure to Cammy's parents. The heroes were furious at his boldness, but Izuku stood firm, holding Cammy protectively. As he began to walk away, he asked Cammy if she was all right. She thanked him for saving her from the villain and asked for his name. He introduced himself as Izuku, and she responded with her name, Cammy Utsushimi, expressing her gratitude. Izuku explained that he couldn't just stand by and watch her die while the so-called heroes hesitated. After setting her down, he prepared to leave, but Cammy noticed her broken phone on the ground. Frustrated, she lamented the loss. Izuku then offered her a flyer with his magic circle on it, explaining that it would grant her any wish she desired. Cammy raised an eyebrow, unsure if he was serious. He assured her that if she wanted to see him again, she could wish for it. As he turned to leave, Cammy grabbed his hand and leaned in, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before winking and running off. Izuku chuckled, but his expression shifted as he noticed 𝗧𝗏𝗏's dark aura. She was displeased by Cammy's boldness and threatened to take action. Izuku urged her to calm down, reminding her they needed to leave. Meanwhile, All Might was on the phone with Inko, informing her that he had found Izuku and that he had developed a quirk. Inko was on her way, instructing him to keep an eye on Izuku. As Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 walked together, All Might followed them discreetly, unaware that Izuku was aware of his presence. 𝗧𝗏 questioned why someone was trailing them, and Izuku revealed it was his former stepfather. They turned into an alleyway, and All Might rushed in, only to find no one there. Izuku suggested they leave before All Might transformed into his stronger form. His magic circle appeared beneath them, teleporting them away. They arrived in front of Urameshi home, and Izuku knocked on the door. Keiko, Yusuke's wife and Ochako's mother, answered. She greeted Izuku warmly, pulling him into a hug. He returned the embrace and asked about Yusuke and Ochako, learning they were at the beach training. Izuku introduced 𝗧𝗏 as his queen, and Keiko welcomed her with kindness. Izuku shared that Hai and Mikuro were doing well. His father had given him a house to stay in the human world, and he invited Keiko to visit any time she wanted. Keiko expressed her surprise that Hai had entrusted him with a house without adult supervision. Izuku explained that both Hai and his mother trusted him enough to live somewhat independently, as 𝗧𝗏 was also staying with him, along with her sister and another member of his peerage. Keiko expressed her happiness for him. Izuku mentioned he would be going to the beach later to see Ochako and Uncle Yusuke. As he and 𝗧𝗏 left the Urameshi household, Keiko thought about how Ochako might have competition for Izuku's affections. At the beach, Ochako was sparring with Kirishima. She landed a punch that sent him back, but he quickly recovered and challenged her to bring it on. Both had kept in touch with Izuku during his 3 years in the underworld, and he made sure to visit them on special occasions. Watching the sparring match were Zenkai and Yusuke. Zenkai commented on Ochako's impressive control over her spirit energy, noting her raw talent. Yusuke proudly stated that she was his daughter, but Zenkai pointed out that her control surpassed his at that age, grateful she had Keiko's intelligence. Izuku approached them with 𝗧𝗏 by his side. Yusuke greeted him warmly, and Zenkai acknowledged him as well. Izuku introduced 𝗧𝗏 as his queen, and Zenkai was impressed by her power. Yusuke asked how Izuku had been, and he replied that he was doing well. Yusuke then called out to Kirishima and Ochako, who rushed over to greet Izuku with enthusiasm. They were excited to see him, and Izuku expressed his longing to surprise them. He asked if they were ready for the 𝗬𝗧 entrance exams the next day, and Kirishima confirmed they were training hard. Ochako expressed her disappointment that Izuku wouldn't be there with them, but he explained that he would be starting school at Kuo Academy with his peerage, introducing 𝗧𝗏 to his friends. Ochako eyed 𝗧𝗏 with curiosity, wondering about her relationship with Izuku. As they spoke, 𝗧𝗏 revealed that she and Izuku were in a relationship. Ochako felt a pang of sadness but was drawn into the conversation when 𝗧𝗏 pointed out her feelings for Izuku. 𝗧𝗏 encouraged Ochako to confess her feelings, explaining that in the underworld, it was common for devils to have multiple partners. She assured Ochako that she wouldn't mind if she wanted to pursue Izuku, but made it clear that she was the primary partner. After their conversation, Yusuke invited everyone to dinner at the Urameshi household. 𝗧𝗏 enjoyed her time with Izuku's family, and she and Ochako got along well. When it was time to leave, Izuku shared his address with both Ochako and Kirishima. The next day, Izuku, 𝗧𝗏, Mizore, Stella, Mocha, and Kurumu stood outside the gates of Kuo Academy, dressed in their uniforms. Izuku encouraged everyone to head inside, and they walked through the gates, becoming the center of attention among the students. As they approached the school, many students complimented them, but the group continued on their way to the student council office. Izuku knocked on the door, and Tsubaki, Sona Citri's queen, answered. She welcomed them inside, and Sona was surprised to see Izuku. He explained that Lord Lucifer hadn't informed her of their arrival. Sona mentioned that she had heard from Rias about new students joining their school, but she hadn't expected it to be Izuku. Izuku explained that his father and Lord 𝗧𝗏 had decided to send him to the school to help him get along with his fellow devils. Sona, curious, asked how things had been since they last spoke. Izuku replied that everything was fine and inquired about Rias. Sona informed him that Rias had recently gained a new pawn named 𝗬𝗓, who possessed a sacred gear. Izuku recalled sensing something unusual when they passed through the gate, likely related to 𝗬𝗓. Sona then asked if Izuku played chess. He admitted that he did, though he had never managed to beat Nizu, despite coming close. Sona expressed her longing to play against him, confident in her skills. Izuku smirked, stating that Nizu was the only person he had lost to, which prompted Sona to challenge him further. Just then, Tsubaki entered the room with their schedules, and Izuku discovered that he and 𝗧𝗏 were in the same class. Meanwhile, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, part of the perverted trio at Kuo Academy, was lost in thought about a girl he had dated when his teacher called for attention. The teacher introduced Izuku and 𝗧𝗏 as new students, and they took turns introducing themselves. Izuku expressed his eagerness to learn alongside everyone, while 𝗧𝗏 greeted the class with a smile. When a girl named Murayama asked if Izuku was a pervert, he quickly denied it. Another girl, Castace, inquired if he was single, to which he replied that he and 𝗧𝗏 were in a relationship, causing some girls to frown while 𝗧𝗏 smirked. Izuku noticed Issei staring at him, sensing an unusual aura around the boy. He wondered if Issei was the one Anubis had mentioned, who wielded the sacred gear known as the boosted gear, which hosted the Welsh dragon, 𝗏𝗏. In an abandoned church, four fallen angels were discussing the presence of devils in the area. Their leader, Rainier, expressed frustration at the arrival of more devils, while 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 confirmed that she could not sense their magical power. Rainier ordered 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 to deal with the new devils, emphasizing the need to keep their plans intact. After school, Izuku and his peerage stood outside Kuro, discussing their day. Stella complained about the attention from boys, while Mizore echoed her sentiments. 𝗧𝗏 noted that she and Izuku had made their relationship clear to deter fangirls. Izuku revealed that Issei was the host of 𝗏𝗏, which surprised his friends. Suddenly, Izuku sensed something and instructed his friends to head home while he and 𝗧𝗏 would handle the situation. As they walked into a forest clearing, Izuku called out for their pursuers to reveal themselves. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 and myheroacademia stepped out from behind the trees, stating their intention to confront Izuku and his group. They formed light spears, but before they could act, 𝗓𝗏 appeared, swiftly disarming 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. As she fell to her knees, myheroacademia attempted to escape, but Izuku intercepted her with a powerful kick, sending her crashing to the ground. As he stared at 𝗓𝗏, who was about to strike down 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, Izuku urged him to wait, suggesting that 𝗧𝗏 restrain her for potential answers. 𝗧𝗏 complied, appearing in front of 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 and encasing her in a massive block of ice with a blast of energy. myheroacademia called out to 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, but Izuku quickly asserted his dems by pressing his foot down on her head, keeping her firmly in place. He then posed a question, demanding answers from myheroacademia. Despite her struggles, she defiantly glared at him, refusing to cooperate. Izuku smirked at her response, realizing her stubbornness. He reached down and grasped one of myheroacademia's wings, eliciting a look of fear from her. She pleaded for him not to proceed, but he tore off her left wing and discarded it without a second thought, unfazed by her cries. With a cold demeanor, he demanded to know who sent her and how many others were in town. myheroacademia, still reeling from the pain, reluctantly agreed to share information in exchange for her life. She revealed that their leader, Rainier, had sent them to eliminate a threat before it could go. Izuku confirmed her claims, and after obtaining the information he sought, he coldly stated that her time was up. myheroacademia protested, reminding him of their deal, but he reminded her that he had only spared her for a brief moment after she spoke. Channeling dark energy, he unleashed it upon her, reducing her to dust. With that, he turned his attention to the frozen 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, instructing 𝗓𝗏 to take her back to his home, where 𝗧𝗏 would handle the interrogation. 𝗓𝗏 complied, carrying the unconscious 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏 away into the shadows. As Izuku surveyed the scene, 𝗧𝗏 emerged from her hiding spot, smiling as she approached. She expressed her enjoyment of the display and greeted him warmly. Izuku acknowledged her, noting the presence of fallen angels in the area. 𝗧𝗏 explained that they had been monitoring the fallen angels, who had been lurking for months without causing trouble. With 𝗧𝗏 dealing with 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, Izuku assured her that they would soon have answers. In a swirl of black flames, he vanished, leaving 𝗧𝗏 to teleport home. At the Yagi household, Inko was on the phone with a private detective, frustrated that they could not locate Izuku. She had been searching for him and Hai since he had gone missing, but they were effectively hidden. After hanging up, she sighed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Izumi was video chatting with the Bakugo and Todoroki twins. She shared that her father had seen Izuku saving someone from a villain, but after that he had vanished. Katsuki expressed his disbelief that Izuku could just disappear, while Shoka suggested that Urameshi and Kuwabara might know his whereabouts, though Shoto doubted they would help. Back with Izuku, he was on a video call with Kirishima and Ochako, asking about their scores in the entrance exams. Ochako proudly announced her score, while Kirishima praised her for her impressive performance. Izuku expressed his wish to have witnessed their actions firsthand, and they inquired about his experiences in Kuro. As they discussed their friends, Izuku learned that Jiro had distanced herself from them after he left. He reassured them that she would likely come around eventually. Just then, 𝗧𝗏 knocked on his door, announcing that their guest was ready to talk. Izuku prepared to leave, saying goodbye to his friends. He and 𝗧𝗏 made their way to the cell where 𝗓𝗪 was being held. The blue-haired woman looked battered and broken from the previous day's interrogation. Izuku noted 𝗧𝗏's effectiveness, and she explained that 𝗓𝗪 had been resistant, necessitating a firmer approach. As 𝗓𝗪 regained consciousness, she trembled at the sight of Izuku and 𝗧𝗏, realizing the extent of her predicament. Izuku remarked on the care 𝗧𝗏 had shown her, a dark smile playing on his lips. Izuku hoped that 𝗓𝗪 had been treated well, as he had some questions to ask her. He made it clear that if she lied or refused to answer, 𝗧𝗏, who stood beside him, would have her fun. 𝗓𝗪 nodded frantically as Izuku began his questioning. He asked why the fallen angels were in a devil's territory. 𝗓𝗪 explained that it was Rainer's plan to invite an exiled nun to the church and steal her sacred gear. When Izuku pressed for the nun's identity, 𝗓𝗪 revealed her name was Asia Argento, but there was also another person involved. Curious, Izuku inquired further, and 𝗓𝗪 mentioned a teenager named Rin Okumura, who was half demon and half human. She explained that he had been trying to become an exorcist but had been exiled due to his heritage. They had kept him chained beneath the church to prevent Asia from doing anything reckless, as they were very close friends. Izuku found the situation intriguing and turned to 𝗧𝗏, suggesting they see what else 𝗓𝗪 knew. He added that once she was done with her, 𝗧𝗏 could do as she pleased. 𝗓𝗪, horrified, begged for her life, promising to leave and never return. Izuku, however, explained that she had attacked him, and he couldn't let that go unpunished. He turned to 𝗧𝗏, giving her a quick peck on the lips and playfully slapping her on the back, which made her blush. As Izuku left the cell, 𝗧𝗏 smiled, ready to inflict more pain on 𝗓𝗪, who trembled in fear of the Ice Queen. Meanwhile, at the abandoned church, Rin Okumura was bound by chains, staring at the ground until he was kicked in the face, waking him up. The man before him was 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏, a rather unhinged exorcist. 𝗓𝗏 tossed a plate of food at Rin, hitting him in the face. Rin gritted his teeth in response. 𝗓𝗏 taunted him, saying he wouldn't have to endure such food for long because they planned to take the nun's sacred gear and then Rin's as well. Rin, filled with anger, shouted back, but 𝗓𝗏 dismissed him, kicking him again before leaving with a smirk, hinting at having fun with the nun. Rin seethed with rage, vowing to get his revenge. The next morning, Izuku woke up to find 𝗧𝗏 snuggled up to him, wearing one of his oversized shirts. He smiled at her peaceful face, but then noticed 𝗲𝗏 sleeping on his other side, her arm draped over him. 𝗧𝗏 had allowed only strong women who truly loved Izuku to be with him, as long as she remained the #1 wife. Izuku cherished his time with the women in his life, though he sometimes felt unworthy of their affection. His attention was drawn to Stella Vermilion, who was sleeping on his chest. Despite her stubborn nature, she had confessed her feelings to Izuku after a few dates, and he had responded with a kiss, making her part of his harem. Kurumu and Mocha, however, did not share romantic feelings for him, which he accepted without issue. Stella stirred awake, stretching and noticing Izuku's smile. She greeted him, and he returned the morning wish, asking if she had slept well. Stella replied that she had, finding him comfortable to sleep with, but they needed to get ready for school. Izuku agreed and suggested waking the others. He shook 𝗧𝗏 awake, earning a groan, and did the same for 𝗲𝗏. Both women expressed their reluctance to get up, but Izuku insisted. He then proposed a challenge, The first girl to get up and dressed would get to go on a date with him on Friday night. Suddenly, both 𝗲𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏 sprang up, rushing to the bathroom, even Stella joining in. Izuku chuckled and went downstairs, where he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found 𝗬𝗓 and 𝗓𝐭𝐻 standing there. 𝗬𝗓 blushed upon seeing Izuku shirtless, while 𝗓𝐭𝐻 wore a similar expression. Izuku playfully lifted 𝗬𝗓's chin to meet his gaze, reminding her to focus. 𝗬𝗓 quickly recovered and asked if he wanted to walk to school together. Izuku agreed, stepping aside to let them in. 𝗬𝗓 and 𝗓𝐭𝐻 admired his home as he went to get ready. A few minutes later, dressed in his Kyoto Academy uniform, Izuku returned to the living room, where he found 𝗧𝗏, Kurumu, Mocha, Stella, and 𝗲𝗲 alongside 𝗬𝗓 and 𝗓𝐭𝐻. 𝗲𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏 glared at Stella, who was smirking triumphantly. Izuku deduced that Stella had won their wager, and she confirmed it, announcing their plans for a movie date on Friday night. He chuckled and led everyone out of his home, making their way to school while 𝗬𝗓 initiated a conversation with him, asking if he could come by the clubhouse after school. Izuku agreed, mentioning he needed to talk with her anyway. The little bird they had been hearing from had been quite vocal, and 𝗬𝗓 was curious about it. She asked Izuku what he had done with the information they gathered. Izuku mentioned that 𝗧𝗏 had put the little bird out of its misery, to which 𝗧𝗏 playfully responded to Izuku's compliment. They arrived at school and went their separate ways. As the day progressed, Izuku and his peerage headed to the occult research club. Upon approaching the door, they heard a conversation inside. 𝗬𝗓 was telling 𝐒𝐳 to forget about a girl, prompting Izuku to knock. 𝗬𝗓 invited them in, and they entered together. Izuku greeted 𝗬𝗳, who recognized them as the new students. Kiba introduced Izuku and his peerage, which included Stella, 𝗧𝗏, 𝗲𝗲, Kurumu and Mocha. Izuku noticed 𝗧𝗳 clutching his arm, sensing something was off. Izuku inquired if 𝗧𝗳 was the Red Dragon Emperor, to which 𝗧𝗳 seemed confused about the name of his sacred gear. 𝗧𝗏 remarked that she wasn't impressed with 𝗬𝗓's new pawn, causing 𝗧𝗳 to protest. Izuku then asked what they had been discussing before their arrival. 𝗬𝗓 explained that 𝗧𝗳 was skirting a nun to the church and warned him of the dangers involved. Izuku asked if the nun was 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐧𝐼, and upon confirmation he revealed that she was a target of fallen angels who sought her sacred gear. 𝗓𝐭𝐻 expressed concern about this, and Izuku shared that they had gathered information about 4 fallen angels, including their leader 𝗬𝗏r, who had already caused trouble for 𝗬𝗳. 𝗬𝗓 acknowledged the seriousness of the situation, noting that Izuku's information was impressive. Izuku explained that there was more at stake. A hybrid demon named Rin Okumura was being held captive to ensure Asia complied with the fallen angels' plans. Kiba found this despicable, and 𝗧𝗳 insisted they needed to act. However, Izuku cautioned him against rushing in, as it could lead to dire consequences for everyone involved. 𝗧𝗳, frustrated, confronted Izuku, but before things escalated, an ice collar formed around 𝗧𝗳's neck, immobilizing him. Izuku asked 𝗧𝗏 to release him, explaining the nature of her powers. After 𝗧𝗏 complied, 𝗧𝗳 regained his freedom, and Izuku apologized for the incident. As they prepared to leave, Izuku instructed his shadow, Iron, to stay close to 𝗧𝗳 and gather information about Asia. Once outside, 𝗧𝗏 inquired about their plans regarding 𝗬𝗏r and her group. Izuku decided they would wait for 𝗧𝗳 to lead them to her, as he was likely to encounter Asia again. Mocha questioned Izuku's intentions regarding Rin Okumura, and he stated he would offer him a chance to join his peerage, leaving the decision up to Rin. 𝗧𝗏 asked what would happen if Rin declined, and Izuku affirmed that he wouldn't force anyone to join. Later that night, 𝗬𝗓 expressed her apologies for 𝗧𝗳's behavior, but Izuku reassured her that it was fine. He noted that 𝗧𝗳 was overly emotional and questioned whether she truly wanted him in her peerage. 𝗬𝗓 explained that 𝗧𝗳's power could be beneficial for her upcoming challenges, particularly regarding her impending marriage to Riser Phoenix, which she dreaded. Izuku encouraged her, stating that she wouldn't marry someone who would make her miserable. 𝗬𝗓 blushed at his words, and Izuku acknowledged her beauty, leading to a playful exchange between them. 𝗬𝗓 remarked on Izuku's transformation over the years, and he complimented her in return, noting that it took more than looks to win his heart. Ria smirked at Izuku, acknowledging his playful tone. She responded confidently, saying she heard him loud and clear. Izuku, feeling triumphant, declared checkmate. Ria's eyes widened in surprise as she realized she had lost. She questioned how he managed to win, and he chuckled, claiming he was simply that good. Rias accused him of distracting her with his compliments, standing up as Izuku approached her. He gently placed 2 fingers under her chin, making her look into his eyes. Izuku expressed that his words were sincere. He found her breathtakingly gorgeous and meant every word. As they leaned closer, Rias's heart raced, and she closed her eyes, anticipating a kiss. Instead, Izuku kissed her on the cheek, leaving her shocked. Flushed with embarrassment, she quickly used her teleportation circle and vanished, heading home. Izuku returned to his room to get some rest. The next day, after school, he found himself on the rooftop of a building with 𝗧𝗏 by his side. A shadow appeared behind him, revealing Iron, who knelt before them. Iron reported to 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku about 𝐒𝐁𝗁. They listened intently as Iron explained that 𝐒𝐁 had encountered 𝐎𝐻𝐸 again, spending time with the exiled nun. However, their fun was interrupted when Rainier appeared, attacking 𝗎𝐁 and threatening 𝐎𝐻𝐸, forcing her to choose between them. Ultimately, she chose to go with the winged fallen, leaving 𝗎𝐁 behind. Izuku pondered the situation, realizing that 𝐎𝐻𝐸 would be in danger that night. Iron confirmed this, and 𝗧𝗏 looked at Izuku, eager to know their next move. Izuku decided it was time to take action, stating that the crows had overstayed their welcome. 𝗧𝗏 smiled with excitement, ready for the hunt to begin. And so, they prepared for the challenge ahead.